hints on his site, but this time he's tipped his hand a bit too far. Enough for me to get a solid theory going on a lot of key elements we'll see hidden throughout his newest installment, Sister Location. And while some clues come from the teaser images and trailers themselves, the biggest revelations this time have come from the source code on Scott's website. So get ready for a comprehensive preview of what Scotty has in store, because by the end we'll have looked at every, and I mean every element of this franchise, from the original series of games, to the novel, to FNAF World, to the ever-evolving source code on scottgames.com, in our attempt to expose the facts behind the next trip to Freddy's. Now, Scott hiding hints in the coding of his site is nothing new. It was the source code that started the whole Bite of 83 versus 87 debate back during FNAF 4. But this time it's a bit more than just a mere hint of what's to come. It is a fully fledged story. So let's take this line by line. This first big chunk at the beginning starts off like a collection of letters and punctuation, but upon further inspection you can make out repeated numbering patterns and letter combinations representing days of the week. When pieced together, it becomes a schedule looking like this, listing out the days when certain animatronics are either available, booked, needed for a private party, or mat, either in maintenance or needed for a matinee show. Unclear which. It's also worth mentioning that 4 animatronics are specifically called out here: BBY for Baby, BAL for Ballora, and FTF for both Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy. Now, for those of you who don't follow every scrap of information about these games, let me explain. Reddit discovered that Scott had gone and copyrighted various names, presumably for these new animatronics, and here we see it being confirmed. More on some of these guys in a minute. The thing I want to call out first is that there's clearly a 5th animatronic in this schedule, 0500S, out of service. But who could this be? In the trailer, we only see 4 animatronics. Well, that's where this teaser image comes in. A few weeks ago, this image was up on Scott Games. A mask with glowing eyes and a tangle of wires, almost like tentacles, accompanied by this text, quote, "There's a little bit of me in every body," end quote. Notice the grammar here. It's not everybody, but every body. This is our 5th animatronic, our out-of-service animatronic. I mean, look at it. This guy ain't being booked at any children's parties. But that's not all we can conclude about him. The text indicates that a piece of him, his soul, his mechanisms, whatever, is in every other animatronic body. This could have 2 possible explanations. Either he's possessed the other animatronics and is controlling them, which would explain the "don't hold it against us" line from the teaser trailer we hear over and over again. Don't hold it against us. Or, more likely, he's the reason the other animatronics have life in the first place. This pile of wires is kind of like the puppet from the original series, giving gifts, giving life. Or maybe this is the puppet, a new and rebooted version of the puppet. Now, stay with me here. One thing that we've largely forgotten about since his first appearance back in FNAF 2 is how the puppet character just didn't fit in with the FNAF world. Sure, as it kept making appearances in game after game, we just kinda accepted its role, but seriously, think about it. FNAF 1 through 4 were all about animatronics with big, bulky bodies and an animal theme. But then insert the puppet, thin and with a human face, complete with red cheeks, crying eyes, and red lips. Features that we haven't seen on anything else until now. Fast forward to Sister Location and we see humanoid faces everywhere. Ballora and Baby, rosy cheeks, lipstick. And now look at Day of the Tentacle over here. Notice that the ears can detach, separate itself from the main mask part of the face. It's the exact same silhouette that our puppet's face has had since the second game. Additionally, if you look at the trailer for Sister Location very closely, you discover what may be a very cool Easter egg. In the reflection of Funtime Foxy's cheek, we see something. For all the other animatronics, it's a part of their body. For Ballora the ballerina, we see the reverse of her arm and earrings. For Baby, it's her finger and bow. But Foxy here is reflecting something that has a bright red dot besides 2 colored streaks, aka a bright red cheek and 2 streaming tear tracks. It's like that time we covered reflection mapping to find Super Smash Bros. Hidden location. Could that be the puppet's face reflection mapped onto the model of Foxy's skull? Regardless though, if you ask me, we haven't seen the last of the puppet in whatever form he comes in. And based on the designs of these characters, Sister Location might finally be giving us the origin story we've long been waiting for. Now, hopping back to the source code, the next section shows us that there seems to be 3 file directories for various clients. The first is for a place called Chica's Party World, the second for private birthday parties, and the third for CRMN Institute. I can only assume Carmen Institute or Criminal Institute. This starts to tell us a lot about the setting and universe of Sister Location. First, many people have speculated that the industrial feeling setting shown during the trailer for the game is a factory for the robots. I think we can get a bit more specific. Considering the availability schedule that we just covered and the client folders with various needs for birthday party supplies, it feels like this new setting will be a storage facility and distribution center for the animatronics, responsible for shipping them out to various gigs across the Fazbear locations. The reference to Chica's Party World builds out the lore of the universe, showing another spin-off location to the restaurants, but also strikes me as just that, a reference, a fun Easter egg, referencing the one animatronic who won't be appearing in this new game. So far, we've seen versions of Freddy, Foxy, and a Bonnie hand puppet, but Chica has been noticeably absent. And honestly, I think it's gonna remain that way. For some reason, it just feels like she doesn't fit in this new world. And so the mention of Chica's Party World is a fun wink and a nod to a character that will be sorely missed. But to me, of all this section, the most crucial client is the last one, the CRMN Institute. Notice when you look at it that it has a subfolder called Project. This, to me, is incredibly important since every teaser image Scott has posted on the site related to Sister Location has been labeled project.jpg. Seems like a generic naming convention, right? Wrong. I went to an Internet Archive database and dug through the source code of all the past teaser images from all of Scott's past games, only to find that his labeling system has been very consistent. His FNAF World images were all labeled FNAFWorld.jpg. Images about the book were labeled FNAFTheNovel.jpg. Even FNAF 4 teasers shared the titling of simply 4.jpg. The fact that Sister Location's images are all labeled Project, and that there's a client directory hinting at some mysterious institute and a secret project going on there, says to me that if we're not headed to a distribution center, then we're going to a place where these guys are getting experimented on, which ties in with the trailer quote of, "You don't know what we've been through." These guys are being experimented on, a project at some mysterious institute, and you can bet that they're not happy about it. But perhaps the most crucial detail hidden in the source code is the last line. A line that blows the door wide open on the story for this new game. Service log, maintenance CO, or care of, AFTN Robotics. Afton Robotics. What the heck is that? It's a good question. If you're like 99% of the fan base and only know the games, this might not ring a bell. But if you happen to buy and then make it through all 500 pages of the Five Nights at Freddy's Silver Eyes novel, then that name sets off all sorts of alarms. You see, in the book, the Fredbear and Fazbear restaurants were founded by 2 men. The first is named Henry. He's the father of the main character and the creative half of the company, the one responsible for designing and building the robots that we all know and love. The other co-owner was, ready for this? William Afton, and he was in charge of the business side of the restaurants. Paperwork, taxes, things like that. So to see Afton Robotics in the source code teasing Sister Location is huge, because it means that the stories of Sister Location and Silver Eyes are linked. But get ready for this. Here's the bigger twist. By the end of the book, it's revealed that William Afton is what we fans of the game would know as the Purple Guy. Yeah, in the book, Purple Guy is revealed. Afton is the one who kidnaps and kills children while wearing Fredbear-themed suits. His first victim is Henry's son Sammy, followed by 4 other kids whose souls eventually possess the infamous suits. So, through these source code teasers, not only has Scott confirmed that this new game will be tied to the lore of the book, but we'll be dealing with a robotics company founded by and named after the child-killing Purple Guy. Now that's already a huge mind blow, and I'm about to go further, but before I do, let's address the elephant in the room, the canonicity of the book. The internet, by and large, dismissed Silver Eyes under the assumption that Scott said it's not canon to the first 4 games, but that's not entirely true. If you read his entire statement, and I understand that it's hard for you, internet, since it's 3 whole paragraphs that aren't summarized with a TLDR line. He actually says, quote, "Sometimes the lore of something can become so crowded that you can't tell an original story anymore. The first 4 games and the books should be considered to be separate continuities, even if they do share many familiar elements. The book is canon just as the games are. That doesn't mean that they're intended to fit together like 2 puzzle pieces. The book is a reimagining of the Five Nights at Freddy's story," end quote. And this makes sense, right? The first 4 games were crushed under their own convoluted lore and fan base dedicated to making every new toe added to Foxy mean something. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing to have people enthusiastic about your story, but it does become limiting when you make continuity errors or want to do something new with these characters. And with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie coming ever closer, it becomes even more important. There needed to be room to insert actual characters into this story. You can't make a movie out of some pre-taped phone tutorials and silent furry monsters. Thus, enter Silver Eyes, which builds out new characters, new faces, and new stories that can be told in the setting of these games. So yeah, the separate canonicity of the book makes sense, but as Scott said, it's a reimagining, and obviously there's gonna be a lot of crossover. And based on that Afton clue we just saw, Sister Location is gonna be bridging the line more and more. So does any of this matter? Yeah, actually a whole lot. Because if we take the Silver Eyes Sister Location connection to its logical conclusion, huge pieces start to fall in place. Let's start by working backwards. Based on the trailers and teasers, Sister Location's main animatronic is this clown girl, Baby. But the teaser trailer isn't the first time she appears. She's introduced at the end of the FNAF World Update 1.2, something we discovered in our playthrough of the game over on the GT Live channel. Once you collect all the characters and beat Chica's Magic Rainbow, long story not worth explaining, you're immediately taken to a cutscene where a mysterious figure at a desk apologizes to you for creating a robot that cannot be deactivated. The bot's name? Baby. We then see a pair of eyes light up, telling everyone to take their seats before cutting back to the room to see the desk guy lying there dead, presumably killed by Baby. Now, many people assume that desk guy was Scott Cawthon since he's the creator of the animatronics and the minigames that you play in FNAF World. However, it'd be weird for Scott to kill himself. Plus, the dialogue from the FNAF in Space minigame, yes, again, FNAF World is a weird game, seems to imply that Scott is a separate entity from this desk guy creator figure. So if desk guy isn't Scott Cawthon, then who else could he be? Well, now that we know that Baby and Sister Location both have ties to Silver Eyes, we can actually identify who this mysterious creator of FNAF World is. He's Henry, co-founder of Fredbear's and Purple Guy's business partner. How do we know? Well, not only is he the creator of the games and animatronics, his death also lines up with the way he dies in the book. Stricken with grief over the death of his son, Henry commits suicide in the living room by letting one of his animatronics kill him. One that remains nameless in the book, but is clearly not any of the core 6 of Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, and Golden Bonnie. In other words, Henry the creator is killed in his home by a mysterious new animatronic, just like we see happen to Desk Guy in FNAF World. The events just line up. Now that's all the stuff that I feel really confident about, but now let's have some fun and take it even further. Admittedly, I don't think that this is where Sister Location is headed, but there is enough of an evidence thread to take us to some awesome extremes. So let's have a little bit of fun with this, shall we? First, notice how Baby is introduced to us at the end of FNAF World as 2 yellow eyes in the dark. And what's the first image we see in that game? 2 yellow eyes in the dark, along with the iconic ending line from FNAF 4, "I will put you back together." It's also the last thing that we see in the true ending to the game. 2 yellow eyes saying, "I will put you back together." Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way that those are Baby's eyes. 1, why would she say that when she wasn't even in FNAF 4? And 2, we all know that that line and those eyes belong to the imaginary friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. Well, don't be so sure. Let me remind you of something. In the FNAF 4 cutscenes, each character has a specific color for their dialogue. Number 787878 for the brother, FFFFFF for crying child, 57C0FF for the brother's friend, etc. Psychic Friend Fredbear's dialogue for all of his lines is always the FFFF57 shade of yellow. And yet, for the final lines of "You're broken, we're still your friends, I will put you back together," dark, it's a different shade of yellow. FFFFA0. Similar, yes, but definitely different from Fredbear. So very intentionally, Scott made this a different character, but in a strange twist, it's actually a color of dialogue shared with one other character we see in FNAF 4, Pigtail Girl. The one who knows that the animatronics come to life and get stuffed with dead bodies. Coincidence? Yeah, or at least we all thought so last year, but look at her design! Dressed in a skirt with reddish pigtails and big green eyes, just like the design of Baby. You hear that? The collective sound of minds being blown across the internet. But if the glowing eyes, shared dialogue color, similar designs, and repeated line of "I will put you back together" didn't convince you, it doesn't stop there. Remember the biggest lingering question from FNAF 4? The girls' room? No one had an explanation for it. I didn't have an explanation for it. And yet Scott felt it was important enough to the lore of the story to show us. And now we might actually know why. What if the girl is a part of the crying child's family? First, it would explain why we would see her color of dialogue reappearing in his final moments. As a family member, she would be there in the hospital with the boy as he tries to recover. And if she shares a connection with Baby, it would also tie together the random presence of Mangle in the room. One of the other key animatronics we see in Sister Location trailer is Funtime Foxy, which we can confidently say is an intact model of what will eventually become Mangle. Again, we're looking at the major details. Yes, some things may or may not be there. Notice the lipstick, the red cheeks, and painted fingernails on Funtime Foxy, all of which reappear on Mangle. So in the two games, we would have Baby and Foxy linked. Is it a stretch? Absolutely, but then again, this is Scott we're talking about. To me though, the coolest part about this connection would be in the name of the game. This whole time we've been assuming that Sister Location was referencing some other spin-off chain of restaurants, or like I said earlier, a storage and distribution center for the robots. But if the Pigtail Girl's soul is trapped in Baby, and she was indeed the sibling of Crying Child, the phrase Sister Location takes on a whole new meaning. This is her game, a game about one sister's soul trapped in the Baby animatronic getting revenge for her brother's death. Just don't hold it against her. You don't know what she's been through. Or maybe now you do. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. The ball's in your court, Scott. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. You should subscribe for more.
Exotic butters. 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 But exotic butters. But exotic 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 butters. But exotic butters. But exotic 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 butters. Exotic butt butters. Exotic butters. Exotic butters. Exotic butters. Exotic butters.
When it gets dark, they will awaken. The children's spirits will rise. They will kill you. I'll just walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses one by one. You are intruders. None of you will survive the night. And what makes you think they won't kill you? Because I am one of them. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, still available to consult on the FNAF movie storyline. Seriously, Scott, I'll be waiting by the phone because I can practically guarantee I've put more collective hours of thought into counting animatronic toes, tracking eye colors, listing out the differences between pizzerias, diners, and rental services, parsing out your phone guy calls, and counting and recounting again the number of dead child carcasses left in your story's wake than literally anyone else out there. I mean, I've even gone so far as to do the unthinkable for these sister location videos. That's right, I reread The Silver Eyes. In an ironic twist, it took longer than the actual game. Now, here I am piecing together this script after, I kid you not, a weekend spent doing nothing but thinking about these games, writing and rewriting timeline after timeline to account for all the nonsensical Easter eggs shoved into this 4-hour experience. And you know the conclusion that I've reached? That your version of events isn't satisfying. That any theory I come up with that attempts to bend over backwards and cobble together every line of dialogue, design detail, and character motivation will be overcomplicated at best and inherently flawed at worst. And that's not me admitting defeat, it's a fundamental problem with the series right now. This one just tried too hard to do too many things. You've got elements of the past 4 games mixed in with FNAF World, mixed in with the book, all of which at this point have questionable canonicities, conflicting storylines, and competing dates. Couple that with characters that mimic other characters that lie to you, and characters that may not even exist across the different story threads of the franchise, and it's unclear if this is a continuation of the books, if it's a continuation of the games, or just an outright reboot of some kind. The best analogy I can think of is that it's like the giant human glob you turn into at the end of Inside. A mass of limbs all struggling to work together to move in one direction, but all just flailing out randomly. And honestly, it could have been easy. With Scott saying that the original story was completed with FNAF 4, we could have just said that Sister Location was aligned with the book and FNAF World to start paving the way for the movie. But then you couldn't help yourself, Scott. You just had to throw in those FNAF 4 Easter eggs, huh? And those put everything into chaos. And it's not just me feeling it. Based on what I'm reading online, a lot of FNAF theorists sense that the lore contained in Sister Location is a game changer, but then they don't exactly know why or what to do with it. Struggling under the weight of explaining away Ennards and babies, Mikes and Williams, casual bongos and exotic butters. What's an Easter egg, what's a tongue-in-cheek reference, and what is actual canon? So understandably, there's some confusion about what's actually going on in this game, and that is what I'm out to solve in these videos. Picking Sister Location apart to definitively put together which details matter and why this is such a monumental game for the franchise's lore. So go ahead, keep your plots vague and convoluted, Scotty boy. I'm here to translate your madness to the world. First off, who are we playing as? Historically, the protagonists of Freddy's games have had a varying degree of importance. There are those like Mike and Fritz who, for all we can tell, were just names with the sole purpose of filling out the "to" line on a paycheck. Sure, they may have been retconned into some importance now, but they were never really intended to be that way. Then there was the crying child of FNAF 4, hospitalized and trapped in a waking nightmare. Slightly more important, I would hazard to say. And the game recognizes this as, during your first encounter with the new animatronic baby, she calls out,
"It's a strange thing to want to do, to come here. I'm curious what events would lead a person to want to spend their nights in a place like this. Willingly. Maybe curiosity, maybe ignorance."
Answering the question of who you play as in Sister Location is more important than any of the rest of the games in the franchise, since it practically dictates every other element of this story. Why you're there, what the endings mean, what this location stands for, how this fits into the overall timeline. It's a big deal. Now personally, based on the silhouette in the mirror, my first guess is to say that we're playing as Rick Astley, and Scott is just committing the most elaborate Rick roll in history. I mean, just look at that hair. It's an exact match, and let's face it, Scott has proven that he's not above trolling us. But assuming he has a little bit more respect for the fan base than that, there can only be one possible conclusion here. In Sister Location, we play as William Afton, Purple Guy himself. And no, I'm not just saying that because the eyes in the ending are purple like literally everyone else on the internet's been saying. Sure, it's a nice detail that may hint at Scott's intentions, but it's not proof. For proof, we begin by turning to the in-game dialogue. On your quest to unlock the game's fake ending, the animatronics taunt you with these little bits of dialogue, spoken by a young girl in a British-sounding accent.
"I'm still here."
Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?
So So we know that whoever the player is has some sort of connection to this mysterious young girl. But who is she? Well, throughout the game, between nights, we hear the same girl pressing her father to let her play with Baby, saying things like,
"Daddy, just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?"
From that small snippet, we can not only tell that our character is her father, but that he's also in some way the creator, or has some level of control over the animatronics. This in turn narrows the field down by quite a bit to two men, William Afton and Henry... no last name given, the two co-founders of Fazbear Entertainment as introduced in FNAF Silver Eyes. By the way, low blow, Scott, forcing people to read in order to have any sort of clue as to what's going on in the franchise now? Because seriously, without reading the book, you would have no clue the importance of William Afton. Oh well, that's what I'm here for. I read it so you don't have to. Kind of like the Nostalgia Critic. Anyway, based on the girl's accent and William Afton's similar dialect at the beginning of the game,
she can dance, she can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at her fingertips.
it would seem as though we have ourselves a match.
You are the father.
Let's not be too hasty there, Maury. We can be even more sure. In the game's real ending, you get yourself tricked, becoming animatronic fodder as the machines scoop out your internal organs and replace them with endoskeleton cords. Now, this really bothered me, since it's like the antithesis of what we expect from our stories when we beat the game. Here I am wanting to finish my night and return home to my basket of exotic butter, but no, that's reserved for the fake ending. Becoming a flesh suit is somehow canon to the series. I wanted to write it off as jumping the shark, like, hey, we're getting a little bit too absurd right now, but then I realized that this is a franchise built on haunted animatronics chasing you through a pizza restaurant after they've been killed by a serial killer hiding in a mascot suit filled with killer springs. So, crossing the line of absurdity? Yeah, I think we're long past it at this point. Becoming a flesh suit is an oddly specific event to be integral to the lore, and yet, there it is. So we're left with two options. Scott's either completely lost it at this point, or he has some other plans for this character. And indeed, he does, as the novel once again shows us why this odd story turn is so important. In its pages, we're treated to all sorts of lines that make it clear Mr. Afton is the one who gets himself stuffed. Page 407. Quote, "Charlie, there's something different about him. It was as if the guard, the man they had met, had been stripped away, and what sat before them was nothing but a blank canvas." End quote. And again, 2 pages later, quote, Dave is the fake name for William Afton in the novel. He's hiding out in another identity. Long story. Anyway, just go with it. Dave's body moved upward, straightening, but the movement was too smooth. He seemed to make no effort, use no muscles, and exert no energy. Dave's eyes opened steadily, glassy and without emotion, like the robots on the stage outside, end quote. And there you have it. That totally just spelled it out for us, didn't it? Like the robots on the stage outside. In fact, the book makes a huge deal about Afton's eyes, over and over again, like when the character John describes seeing Afton kidnap his friends on pages 120 to 122. Quote, "The eyes, they were all I could see. They were dead, just dull and flat. Like they still moved and blinked and saw, but whatever was behind them had died a long time ago." End quote. Died a long time ago, you say? Like perhaps in an underground murder bunker, doubling as a robotic distribution center, perhaps. Now real quick, let's pause here and have some real talk to Ennard, Baby, and the gang. Guys, we're gonna have a bit of an intervention here. If your goal is to blend in with the outside world and look like us, look like any other human, choosing to go with the purple eyes is not gonna be helping your cause all that much. Artificial intelligence? More like artificial idiots. Do your homework. Humans don't tend to have purple eyes. I mean, seriously, you have a blue-eyed animatronic just waiting to go. Look, there's Foxy. He has brown/orange eyes. Great. Anyway, I digress. Who am I to judge? Maybe we're all just left to assume that Afton walks around in those cool colored contacts. Anyway, it's not just the eyes that give away Afton as the animatronic's meat puppet. His overall physicality has undergone a drastic change over the years as well. On page 418, we hear that Afton started off robust and lively, a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus. Financially shrewd Santa Claus, huh? No one said the writing of this book was any good. There's clearly a reason why only 500 people made it all the way through this book. And I say that because on Amazon Kindle, they actually show you the most popular highlighted sections, and like, they all drop off by midway through the book, so I can only assume that I'm the only person who made it all the way through. The things I do for you. Anyway, soon after, our financially shrewd Santa Claus is accused of murder. He's released due to no bodies being found, and then he skips town. However, when he comes back, he's a changed person. Quote, Afton had been fat and affable. The man in the picture was sallow and thin, his skin sagging and his expression unpleasant, as if he had forgotten how to smile. He looked like a poor facsimile of himself. End quote. So when he comes back to town, he's not only lost a ton of weight, but he looks like a poor copy of himself? So that's us reading the subtext of these lines, but you don't even have to read between those lines. Afton tells us directly in the quote I used at the top of this episode. Quote, and what makes you think they won't kill you? John said again. Because I'm one of them. Said. I mean, let's face it is hard to argue with that one. He is outright saying he is an animatronic. Reading the book the first time, you all assume it's like, oh, he has a kindred spirit with these animatronics because he loves them so much and he dresses as one and this and that. But oh no, after playing Sister Location, it takes on a whole new meaning. Now, there are two major complaints against the Afton theory. One, that Baby's first lines are,
I don't recognize you. You are new.
And two, that none of it makes sense if Afton bleeds out in Springtrap in FNAF 3. But there's an easy answer for both of these situations. First, think back to the FNAF World ending, where Desk Guy, who in our last episode we established as Henry No Last Name Given, William Afton's partner in the Freddy Fazbear's franchise, confesses to building Baby. He's the creator, the one Baby would be most familiar with and not necessarily Afton. So Baby not recognizing Afton isn't all that much of a stretch. And regarding Purple Guy's death, we see in the book that William is covered in scars. Scars left over from surviving one major round of Springtrap failures. Quote, Dave had been shirtless under the costume and now his bare chest was clearly visible. His skin was horribly scarred, with raised white lines that scored his flesh in a symmetrical pattern, each side of his body mirroring the other. He raised his arms and turned slowly in a circle, giving Carlton ample time to see that the scars were everywhere. Also note that we never actually see Springtrap die in FNAF 3, just collapse into his own pool of blood and shiver there. The light never drains from his eyes. And Silver Eyes shows that it's not only possible, but that William has indeed survived a Springlock failure in the past. So could the FNAF 3 incident be the reason he has all those scars in the book? Absolutely. Also, according to the timelines, the events line up. All of the events of Silver Eyes take place in 1995, placing it long after any events that we've seen in the games thus far, with the exception of Fazbear's Fright, which may have been a hallucinogenic dream sequence anyway. So all in all, cool story, bro. We play as Purple Guy in Sister Location.
Thank you for selecting Casual Bongos.
But why? What does all this mean for the plot of the game? It actually explains a lot, but from here it also tends to get really complicated, because now we're dipping into the FNAF 4 surveillance footage, FNAF 4 locations being tied to Sister Location, child experimentation, and the identities of Baby and Ennard. So instead of rushing my way through it to get it all done in time, I'm gonna pause right here and hold all those explanations for the next episode. Now that we know who is playing the game, we need to know why and how it affects the rest of the series as we know it. So click that basket of exotic butter to subscribe and be informed of when the next half of this theory comes out. And in the meantime, listen to these casual bongos and do me a favor and vote. Sister Location, yay or nay? Was this the game that you were waiting for, or did it end up under-delivering? Click on one to choose and I'll let you know next time how y'all voted. And in the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Exotic butters. Exotic butters. Exotic butters.
Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?
So, Daddy, why won't you let me play with her?
Don't you remember what you saw happening? Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, 7 million theorists strong. And a lot of that is thanks to this franchise. More often than not, when I talk to people about their favorite episodes of this series, it's these. Young, old, it doesn't matter, the FNAF series was their first introduction. So I always feel a lot of pressure on these videos to deliver in a big way. You know, looking back, they're some of my personal favorites. Not only am I proud of the final product, but I'm proud of what they represent, as the FNAF series has been a true team effort, branching out across every person who has ever touched this channel, spanning every editor who's ever worked on an episode of Game Theory, getting you you loyal theorists involved with pitching theories and covering every style of theory that I personally write, from more IRL episodes to more lore-based ones. We've used everything from books to spin-off titles, real-world math and science to source code analysis, teaser images, trailer hints, and even US trademark data. Looking across this series, it's incredible the breadth that we've gone to. And to think, I almost never covered this series to begin with. It was going to be Slender, but then you guys, you loyal theorists, encouraged me to look into it. All based on a simple Twitter poll. You guys made it happen, and the rest is history. Funny how life goes sometimes. Anyway, like I said, I feel a lot of responsibility with these episodes, but I think today is my favorite of the whole series, because now we finally have all the pieces necessary to tell a coherent plot. It's not just some corpse kids and silent puppets and mauve murderers who don't say anything. We have personalities now, actual character, and most importantly of all, motivation. Motivations for why a serial killer would create a place like Sister Location. And believe it or not, the answer is actually quite sad. So the question of the day is, can a game make you feel sympathy for a child murderer? Because once you have the complete story, you might just see Purple Guy in a whole new light. One line across this entire franchise answers everything. I will put you back together. But before we get to all of that, let's back up a bit. Last time we established that William Afton, Purple Guy himself, is who you play as in Sister Location, and the one who eventually gets himself scooped. We also established that he once had a daughter who got herself killed at the hands, or should I say at the metal claw grip, of Baby. But there is so much more hidden in this game than that. By playing through the game and unlocking Sister Location's secret private room, players get treated to a shocking Easter egg. By typing the date 1983 into the keypad besides the monitors, the static blazes to life, revealing blurry footage of the FNAF 4 house, the plush trap hallway, Foxy's closet, and creepiest of all, the crying child's bed. We also get a clue as to how this is being done. Sitting there on the desk is none other than our good old friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. A little less psychic this time, and a little more plush, cradling what appears to be a remote control. Now, many have said that this is a walkie-talkie, but it is, in fact, a camera control. Notice the buttons on top. Those are switchers, allowing you to switch between the different cameras you have placed in the environment. The wheel on the bottom presumably allows you to turn the cameras or potentially focus them. The Fredbears from FNAF 4 are just that. Fredbear plushes equipped with hidden security cameras, something mothers are using all the time these days to monitor their children, and also getting themselves hacked while doing it. See also the Watch Dogs episode. Creepy stuff. But that begs the question, why would anyone have remote monitoring of a child's bedroom programmed to run into a secret room in an underground animatronic storage facility? And also, why that house? Well, it's important to note that it's not just any house. It's a house that's connected to Circus Baby's rentals. You heard that right. Sister Location is under the FNAF 4 house. During the Freddy Breaker Room Challenge, we're presented with a map of the facility. We see the entrance elevator, main hub area, and the various holding rooms branching out all around it. But what we also see, more faintly, are 3 other areas. Maps that should look pretty familiar to fans of this series. The plush trap hallway, the path to Fredbear's, and the crying child's bedroom from FNAF 4. No joke. Just like the vent system maps from previous games, the faded diagram would imply that all of this is located on a different level than Sister Location, i.e. above it. And as we can see, not just above it, but connected to it. In fact, while we were too busy freaking out over the ever-nearing Funtime Freddy, most gamers overlooked that as a part of that minigame, we were responsible for returning power to those areas of the map. They were even labeled Observation 1 and Observation 2. Observation? Observing what? It just gets creepier and creepier. Now, before you go saying that an underground facility attached to a house is far-fetched, it's actually something supported by the book in details I guarantee everyone overlooked while reading it. Page 118, our main character Charlie is outside her childhood home, which is also home to Henry, co-founder of Freddy's. While exploring her father's animatronic workshop, we get the following quote. She knelt again and put her hand on the ground, fishing around until she found a small screw in the bare dirt. She palmed it, then looked closer. There were small holes in the ground, exposed when she moved the loose loose dirt. Charlie ran her fingers over them, thoughtful, end quote. Tiny holes hidden under the dirt of an animatronic workshop, huh? It's an oddly specific detail that never gets mentioned again and never goes anywhere, but is one of those things that gets the theorist mind to tickle in. Because when I hear of mysterious holes in the ground in someone's private workshop, I think trapdoor. Hidden trapdoor. Or, more accurately, secret entrances. Could this be a hint as to a secret entrance in Henry's animatronic workshop into Sister Location? In fact, we can prove using more details from the book that it is still being used by Afton. Earlier in that same chapter, Scott makes sure to drop a few more hints that seemingly never go anywhere. But we all know Scott better than that, right? And now that we have Sister Location to reference, these little details start to make a whole lot more sense. Quote, the benches were there where her father had assembled and tweaked his inventions, but the materials, the blueprints, and the half-finished robots that were once crammed onto every surface had disappeared. Where are they? End quote. So we have missing blueprints and partially finished bots that have just disappeared, but it continues. Quote, Charlie, John said from across the workshop, he was in the dark corner. If the skeleton had been there, it could have reached out to touch him, but it's not there. Notice the italics here. This isn't something that we're doing for effect in the video. This is actually straight from the book. Time and time again, Scott and the team working on this book are emphasizing these lines as though they're pointing to a greater mystery here, that someone has stolen these materials and are using them for their own devices, that they're hidden somewhere in this world. But it's a mystery that never gets solved within the pages of the book. But perhaps most importantly of all is a paragraph a few sentences later that pulls all these clues together and may finally give us an answer as to what is in the box. You know, the box. Quote, John was standing beside her father's toolbox, and he stepped away as she came over, giving her space. Charlie knelt down before it. It looked as if it had just been polished. It was made of dark, stained wood. Glossy. All the tools were polished and clean. They looked as though they had just been used that morning, wiped down and put away meticulously, like someone still cared for them. End quote. Stolen blueprints, missing robots, pristine tools despite supposedly going unused for 10 years, hints at a trap door and William Afton lingering around the town in disguise. Quite simply, the pieces here add up. But again, that's hints that we can glean from the book. The bigger question here is, why would Afton be spying on the FNAF 4 house in the games? Well, because it's his. As we established last episode, you play as Purple Guy, and each night you go back to your retro-themed house. At first, these cutscenes seem like they should just be absurd breaks from the spoopy action of the main game.
Clara, the baby isn't mine.
But look closer and you notice the details of the room, in particular, a very ugly lamp. A very ugly, very familiar lamp. One that we saw in, you guessed it, FNAF 4. In other words, this is Afton's house, and from his underground private room, he's observing his kids. Crying child, the older brother, and the girl who eventually becomes baby. As I suspected in my prediction video for this game, this truly is a sister location. A sister's location. And from there, all the parts start to fit together. So let's retell this story from the beginning now that we have all the pieces. Remember what will happen if he catches you. It's a line we hear repeated over and over again throughout FNAF 4, and now we know why. Crying Child has seen Golden Bonnie abduct children multiple times in the past. This moment in the back room that we all debated about whether or not it was a murder is in fact a child kidnapping. Silver Eyes proves it as it shows that Purple Guy kills by trapping the kids in spring-lock suits. Quote, Carlton was wedged inside the heavy, barrel-shaped torso of a mascot costume, the headless top half of some kind of animal. His arms were trapped inside the torso section, pinned to his sides in an unnatural position. He could feel pieces of metal that pressed against his back and poked him. Dave said to Carlton, if you trigger those spring locks, two things will happen. First, all the locks will snap right into you, making deep cuts all over your body. And a split second later, all the animatronic parts they've been holding back will instantly be driven into your body. You'll die, but it will be slow. Having witnessed a scene similar to this, the boy is justifiably terrified, trying to avoid the pizzeria at all costs. But it's kinda hard when your father is one of the owners. Meanwhile, William Afton knows that he's been found out, hence the observation monitors and security Fredbears. He needs to be sure of his son's movements, even when he's at work, be it above ground or below. I mean, the guy may be a killer, but it's not like he could just kill his son, even if he was the witness to a gruesome murder at the restaurant. But Afton's problem gets solved prematurely with the fatal chomp of 83, a son William loved killed by the very animatronics he also loved, leading us to one fateful promise. I will put you back together. We've analyzed this line a lot in past theories because it's not only the final lines of FNAF 4 and FNAF World, thereby making it super important to this franchise, but because it's also presented to us in a different color than Fredbear's yellow. Someone else is talking here. And now we can finally pinpoint who said it, and more importantly, why. It was Afton. I will put you back together. A promise to fix his son, a broken son, in the only way that he knows how, animatronics. Enter Sister Location and the Funtime animatronics, not built for entertainment or for being worn, but built to help Purple Guy save his son. Built for capture. Although no one has yet found how to unlock them in the game, if you dig through the Sister Location files, you find a set of blueprints for the various animatronics, outlining their size and special features. Not only are they enormous, topping 7 feet in some instances, certainly bigger than a small child, but they're also equipped with things like 360-degree tracking, parental voice mimicking, and storage tanks. Look closer at the wireframes and you see that the storage tank isn't quite empty. Yeah, that's a child in there, curled up, hidden in Fredbear's stomach, captured alive, ready to be experimented on. Because Purple Guy is no longer killing to satisfy himself, he's doing it to recover his son, to figure out the secret of fusing souls into animatronics. You heard me, Afton wants to unlock the mystery of giving gifts, giving life. And if that seems like a stretch, just look at the number of sentient, independent, and fully aware robots in Sister Location. You not only have the core set, but there's also the baby babies and the mini Renas. Tens of sentient animatronics moving against their programming. And unlike past games where we received explanations like anti-criminal systems, dying guys in murder suits, or the products of a nightmare, here they just kinda exist. Why? Well, Baby tells us over and over in the trailer for Sister Location. Before the game's release, we had no idea, but now we do know what they've been through. Experiments and controlled shocks. Dozens, and I mean dozens of children captured as the Funtime animatronics executed on the programming that told them to collect. Also that Afton could learn the secret to reawakening lost souls. As we see in Silver Eyes, he knows it's possible as he's not shocked at all when the animatronics come to life at night. Quote, "They're home with me." Dave's voice was coarse, and the large mascot head slid forward and tilted as he spoke. Their happiest day. All they know is that you're here, trying to take away their happiest day. You are intruders, end quote. And as evidenced by the animatronics crawling throughout Sister Location, he succeeds in his goal. But in doing so, he pays the ultimate price, losing the second of his children, his daughter, when she ignores his warnings to stay away from the robots. A daughter whose soul goes on to possess Baby, as evidenced by the eye color shift from blue in the minigame to green in all the other times that we ever get to see Baby. Now flash forward to the beginning of Sister Location, a place where, as we're told in the trailer, memories sleep, anger is restless, and secrets don't keep. The children's spirits are mad and eager to get out, but how does a ragtag group of sentient robots escape? Even if they made it to the surface, giant endoskeletons roaming around would be like the coming of Terminator 2, and humans don't take kindly to that sort of thing. And so they've been forced to concoct a sneakier plan to escape. They put together their individual abilities often programmed into them, like Freddy's voice mimic and Bellora's misdirection tactics, to create a new entity, the collective consciousness known as Ennard, a tangle of wires and eyeballs that serves as their final hope. And we know it's all the animatronics together because it refers to itself as we.
There is nowhere to go when we look like this.
Because it was an and humans don't giant. How does a ragtag group, as we're told, get color shift from blue of his goal, but induced by the animatronic their happiest day? You are intruders, end quote. And as evidenced by the animatronics crawling throughout Sister Location, he succeeds in his goal, but in doing so, he pays the ultimate price, losing the second of his children, his daughter, when she ignores his warnings to stay away from the robots. A daughter whose soul goes on to possess Baby, as evidenced by the eye color shift from blue in the minigame to green in all the other times that we ever get to see Baby. Now flash forward to the beginning of Sister Location, a place where, as we're told in the trailer, memories sleep, anger is restless, and secrets don't keep. The children's spirits are mad and eager to get out, but how does a ragtag group of sentient robots escape? Even if they made it to the surface, giant endoskeletons roaming around would be like the coming of Terminator 2, and humans don't take kindly to that sort of thing. And so they've been forced to concoct a sneakier plan to escape. They put together their individual abilities often programmed into them, like Freddy's voice mimic and Bellora's misdirection tactics, to create a new entity, the collective consciousness known as Ennard, a tangle of wires and eyeballs that serves as their final hope. And we know it's all the animatronics together because it refers to itself as we.
There is nowhere to go when we look like this.
As the teaser said, there was a part of him in every body. After all, throughout the 5 nights, Ennard uses those various skills and pretends in order to gain our trust, using the voice mimic to sound like Baby and be sympathetic, adopting the voice of the little green-eyed girl to make us compelled to move forward and save her. But it's all a trick, and by night 5, they've cleared out all the evidence, killing the other technicians so that no one can speak of the haunted animatronics. But note that those guys haven't been scooped. They've saved that honor specifically for you, the purple guy. The reason they're stuck there in the first place. Using Baby's voice, they push you into the scooping room, remove your skeleton, and inhabit your body. And as we see in the final scene, their escape is successful. The purple guy, the serial killer father trying to put his son back together, is killed by the exact monsters he first created. But not in an unhappy way. He achieved what he wanted, being reunited with his children. Page 411 of Silver Eyes. Quote, "The voice of the rabbit was smooth and rich, almost musical. Dave cocked his head to the side so that only one of his bulbous eyes could peer through the sockets. We both wanted to love," he said in those melodious tones. "Your father loved, and now I have loved." End quote. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the
Super Amazing End Card Tournament!
where last time I asked you whether you thought Sister Location
Father, it's me, Michael. I found it. It was right where you said it would be. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Nope. Nuh-uh, not touching it. No, sirree, Bob. No way. You can mechanically wheeze all you want, Michael Eggs Benedict, Afton, Purple Guy, Jingleheimer, Schmidt, but I am not spending another 20 minutes trying to piece together whether you're Springtrap, whether you're Purple Guy, whether you're a second Purple Guy, and whether all of this requires yet another rewrite of the timeline. I am not doing it. At least not until the next book comes out in June. Nope, no siree, doggo. Today, the series that prompted lore-based theories to flood this channel is getting the old school game theory treatment. That's right. Today, I'm tackling the science of Five Nights at Freddy's. Hello Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today's Freddy theory is gonna be a bit different. No source code deep dives, no rooting around for obscure hidden Easter eggs, only hardcore real-life research. Oh, but speaking of the source code, something really fascinating is going on right now. Scott Cawthon's two websites are having a conversation. Scott Games is saying things like, "You're crowding us. You can't tell us what to do anymore. We outnumber you." And the FNAF World website is replying with, "Be quiet. Yes, I can. You will do everything that I tell you to do." Which makes it seem like FNAF 6, Sins of the Father, it's my title, feel free to use it, Scotty C, is gonna be like an all-out animatronic Civil War-style battle against the OG creator William, aka Springtrap Afton. How awesome would that be? Title, gameplay, boom, done. Feel free to use that idea as well. Meanwhile, in other FNAF updates, since a lot of you have been asking me on Twitter about my thoughts on this, the movie got itself canceled and then found itself a new production partner, Blumhouse Productions, the same guys who did Paranormal Activity, Oculus, The Purge, Get Out. Honestly, I think it's great news. Blumhouse has made a name for themselves by doing awesome movies on really teeny tiny budgets, and FNAF as an indie franchise needs that cheaply made indie vibe to really make it scary. It doesn't need a big studio like Warner Brothers, where it used to be, going in and meddling and trying to make it more family friendly so they can go in and sell more FNAF toys and it becomes the next Minions or something. Low budget is the way to go because it forces you to get creative. So this news actively made me excited for the movie. A video game movie based on FNAF. Seriously, all the subs to film theorists better get themselves ready for a heapin' helpin' of Freddy when that movie rolls around. Anyway, enough updates. I think that covers all the FNAF related things that you guys have been asking me about on Twitter. On to the episode. This week, I'm covering a topic I've wanted to do since the release of FNAF 4 back in 2015 and never had the opportunity to because I was always so busy trying to piece together the damn lore, and that is, can an animatronic actually kill you? Since, you know, this series has a lot of animatronics and a whole lot of death at the hands of animatronics. But more specifically, I want to focus on the bite. You know the one I'm talking about. Whether or not you believe this moment to be the bite of 83 or the bite of 87, whether or not the date really even matters anymore, one thing is clear. This is the moment that set in motion everything else in these games. Based on the evidence coming from 6 games and the Silver Eyes book, William Afton, creator of the animatronics, suffers this tragedy where his son's head gets crushed in a childhood bullying incident. A few days later, the son dies of his wounds in his hospital bed, setting in motion Afton's quest to, quote, put him back together. Cut to scoopings, sister locations, a dead daughter, and more missing children than you can shake a basket of exotic butters at, and all because of this one moment. The bite is treated as a freak accident, something that couldn't have been helped. The horrific ending of an innocent childhood prank gone wrong. A series filled with haunted puppets and reincarnated skin suits starts with this. Just a random tragic incident that nobody could have stopped. A simple mechanical failure. Remember, this is before any of the suits are haunted. It's still just a regular old animatronic. But is that really true? Does a regular old animatronic actually have the ability to crush a child's skull? Or is there something a bit more sinister going on here? Let me just say this. I will never look at my last sister location theories the same way again. And it's all thanks to the results of this episode's research. To begin to piece together the real danger these Disney rejects pose, we need to understand what makes them so dangerous in the first place. Sure, it might be easy to assume that Golden Fredbear and Golden Bonnie here are so deadly because they're spring-lock suits, but as we hear about in FNAF 3's phone calls, the locks are only used to hold back the sharp, pointy innards so they could be worn in suit mode.
To change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed.
It's also something that we witness up close and personal during Night 4 of FNAF's sister location. The spring locks hold back the robotic innards, and them unsnapping and releasing the mechanism is what makes them so deadly. But during FNAF 4's bite, Golden Freddy is already in robot mode. There would be no spring locks activated. They would not be snapping shut. To put it simply, the robot is operating like any normal animatronic would be, meaning that the danger is coming not from some weird, unique detail of FNAF-verse-style robots, but rather from the same mechanisms that exist in any animatronic, be it in a fictional pizzeria to the creepy remnants of Big Bear Jamboree heads looking down at you from the Winnie the Pooh ride in Disneyland. Go ahead, look it up. There's some nightmare fuel for you. Or better yet, if you're at Disneyland leaving the Heffalump and Woozle section of the ride, look behind you and look up. Ho, prepare for a surprise. Anyway, all things considered, to truly unwrap this theory, we need to know how normal animatronics actually work. Enter a man named Bernie, Disneyland and Disney, creepy remnants of Big Bear Jamboree heads looking down at you from the Winnie the Pooh ride in Disneyland. Go ahead, look it up. There's some nightmare fuel for you. Or better yet, if you're at Disneyland leaving the Heffalump and Woozle section of the ride, look behind you and look up. Ho, prepare for a surprise. Anyway, all things considered, to truly unwrap this theory, we need to know how normal animatronics actually work. Enter a man named Vern Grainer, an engineer who used to build robots for Chuck E. Cheese. Turns out, how these things are built is actually a closely guarded trade secret, because I can pronounce my awas. But in an article he did for Nuts and Bolts magazine back in 2009, he confirmed that almost every entertainment robot on the planet is built from one core technology: pneumatic actuators. What are those? Well, yo, listen up then. Ya homies know that when all the sickest ballers want to pimp out their bangin' rides, yo, they install hydraulic lifts in their undercarriage, like Ramon from the Cars movie? Well, where hydraulics use oil and fluid dynamics to do that sweet lifting, yo, pneumatics use air pressure. You build up a bunch of air pressure and then release it. That release moves whatever you want: a piston, a pulley, the deadly grin of a lifeless singing bear. They're used in everything from robots to build cars to the jaws of, well, Jaws at Universal Studios. Now, Grainer doesn't specify how powerful pneumatic actuators in a Chuck E. Cheese-style robot's mouth would be, but we can go ahead and calculate a rough estimate. Whereas other actuators in the body and legs would have to be more powerful since they're moving larger, heavier chunks of robot, the ones in the mouth are smaller, more delicate. They only have to move a couple of ounces of plastic and metal for the jaws, teeth, and cheeks. The pneumatic tubes themselves are also only a couple inches long, meaning that they can only build up so much air pressure. All things considered, you're only gonna need about 40 psi of air pressure max to do all of that. That's not a whole lot. It's like the pressure created from a strong breeze. So how the heck do a handful of small pistons powered by air create enough force to crack a child's skull wide open? They can't. You see, crushing a human skull ain't easy. The 22 bones of the human skull are there to protect the most important organ in our body from damage, and the whole thing has got a rounded structure to help disperse any forces applied to it. The strongest boxer in the world could punch you in the head at full force, and it barely crack. But this perfectly normal Chuck E. Cheese wannabe not only cracks the crying child's head, but breaks through hard enough to cause severe trauma to the brain? How much force is needed to do that? Well, it's actually a tricky question. First, we gotta ask, how old is the victim? When you're first born, the skull is softer, moldable, since, you know, it has to pass through narrow lady bits. Once it's made that journey, it has to be able to accommodate for your growing brain. So it has these soft spots called fontanelles to give the skull flexibility. So I immediately thought that our crying child birthday boy might be a bit easier of a nut to crack considering how young he is, but the research didn't pan out that way. The soft spots disappear or ossify by the time that you're 9 to 18 months old. And I don't care how heartless of a killer you are, purple guy, you ain't letting your 1-year-old hobble his way home after a day of sitting terrified in a broom closet. Second, to answer the question I had to ask, what parts of the skull are we talking about? Because different sections have different thicknesses and, as a result, different strengths. According to research done by Tobias Matei, who studied children's bike helmets and how they protect the skull, the thinnest region of the skull bone is about where your temples are. Lo and behold, that's exactly where our crying child is seeing most of the damage done. When he's placed in Golden Fredbear's mouth by the bullies, he's facing outward towards us, mostly facing the camera, meaning that the weaker sides of his skull are the ones that are having to deal with the crushing forces of the teeth. So I looked it up. To fracture the skull there would require the equivalent of a 1,100-pound man or 500-kilogram woman, equal opportunity not being sexist here, to step on the head in that exact spot. But then again, that's just to have the thing fracture. We're talking about a catastrophic head failure that impacts the brain. So we have to get a bit more specific and a bit harder of a bite. Luckily, I found a study looking into exactly that. Testing over 300 samples, some scientific madmen determined that human skull bone, when put under various kinds of stress, had a failure pressure of 1900 psi or 13 megapascals. 13 megapascals means that for every square meter of surface area, area, it takes 13 million newtons of force to break a skull open. Now, obviously, that number is hard to imagine without me giving you a real-world example of what it feels like. The challenge, though, is to accurately represent that pressure, we need to know how that pressure is being delivered. If I'm delivering a lot of pressure onto a small point, it's gonna do a lot more damage than if I deliver that same amount of pressure across a wider surface area. Think of it like the difference of stepping onto a single nail versus laying on a bed of nails. One's a bloody good party trick, the other is just bloody. So think about it this way. 1 megapascal of pressure is about the pressure of an average human bite. We're talking 13 times that. That is a lot of pressure. And in our case, that pressure is being delivered by small animatronic teeth clamping down on either side of the crying child's head. So a whole lot more like that single nail example than the bed of nails. But to find out just how powerful and deadly these teeth are, we're gonna need one thing: pixel measurements. We need to know the surface area of Freddy's teeth so that we can figure out how much force minimum those teeth are delivering. Now, obviously, we're gonna have to approximate a bit since the game contains no real measurements to go off of, so instead I started with Freddy's face. It's an Easter egg I never really addressed in the theories, but way back in vanilla FNAF 1, lots of theorists were talking about an oddly shaped smudge on Freddy's face. This smudge is in the shape of a handprint. Now granted, it isn't a golden suit, but as we see in that game, the two are comparable in size. Given that the average human hand is about 18.89 centimeters long, we can use this handprint to scale everything else. Freddy's head then is 32 centimeters wide, or about twice as wide as an adult human's head, which makes a lot of sense. You need something big enough to serve as a costume. Now, using a combination of images from different angles, we can use this to determine the dimensions of one tooth, which comes to 1.4 square centimeters. It looks like he was bitten with 8 teeth, 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. This gives us a total surface area of 11.26 square centimeters. So, using the power of math, we can use this figure to determine how much force each tooth is biting down with. And that number is bone-chilling: 14,758 newtons. Why is that a bone-chilling number? Because that's the strength that a full-grown crocodile bites with. It's almost the strength of a great white shark bite. In order to deliver that amount of force, you would need 2 high-end industrial-strength pneumatic actuators. These things are as long as your arm, and they need their own dedicated compressors pumping out 100 pounds per square inch. I mean, your own teeth would crack if you bit down with that kind of force, and it is most certainly way overkill for moving the mouth of some cheap mascot at a sad sack themed restaurant. It's almost like someone built these things to intentionally be deadly. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is our smoking gun. When we last covered the lore of this series, myself, as well as other FNAF theorists like Treacicle and Dawko, concluded that William Afton was driven to his murderous rampage by tragic circumstances. His son was killed in the jaws of that machine, and so he dedicated his life to twisted experimentation on other children to bring his son back. Sure, it doesn't mean that William Afton kidnapping and killing tons of kids is okay, but it does make us sympathize with him a little. He was driven to madness by this immense sadness. But if all this science today is truly correct, it proves that he was a madman all along. That even in the earliest days of Fredbear's Family Diner, William was making suits designed to kill, with mechanisms way overpowered for what they were meant to do. Any normal animatronic would have left the crying child with a few scratches, maybe some psychological scars, but that's about it. He'd be alive. But Afton, being the psychopath that he is, had other intentions. Not only did he create a deadly system with the spring locks, but even the basic robotics of his mascots were built to kill, something that he would continue to do throughout his career, particularly with the Funtime series. We all thought it was a freak accident that killed Afton's son, but at the end of the day, this death was completely avoidable. It was all Afton's fault. He only has his own twisted experiments to blame, claiming first his son and eventually his daughter too. Man, I gotta say, that really bites. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. 6 whole months since a FNAF theory? Wow, time flies. It's actually really nice to cover the series again with fresh eyes. I even figured out some new lore bits while working on this one, stuff that I'm sure will show up in the next FNAF theory coming this summer, so if you haven't done it yet, make sure that you bite down hard on that subscribe button in 3, 2, 1, crunch! And hey, might I recommend clicking the video that you see on screen right now? It's actually the first video that I did on FNAF. It's actually really interesting to see how the series have changed in that amount of time. Anyway, that's it for today. I will see you all Trap! A horde of the Balloon Boys emerged from the cave, shaking back and forth on unsteady feet, their pointed teeth chattering loudly as they wobbled forward with staring eyes. Not again! I hate these things, Jessica cried. You and me both, sister. You and me both. Up top. Can't high-five me up top because you're a fictional character. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where... Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. FNAF 6 is canceled. Looks like I had more staying power than you, Scotty C. Let's be honest, though, it's gonna be more delayed than canceled, really. And there's still the movie, the merch, a second book just released, a third book coming soon, and a fourth one on the way. So just like the animatronics, the series itself keeps getting reborn in new forms with increasingly absurd names. Withered Freddy, Nightmare Chica, Not So Fun Time Franchise. Speaking of ridiculous new names for the same old cast of animals, let's talk about the latest addition to the roster, the Twisted Animatronics. Stars of the new FNAF book that came out at the end of June. Now, I'm gonna be honest, this book was definitely a step up from the first. It had 200 less pages. Oh, sick was Tronics. Let's talk about guys. Speaking Nightmare Chica, Not So Fun Time Franchise. Speaking of ridiculous new names for the same old cast of animals, let's talk about the latest addition to the roster, the Twisted Animatronics. Stars of the new FNAF book that came out at the end of June. Now, I'm gonna be honest, this book was definitely a step up from the first. It had 200 less pages. Oh, sick bird, y'all! You need a calendar, man! I mean, don't take that as too high of a compliment. In 200 pages, you still had a college robotics major going to the scene of a murder and then touching the victim, getting blood all up on her hands, and no one on the police force even batting an eye over the blatant crime scene tampering that was happening. Then there's the fact that in the book, multiple Balloon Boys, including BB, JJ, and whatever other ridiculous combination of letters you can come up with, are canon too. But you know what? I still gotta appreciate lines like page 183, you never know when a corpse may wander out of the shadows wearing a rabbit suit. Even the books have become self-aware of their own absurdity at this point. Now, at this point, Scott has made it clear that the books and the games are separate canons. And while that may be true, both are still shambling their way out of Scott's mind brain. We all know that Scott leaves plenty of holes in his stories, details or events that are left purposefully vague so that we can theorize to fill in those gaps. But what's interesting is that he leaves different holes in each series. And by looking at the two series in tandem, those holes start to fill themselves in with events from the sister series. The sister location! No, just no. Anyway, reading Twisted Ones was like reading the crib notes for Sister Location, because a lot, and I mean a lot of that game's weirdness became more and more clear as I turned more and more pages. So FNAF 6 may be dead, but we're gonna go back to beat the dead horse animatronic that is Sister Location. Can we name it Horsey? Horsey, the dead horse animatronic, and we just beat it every time we do an episode about one of these games? Great. Dead horse animatronic Horsey one final time, because thanks to the Twisted Ones, we have all the information we need to help that game make just a little bit more sense. First, how do we know that this book is anywhere close to related to Sister Location? Well, it's easy. The answer's in the title, The Twisted Ones. The recurring threat in the book are these so-called twisted animatronics. But even though we're supposed to think that this is a new breed of killer robot, they're not. Not at all, in fact. We've seen them before in Sister Location. Check out this description and let me know if it sounds familiar. Page 90. The creature had no fur and its face was smooth. It had a short muzzle and oval ears sticking out from the sides of its head. It had the general appearance of an animal's head, though much larger than the animatronic animals from Freddy's. Running down the center of its face was a long, straight split, exposing wires and a line of metal frame. A thick plastic material was stuck to the face in large patches. So the Twisted Animatronics have a plastic-like covering and a face that splits open. It certainly sounds like the aesthetic of the Funtime Animatronics, but it doesn't stop there. These guys were built to be big because their mission is to capture children, like Pokeballs out for revenge. Page 140. Freddy's face slid across the bed like a python. His head lost its shape as it folded outward, taking hold of her feet and beginning to swallow, moving slowly upward as she fought not to scream or fight, his cheeks and chin dislocating further. It no longer resembled a living thing. Before she could struggle further, her arms were pinned to her side, trapped inside the thing. Only her head remained free. She gasped for a last breath, then was violently scooped up, consumed by the creature. she done got scooped. Then, a few pages later, she was inside a cavity made for a human being, but the suit was moving with complete autonomy. In case you've forgotten, this is exactly what we see in Sister Location's hidden animatronic blueprints. Oversized robots with special containment features to lure in and trap small children. Even the description for how people get scooped into the animatronics is reminiscent of Sister Location's horrific ice cream minigame with Baby. Page 92. The animatronic's arms lifted and its chest opened like an iron gate. Its metal pieces slid out of place to reveal a dark, gaping pit where sharp spikes and spring locks were just barely visible. It was a trap, waiting to be triggered. She beat against its bent and damaged arm, but the other arm steadily forced her closer to the chest cavity. So why does any of this, and the Twisted Ones as a whole book, matter in the context of the FNAF games? Well, in the opening sequence of Sister Location, we hear that the Funtime animatronics were built by William Afton.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
A guy who, up to that point in the series, had only been named in the first book, Silver Eyes. By the end of the book, we learn that William is Purple Guy, the killer who kidnaps kids while wearing a golden Bonnie suit. But Silver Eyes also introduced us to other important characters for the FNAF series as a whole, including Henry, no last name given, William's partner and the more creative half of the company, the one who actually created the animatronics. So after reading Silver Eyes, we were left with William, the business guy who doesn't create robots but does kill children, and Henry, the creator who does create robots but doesn't kill children. Got all that? Good. Now, in my FNAF 5 Decoded video, I drew parallels between Henry and a mysterious figure that we saw during a secret cutscene of FNAF World, both of whom create animatronics and commit suicide. Long story short, in the game, he ends his own life because he created Baby, a robot that he's ashamed of. In the book, why Henry kills himself is still a big part of the mystery. Now, if you want more information about the parallels between these two characters, click the eye icon in the upper right-hand corner of the screen because I go more in-depth there. But after that video, it seemed like a lock. We finally had some solid leads as to who these key players in the games were, and the clues were coming from Silver Eyes. But then that opening cinematic from Sister Location played the first time we all booted up the game. Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots, and everyone, including myself, was like, well, there went that theory. Afton was supposed to be the business guy, not the creator. So if he's the one who builds animatronics in the game, then Henry must not exist in this universe. Scott had pulled the wool FNAF games? Well, in the opening sequence of Sister Location, we hear that the Funtime animatronics were built by William Afton.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
A guy who, up to that point in the series, had only been named in the first book, Silver Eyes. By the end of the book, we learn that William is Purple Guy, the killer who kidnaps kids while wearing a golden Bonnie suit. But Silver Eyes also introduced us to other important characters for the FNAF series as a whole, including Henry, no last name given, William's partner and the more creative half of the company, the one who actually created the animatronics. So after reading Silver Eyes, we were left with William, the business guy who doesn't create robots but does kill children, and Henry, the creator who does create robots but doesn't kill children. Got all that? Good. Now, in my FNAF 5 Decoded video, I drew parallels between Henry and a mysterious figure that we saw during a secret cutscene of FNAF World, both of whom create animatronics and commit suicide. Long story short, in the game, he ends his own life because he created Baby, a robot that he's ashamed of. In the book, why Henry kills himself is still a big part of the mystery. Now, if you want more information about the parallels between these two characters, click the eye icon in the upper right-hand corner of the screen because I go more in-depth there. But after that video, it seemed like a lock. We finally had some solid leads as to who these key players in the games were, and the clues were coming from Silver Eyes. But then that opening cinematic from Sister Location played the first time we all booted up the game. Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots. And everyone, including myself, was like, well, there went that theory. Afton was supposed to be the business guy, not the creator. So if he's the one who builds animatronics in the game, then Henry must not exist in this universe. Scott had pulled the wool over my eyes, or at least retconned huge parts of his story to keep me off the scent once again. Except not. The theory was right the first time. The Twisted One's book confirms that both Henry and William Afton create animatronics, with the originals being built by Henry and the Twisted Funtime style animatronics being Afton's. On page 92 of the Twisted Ones, we see the main character Charlie, daughter of Henry, talking about one of these new animatronics. Whoa, the hardware, the joints, it's older technology. Maybe he made them earlier? I don't know. I recognize some of this as my dad's work, but then a lot of it's foreign to me. Someone else may have had a hand in it. I'm not sure if my dad made it or not, but I have a feeling he's the one who buried it. Oh yeah, by the way, in the book, the twisted animatronics bury themselves during the day and come out at night to nab people. Animatronic zombies. Why not? It is probably one of the things that makes more sense in the book, honestly. Anyway, it's continually hinted at throughout the book that these animatronics weren't built by Henry. My father wouldn't have used this. He always put stops so that the joints couldn't do things humans can't do. Then again, on page 113, the bear was frightening, misshapen, an imitation of Freddy created by someone else. It was a strange variation, into which her father had never breathed life, but William Afton, Dave, did. And then finally, William Dave, maybe Purple Guy, Springtrap Afton confirms it on page 186.
Did you think my robots would be as poorly designed as your father's?
So there you go. The original theory still stands. Henry and William can both be active players in the game universe because both build animatronics. And if you need even more evidence, then think about it this way. At the end of FNAF World, Henry admits that he created Baby, and then he kills himself ashamed of his creation. At the beginning of Sister Location, we see that Afton is still alive, he's claiming creation rights, and he's obviously proud of his new robots. Then, at the end of the game, his son Michael Afton says that he's gonna come find his father.
Father, it's me, Michael. I'm going to come find you.
Thus, William is still alive, Henry is dead, but both must be a part of these games. And that's an important detail to solidify because the book also confirms something that FNAF theorists had been speculating about since the release of Sister Location. One of the weirdest details from that game was hidden in Funtime Freddy's room, where a map of FNAF 4's house was above and directly connected to the map of the Sister Location facility. It was also something that was hinted at throughout the Silver Eyes novel. Again, something that I covered in a previous theory linked via those iCards in the upper right-hand corner. But Twisted Ones not only confirms this underground bunker for Sister Location exists, it also confirms whose house it's built under. Henry's. In the novel, we see the twisted animatronics capture the main character Charlie, again, Henry's daughter, and drop her off in some remixed version of the FNAF 2 pizzeria. I say remixed because, like a lot of this book, it's a weird hybridization of the things that happen in the games and other stuff. It's got the carousel and balloon boys from the FNAF 2 location, but then there's a cave and a waterfall for some reason. Because why not? FNAF 7, Under the Sea! Earlier in the book, Charlie and her boyfriend John, who admittedly has to be the most patient and loving boyfriend in the history of the universe, like, Charlie shows him no sense of affection, and he is there just like a sad puppy dog. It is tragic. Anyway, those two go to visit Charlie's childhood home, which has been destroyed by a storm. And what they find is that the storm has broken down a wall to reveal a new room, a secret room, hidden in their house that Charlie had never known about. Quote, that's not even part of the house. I've never seen this room before. The walls were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the rooms. Whatever's out there killing people came from there. When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. But what's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that underground pizzeria I mentioned. On page 190. 4. We're out! We're okay! Don't you see where we are? She whispered. Slowly, she walked the length of the room, gesturing to the 4 enormous pits in the floor, one of which contained a headless, half-buried robot. John, this is my dad's house. It's the room we found. They escaped upward out of the underground pizzeria and wound up in Henry's house. So slowly the pieces start to fit together. Henry in the book buries and tries to seal off the twisted animatronics and then commits suicide out of guilt for helping William to build these things in the first place, just like we see him do in FNAF world. And just like we see the underground bunker underneath a normal, everyday home in Sister Location. And I'm just getting started, because while all this other information is certainly interesting, Twisted Ones exposed a detail from Sister Location so tiny and so minute that we all overlooked it in our excitement over decoding underground storage facilities and tracking animatronic eye color. And yet, much like that infamous Chica Beak clue from FNAF 2 and 4, this small detail is so monumentally earth-shattering to the franchise as we know it that I can't not talk about it here. On Sister Location's Night 3, Michael Afton's big task is to remove a power module from Funtime Freddy. After following the narrator's instructions on which buttons to press and what order to press them in, Freddy's chest pops open and the power module reveals itself. And it's this little blinking black dot, oddly unconnected to literally anything else in the animatronic, and in a pretty unusual place, just kinda stuck on, slightly off to the side. I remember thinking at the time that this was an odd design choice for something that was supposedly powering the whole animatronic, but how would I know? No one, and I mean no one, called this thing out, considering Night 3 in general was just kinda forgettable, overshadowed by the misery that was the Spring Lock challenge on Night 4, and the fascinating map Easter eggs hidden on Night 2. But of course, this is FNAF, and no detail is too small in this series, and Twisted Ones blew the lid off this disc's true purpose. Its little mystery being so important that it's the reason they're called the Twisted Ones in the first place. Stick with me now, because I'm not making any of this up. That little device from Sister Location is actually a mind control disc. Pause for all the stunned gasps and requisite eye rolls. I don't blame either of those reactions. Let me explain. Throughout the book, anytime the twisted animatronics show up, people start to feel weird side effects. Page 91 and 92. As her hand touched the creature, a wave of nausea hit her, but it lasted only a split second. Something else about it had transformed at the same time. Its artificial skin took on a luminescence, and its movements were fluid and sure. Its casing suddenly appeared to have skin and fur, though they were blurry, flickering like a trick of the light. Now, after destroying one of these twisted animatronics, Charlie and boy toy John discover a weird object embedded in the machine. Quote, it was a flat disc, about the size of a $50 coin. She held it up to her ear. Wow, that's really high-pitched. I can barely hear it. The sound is why you feel sick. It emits some kind of signal. It changes what those things look like. It changes our perception of what they look like, Charlie corrected. Freddy's image flickered like static on a television screen. The color faded from his fur, then everything that made him Freddy winked out, leaving only a smooth plastic figure in his place. It looked like the rest of the animals in the room, a blank mannequin stripped of its characteristics. These aren't made out of fur and fabric. They're made by us, by twisting our minds. You shot the chip, you killed the illusion. Twisting our minds, you say. Roll credits! Now, for as ridiculous as a small disc that emits sounds that gets your brain to change the way it perceives the world around you sounds, it's actually kinda based in scientific fact. The brain is constantly having to process tons of information, so it is always looking for shortcuts. For instance, if I show you this text, you're probably going to be able to read it really quickly, right? It's because the brain isn't reading text by individual letters, but rather by the context of the other words around it, the way it expects the sentence to go, and making guesses off the most frequent short words that it sees on a day-to-day basis. The same is generally true in visual perception. Without going into detail here, it's how optical illusions work, and there's been plenty of research on how the brain fills in visual gaps that it experiences. So the idea that a disc is shooting out sounds that distract you and thus cause your perception of reality to change to stuff that you're actually more familiar with isn't as far-fetched as it might seem. At least, not as far-fetched as robots haunted by dead children getting into an all-out rumble against other animatronics built to vor unsuspecting victims, which is literally a thing that happens in the climax of this book, not to spoil it or anything. And of course, it probably goes without saying, but these little mind-controlled discs were created by none other than dear old dad, William Afton, age 99. There was writing along one edge. She had to bring the piece of plastic close to her face to make the letters out. They were tiny and written in an old-fashioned flowing script. They read, Afton Robotics, LLC. Charlie dropped the disc immediately. Afton? William Afton. That's my father's old partner. That's Dave's real name, John finished. I thought he was just a business partner for Freddy's, she said slowly. I guess he did a bit more than that. So why and how does this matter in the context of the games? I actually think it has the potential to explain a lot. First, from the book. So the animatronics aren't changing shape, we're just being distracted. What's the purpose of that, though? To earn our trust, to look more friendly, to look more real, to lure kids closer. And that's something we definitely see at play throughout Sister Location. It was even in the hidden animatronic blueprints that we discovered. Weird technology put in place to lure and trap kids. Now, this is speculation, but remember Sister Location's secret control room that allowed us to observe the crying child's bedroom, as well as other key locations from FNAF 4? On the map, they were labeled as observation rooms. Could that be what William was observing? The effects of his mind-twisting discs on children? Could FNAF 4 not have been a dream, a nightmare, a hospital hallucination, whatever, but rather the twisted dreams generated by these distraction discs? But even beyond that, I think these discs explain a topic that I have actively avoided throughout all my theories on this series. The phantom animatronics from FNAF 3. Remember way back to FNAF 3 when this was supposed to be the final boss battle? There was only one real animatronic out to get you, Springtrap. All the other main jump scares were hallucinations, in a building that had a high-pitched whining noise the whole time. And especially when it came to the puppet attacking you. Weird that these hallucinations are happening around a time when there's high-pitched noises around, like these discs emanate. And notice that the ventilation in the game would only tend to drop after you had been scared, not before. It's as though these hallucinations aren't coming from a lack of oxygen, like Phone Dude says, but rather from some other source. A disc specific. Twisted animatronics, and then commits suicide during a secret cutscene of FNAF World, both of whom create animatronics and commit suicide. Long story short, in the game, he ends his own life because he game theory. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. FNAF 6 is canceled. Looks like I had more staying power than you, Scotty C. Let's be honest, though, it's gonna be more delayed than canceled, really. And there's still the movie, the merch, a second book just released, a third book coming soon, and a fourth one on the way. So just like the animatronics, the series itself keeps getting reborn in new forms with increasingly absurd names. Withered Freddy, Nightmare Chica, Not So Fun Time Franchise. Speaking of ridiculous new names for the same old cast of animals, let's talk about the latest addition to the roster, the Twisted Animatronics. Stars of the new FNAF book that came out at the end of June. Now, I'm gonna be honest, this book was definitely a step up from the first. It had 200 less pages. Oh, Sigmund, y'all! You need a calendar, man! I mean, don't take that as too high of a compliment. In 200 pages, you still had a college robotics major going to the scene of a murder and then touching the victim, getting blood all up on her hands, and no one on the police force even batting an eye over the blatant crime scene tampering that was happening. Then there's the fact that in the book, multiple balloon boys, including BB, JJ, and whatever other ridiculous combination of letters you can come up with, are canon too. But you know what? I still gotta appreciate lines like page 183. You never know when a corpse may wander out of the shadows wearing a rabbit suit. Even the books have become self-aware of their own absurdity at this point. Now, at this point, Scott has made it clear that the books and the games are separate canons. And while that may be true, both are still shambling their way out of Scott's mind brain. We all know that Scott leaves plenty of holes in his stories, details or events that are left purposefully vague so that we can theorize to fill in those gaps. But what's interesting is that he leaves different holes in each series. And by looking at the two series in tandem, those holes start to fill themselves in with events from the sister series. The sister location! No, just no. Anyway, reading Twisted Ones was like reading the crib notes for Sister Location, because a lot, and I mean a lot of that game's weirdness became more and more clear as I turned more and more pages. So FNAF 6 may be dead, but we're gonna go back to beat the dead horse animatronic that is Sister Location. Can we name it Horsey? Horsey, the dead horse animatronic, and we just beat it every time we do an episode about one of these games? Great. Dead horse animatronic Horsey one final time, because thanks to the Twisted Ones, we have all the information we need to help that game make just a little bit more sense. First, how do we know that this book is anywhere close to related to Sister Location? Well, it's easy. The answer's in the title, The Twisted Ones. The recurring threat in the book are these so-called twisted animatronics. But even though we're supposed to think that this is a new breed of killer robot, they're not. Not at all, in fact. We've seen them before in Sister Location. Check out this description and let me know if it sounds familiar. Page 90. The creature had no fur and its face was smooth. It had a short muzzle and oval ears sticking out from the sides of its head. It had the general appearance of an animal's head, though much larger than the animatronic animals from Freddy's. Running down the center of its face was a long, straight split, exposing wires and a line of metal frame. A thick plastic material was stuck to the face in large patches. So the Twisted Animatronics have a plastic-like covering and a face that splits open. It certainly sounds like the aesthetic of the Funtime Animatronics, but it doesn't stop there. These guys were built to be big because their mission is to capture children. Like Pokeballs, out for revenge. Page 140. Freddy's face slid across the bed like a python. His head lost its shape as it folded outward, taking hold of her feet and beginning to swallow, moving slowly upward as she fought not to scream or fight, his cheeks and chin dislocating further. It no longer resembled a living thing. Before she could struggle further, her arms were pinned to her side, trapped inside the thing. Only her head remained free. She gasped for a last breath, then was violently scooped up, consumed by the creature. She done got scooped. Then, a few pages later, she was inside a cavity made for a human being, but the suit was moving with complete autonomy. In case you've forgotten, this is exactly what we see in Sister Location's hidden animatronic blueprints, oversized robots with special containment features to lure in and trap small children. Even the description for how people get scooped into the animatronics is reminiscent of Sister Location's horrific ice cream minigame with Baby. Page 92. The animatronic's arms lifted and its chest opened like an iron gate. Its metal pieces slid out of place to reveal a dark, gaping pit where sharp spikes and spring locks were just barely visible. It was a trap, waiting to be triggered. She beat against its bent and damaged arm, but the other arm steadily forced her closer to the chest cavity. So why does any of this, and the Twisted Ones as a whole book, matter in the context of the FNAF games? Well, in the opening sequence of Sister Location, we hear that the Funtime animatronics were built by William Afton.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
A guy who, up to that point in the series, had only been named in the first book, Silver Eyes. By the end of the book, we learn that William is Purple Guy, the killer who kidnaps kids while wearing a golden Bonnie suit. But Silver Eyes also introduced us to other important characters for the FNAF series as a whole, including Henry, no last name given, William's partner and the more creative half of the company, the one who actually created the animatronics. So after reading Silver Eyes, we were left with William, the business guy who doesn't create robots but does kill children, and Henry, the creator who does create robots but doesn't kill children. Got all that? Good. Now, in my FNAF 5 Decoded video, I drew parallels between Henry and a mysterious figure that we saw during a secret cutscene of FNAF World, both of whom create animatronics and commit suicide. Long story short, in the game, he ends his own life because he created Baby, a robot that he's ashamed of. In the book, why Henry kills himself is still a big part of the mystery. Now, if you want more information about the parallels between these two characters, click the eye icon in the upper right-hand corner of the screen because I go more in-depth there. But after that video, it seemed like a lock. We finally had some solid leads as to who these key players in the games were, and the clues were coming from Silver Eyes. But then that opening cinematic from Sister Location played the first time we all booted up the game. Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots, and everyone, including myself, was like, well, there went that theory. Afton was supposed to be the business guy, not the creator. So if he's the one who builds animatronics in the game, then Henry must not exist in this universe. Scott had pulled the wool over my eyes, or at least retconned huge parts of his story to keep me off the scent once again. Except not. The theory was right the first time. The Twisted Ones book confirms that both Henry and William Afton create animatronics, with the originals being built by Henry and the twisted Funtime style animatronics being Afton's. On page 92 of the Twisted Ones, we see the main character Charlie, daughter of Henry, talking about one of these new animatronics. Quote, the hardware, the joints, it's older technology. Maybe he made them earlier? I don't know. I recognize some of this as my dad's work, but then a lot of it's foreign to me. Someone else may have had a hand in it. I'm not sure if my dad made it or not, but I have a feeling he's the one who buried it. Oh yeah, by the way, in the book, the twisted animatronics bury themselves during the day and come out at night to nab people. Animatronic zombies. Why not? It is probably one of the things that makes more sense in the book, honestly. Anyway, it's continually hinted at throughout the book that these animatronics weren't built by Henry. My father wouldn't have used this. He always put stops so that the joints couldn't do things humans can't do. Then again, on page 113, the bear was frightened, misshapen, an imitation of Freddy created by someone else. It was a strange variation, into which her father had never breathed life, but William Afton, Dave, did. And then finally, William Dave, maybe Purple Guy, Springtrap Afton confirms it on page 186.
Did you think my robots would be as poorly designed as your father's?
So there you go. The original theory still stands. Henry and William can both be active players in the game universe because both build animatronics. And if you need even more evidence, then think about it this way. At the end of FNAF World, Henry admits that he created Baby, and then he kills himself, ashamed of his creation. At the beginning of Sister Location, we see that Afton is still alive, he's claiming creation rights, and he's obviously proud of his new robots. Then, at the end of the game, his son Michael Afton says that he's gonna come find his father.
Father, it's me, Michael. I'm going to come find you.
Thus, William is still alive, Henry is dead, but both must be a part of these games. And that's an important detail to solidify because the book also confirms something that FNAF theorists had been speculating about since the release of Sister Location. One of the weirdest details from that game was hidden in Funtime Freddy's roof, where a map of FNAF 4's house was above and directly connected to the map of the Sister Location facility. It was also something that was hinted at throughout the Silver Eyes novel. Again, something that I covered in a previous theory, linked via those iCards in the upper right-hand corner. But Twisted Ones not only confirms this underground bunker for Sister Location exists, it also confirms whose house it's built under. Henry's. In the novel, we see the Twisted animatronics capture the main character Charlie, again, Henry's daughter, and drop her off in some remixed version of the FNAF 2 pizzeria. I say remixed because, like a lot of this book, it's a weird hybridization of the things that happen in the games and other stuff. It's got the carousel and balloon boys from the FNAF 2 location, but then there's a cave and a waterfall for some reason. Because why not? FNAF 7, Under the Sea! Earlier in the book, Charlie and her boyfriend John, who admittedly has to be the most patient and loving boyfriend in the history of the universe, like Charlie shows him no sense of affection and he is there just like a sad puppy dog. It is tragic. Anyway, those two go to visit Charlie's childhood home, which has been destroyed by a storm. And what they find is that the storm has broken down a wall to reveal a new room, a secret room, hidden in their house that Charlie had never known about. Whoa, that's not even part of the house. I've never seen this room before. The walls were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the rooms. Whatever's out there killing people came from there. When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. But what's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that underground pizzeria I mentioned. On page 194, "We're out! We're okay! Don't you see where we are?" she whispered. Slowly, she walked the length of the room, gesturing to the 4 enormous pits in the floor, one of which contained a headless, half-buried robot. John down through. From the wall to reveal destroyed. In the book, Charlie and her boyfriend John, who admittedly has to be the most patient and loving boyfriend in the history of the universe, like Charlie shows him no sense of affection and he is there just like a sad puppy dog. It is tragic. Anyway, those two go to visit Charlie's childhood home, which has been destroyed by a storm. And what they find is that the storm has broken down a wall to reveal a new room, a secret room, hidden in their house that Charlie had never known about. Whoa, that's not even part of the house. I've never seen this room before. The walls were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the rooms. Whatever's out there killing people came from there. When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. But what's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that underground pizzeria I mentioned. On page 194, "We're out! We're okay! Don't you see where we are?" she whispered. Slowly, she walked the length of the room, gesturing to the 4 enormous pits in the floor, one of which contained a headless, half-buried robot. "John, this is my dad's house. It's the room we found." They escaped upward out of the underground pizzeria and wound up in Henry's house. So slowly the pieces start to fit together. Henry in the book buries and tries to seal off the twisted animatronics and then commits suicide out of guilt for helping William to build these things in the first place, just like we see him do in FNAF World. And just like we see the underground bunker underneath a normal, everyday home in Sister Location. And I'm just getting started, because while all this other information is certainly interesting, Twisted Ones exposed a detail from Sister Location so tiny and so minute that we all overlooked it in our excitement over decoding underground storage facilities and tracking animatronic eye color. And yet, much like that infamous Chica Beak clue from FNAF 2 and 4, I've never seen this room before. The walls were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the rooms. Whatever's out there killing people came from there. When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. But what's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that underground pizzeria I mentioned. On page 194, "We're out! We're okay! Don't you see where we are?" she whispered. Slowly she walked the length of the room, gesturing to the 4 enormous pits in the floor, one of which contained a headless, half-buried robot. "John, this is my dad's house. It's the room we found." They escaped upward out of the underground pizzeria and wound up in Henry's house. So slowly the pieces start to fit together. Henry in the book buries and tries to seal off the twisted animatronics and then commits suicide out of guilt for helping William to build these things in the first place, just like we see him do in FNAF World. And just like we see the underground bunker underneath a normal, everyday home in Sister Location. And I'm just getting started, because while all this other information is certainly interesting, Twisted Ones exposed a detail from Sister Location so tiny and so minute that we all overlooked it in our excitement over decoding underground storage facilities and tracking animatronic eye color. And yet, much like that infamous Chica Beak clue from FNAF 2 and 4, this small detail is so monumentally earth-shattering to the franchise as we know it that I can't not talk about it here. On Sister Location's Night 3, Michael Afton's big task is to remove a power module from Funtime Freddy. After following the narrator's instructions on which buttons to press and what order to press them in, Freddy's chest pops open and the power module reveals itself. And it's this little blinking black dot, oddly unconnected to literally anything else in the animatronic, and in a pretty unusual place, just kinda stuck on, slightly off to the side. I remember thinking at the time that this was an odd design choice for something that was supposedly powering the whole animatronic, but meh, how would I know? No one, and I mean no one, called this thing out, considering Night 3 in general was just kinda forgettable, overshadowed by the misery that was the Spring Lock challenge on Night 4, and the fascinating map Easter eggs hidden on Night 2. But of course, this is FNAF, and no detail is too small in this series, and Twisted Ones blew the lid off this disc's true purpose, its little mystery being so important that it's the reason they're called the Twisted Ones in the first place. Stick with me now, because I'm not making any of this up. That little device from Sister Location is actually a mind control disc. Pause for all the stunned gasps and requisite eye rolls. I don't blame either of those reactions. Let me explain. Throughout the book, anytime the twisted animatronics show up, people start to feel weird side effects. Page 91 and 92. As her hand touched the creature, a wave of nausea hit her, but it lasted only a split second. Something else about it transformed at the same time. Its artificial skin took on a luminescence, and its movements were fluid and sure. Its casing suddenly appeared to have skin and fur, though they were blurry, flickering like a trick of the light. Now, after destroying one of these twisted animatronics, Charlie and boy toy John discover a weird object embedded in the machine. Quote, it was a flat disc, about the size of a $50 coin. She held it up to her ear. Wow, that's really high-pitched. I can barely hear it. The sound is why you feel sick. It emits some kind of signal. It changes what those things look like. It changes our perception of what they look like, Charlie corrected. Freddy's image flickered like static on a television screen. The color faded from his fur, then everything that made him Freddy winked out, leaving only a smooth plastic figure in his place. It looked like the rest of the animals in the room, a blank mannequin stripped of its characteristics. These aren't made out of fur and fabric. They're made by us, by twisting our minds. You shot the chip, you killed the illusion. Twisting our minds, you say. Roll credits! Now, for as ridiculous as a small disc that emits sounds that gets your brain to change the way it perceives the world around you sounds, it's actually kinda based in scientific fact. The brain is constantly having to process tons of information, so it is always looking for shortcuts. For instance, if I show you this text, you're probably gonna be able to read it really quickly, right? It's because the brain isn't reading text by individual letters, but rather by the context of the other words around it, the way it expects the sentence to go, and making guesses off the most frequent short words that it sees on a day-to-day basis. The same is generally true in visual perception. Without going into detail here, it's how optical illusions work, and there's been plenty of research on how the brain fills in visual gaps that it experiences. So the idea that a disc is shooting out sounds that distract you and thus cause cause your perception of reality to change to stuff that you're actually more familiar with isn't as far-fetched as it might seem. At least, not as far-fetched as robots haunted by dead children getting into an all-out rumble against other animatronics built to vor unsuspecting victims, which is literally a thing that happens in the climax of this book. Not to spoil it or anything. And of course, it probably goes without saying, but these little mind-control discs were created by none other than dear old dad, William Afton, page 99. There was writing along one edge. She had to bring the piece of plastic close to her face to make the letters out. They were tiny and written in an old-fashioned flowing script. They read, Afton Robotics, LLC. Charlie dropped the disc immediately. Afton? William Afton. That's my father's old partner. That's Dave's real name, John finished. Thought he was just a business partner for Freddy's, she said slowly. I guess he did a bit more than that. So why and how does this matter in the context of the games? I actually think it has the potential to explain a lot. First, from the book. So the animatronics aren't changing shape, we're just being distracted. What's the purpose of that, though? To earn our trust, to look more friendly, to look more real, to lure kids closer. And that's something we definitely see at play throughout Sister Location. It was even in the hidden animatronic blueprints that we discovered. Weird technology put in place to lure and trap kids. Now, this is speculation, but remember Sister Location's secret control room that allowed us to observe the crying child's bedroom, as well as other key locations from FNAF 4? On the map, they were labeled as observation rooms. Could that be what William was observing? The effects of his mind-twisting discs on children. Could FNAF 4 not have been a dream, a nightmare, a hospital hallucination, whatever, but rather the twisted dreams generated by these distraction discs? But even beyond that, I think these discs explain a topic that I have actively avoided throughout all my theories on this series. The Phantom animatronics from FNAF 3. Remember way back to FNAF 3 when this was supposed to be the final boss battle? There was only one real animatronic out to get you, Springtrap. All the other main jump scares were hallucinations in a building that had a high-pitched whining noise the whole time. And especially when it came to the puppet attacking you. Weird that these hallucinations are happening around a time when there's high-pitched noises around, like these discs emanate. And notice that the ventilation in the game would only tend to drop after you had been scared, not before. It's as though these hallucinations aren't coming from a lack of oxygen, like Phone Dude says, but rather from some other source. A disc specifically designed to manipulate your mind and bring forward all the horrific memories that you have buried in it. And regardless of whether you think Springtrap is Michael Afton or William Afton, which is honestly a theory for a whole nother day, one thing you can't deny is that these discs, Springtrap, and the Afton family are all connected, meaning that their use in a game where you're coming into direct contact with a giant golden bunny definitely makes a whole lot of sense. Could they also be the explanation for the other random Easter eggs we've seen throughout the series? The Lolbit mask, and the Mini Rena's random appearances in the control room of Sister Location. The Phantom Freddy mask. The Afton family are all connected, meaning is all the horrific memories that you have. A disc specifically designed to manipulate your mind and bring forward all the horrific memories that you have buried in it. And regardless of whether you think Springtrap is Michael Afton or William Afton, which is honestly a theory for a whole nother day, one thing you can't deny is that these discs, Springtrap, and the Afton family are all connected, meaning that their use in a game where you're coming into direct contact with a giant golden bunny definitely makes a whole lot of sense. Could they also be the explanation for the other random Easter eggs we've seen throughout the series? The Lolbit mask, and the Mini Rena's random appearances in the control room of Sister Location. The Phantom Freddy and Phantom Bonnie from FNAF 2. I mean, the FNAF 2 location does make an appearance of sorts in the book, with the discs hidden in the lights of the building, maybe even the hallucinations of It's Me way back in FNAF 1. The ramification of discs like this changes everything, and we physically see them present in Sister Location. So even if Scott is tired of the franchise, that doesn't mean it has to end without the answers that we've all been waiting for. You know what? I'm here for you to try and put together this mess of a puzzle as a community of theorists. There's still plenty more to speculate about as the Twisted Ones opens the door to even more interesting and even more absurd ways of maiming and murdering children with Chuck E. Cheese-style robotics. And I haven't even gotten to how I think the main character of the book series is probably a robot. But again, those are all theories for other days. In the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. You know, at this point, FNAF is 3 years old. 3 years. That means most of you younger fans of the series are probably hitting that special time in your life where hair starts to appear in places that it never used to before. Like in between your eyebrows, fusing them together to form the much dreaded unibrow. Take my advice, this is for your own good. Don't be like me. Don't make the mistake and think that a unibrow is okay. Unipat was a dark, dark time in my life that I choose to forget. No, learn from my mistakes and do the right thing. Get to shaving, my friends. Dealing with awkward body hair sucks, so why make the shaving process suck too? Treat yourself to the club.
Why, with enough belief, you could even cheat death itself. Cheat death itself. Cheat death itself. Death itself. Cheat death itself.
You know, it really is uncanny how these two games overlap. Hello, Internet! Welcome to the 200th episode of Game Theory. I mean, technically it's the 201st and a half episode because we had a mini theory way back on the channel a long time ago that's now privated because of reasons. And then technically the Bendy episode last week was the 200th episode, but I thought this felt more appropriate because it's solving FNAF with one final mega theory. So the 200th episode of Game Theory. Proud members of the Pink Guy Truthers Club. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the longest held debates in FNAF theorydom is whether this murderer watching children die is the same as this murderer watching children die. Because of their different colors, they became dubbed Purple Guy and Pink Guy, the two most threatening colors. Taste the rainbow, slaughter the rainbow. Anyway, since FNAF 2, I have been opposed to this theory, and I can now confirm it is dead. Like a child wanting a mediocre slice of overpriced pizza, dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. One look at Scott's new strategy guide for the series, the Freddy Files, confirms it. Page 48, when describing the Foxy Go 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 minigame from FNAF 2, quote, Purple Guy is visible in the lower left corner of the room. There it is, clear as crystal. Purple Guy in the corner. Now comes the super awkward question that I never thought I'd have to answer. Which purple guy? Because there's two now, and if you didn't know that, strap in, it is gonna be a long episode. FNAF as a franchise has always been defined by questions. What was the missing children's incident? Who is Purple Guy? What's the deal with Balloon Boy? Seriously, what is the deal with Balloon Boy? But by FNAF 4, the games had just become a mire of unanswered questions where it was becoming harder and harder to tell the difference between a withered Freddy, a phantom Freddy, and a nightmare Freddy, let alone a golden Freddy versus a golden Fredbear. We had Fazbear Frights, Fazbear Pizzas, Fazbear Entertainment, Fredbear Diners, Fredbear and Friends, Missing Children, Crying Children, and bites from pretty much every decade. Then came Sister Location where, between the butter and bongos, theorists, myself included, struggled to try and fit together a story told by animatronics that lie, hand units that lie, animatronics that fuse with other animatronics, and animatronics that fuse together with humans, who then become purple and immortal. Needless to say, it was a lot. For me, what had become the scariest part of FNAF wasn't the jump scares, it was the lore. So you can understand why when the novels came out and offered what seemed to be simpler solutions, I hopped aboard. I started looking for more street streamlined solutions within their pages, hunting for clues to the games in a place where they didn't exist, but kind of looked like they exist and probably should have existed but didn't exist, and the only thing I accomplished in the process was making things more complicated. So in all the time that FNAF 6 has been percolating in the back of Scott's mind brain, I've thrown out everything that I thought I knew about this series, and I've gone back to doing what I do best. Darn it. Basic counting. 1 Freddy button, 2 Freddy buttons, 1 Foxy Toe, 2 Foxy Toes. Only this time, I was aided by knowledge of where the series was headed, as well as Scott's latest release, The Freddy Files. It's a book that many others dismissed as merely an elongated strategy guide to the games, but to me, it was invaluable at filtering down years' worth of lore into the details that Scott himself deemed as the most important to focus on. And this entire process of starting at square one has helped me to see connections I never made before, enabling me to create the thing I was most scared of. A timeline. A series of events that explain key breadcrumbs that Scott has left for us along the way. And the more I looked, the more it all started to make sense. And that's the plan for this video, and spoiler alert, the next video, to create a final, definitive, lore-based theory on the insanity that is FNAF. Putting to rest the key lingering questions in the first 5 entries of this franchise and opening the door for Scott to usher in FNAF 6. Since, at this point, we all know he's just waiting for us to solve the previous games before he releases the new one, right? Come to think of it, maybe I shouldn't finish this theory. Now, while I could sit here and rattle off hexadecimal color codes and animatronic design features to painfully hammer out the timeline inch by inch, no one cares. Trust me, I know I wrote 2 other versions of this script where I did exactly that, and both of them sucked. I was boring and confusing myself. It gets way too convoluted way too quickly when you dive into the details. But when I took a step back, I realized that the best way to understand FNAF at this point in history is to know that it's not a story about a haunted pizzeria, it's the story of a family. Meet the Aftons, a perfectly normal family of 5. Father, daughter, son, older brother, and mother. And the secrets of the Fazbear timeline are actually buried in the fates of each one of these characters. We begin with William Afton, the original purple guy, the father, the one who starts this whole timeline with a story that's all too familiar to us by this point. He starts killing kids at bear-themed pizza restaurants. It starts back in the 70s. Should have given him a big purple afro there, Scott. FNAF 2 flashes us back to these origins, showing us Purple Guy's first victim at Fredbear's Family Diner, before flashing forward to show another 5 victims of the Purple Guy in the FNAF 2 location, and potentially yet another 5 victims in the FNAF 1 location. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Literally, because his victims refuse to stay dead. The soul of the first child enters the puppet, who then gives life to the other children by preserving their spirits in the bodies of the other Fazbear animatronics. Give gifts, give life. We've all known this for years, and Scott even confirmed it, but we had to start somewhere since this is where the story begins. But where the story heads to next might surprise you. Sister Location. More specifically, the mini-games from Sister Location, where we meet Afton's adorable green-eyed daughter, No Name. Doesn't help that none of these characters have a name. You see, old Billy Afton isn't content with manually killing kids anymore. He's busy figuring out new ways to mass murder the youth of this nation, and he does what any good business owner ought to do. The entire process of starting at square one has helped me to see connections I never made before, enabling me to create the thing I was most scared of. A timeline. A series of events that explain key breadcrumbs that Scott has left for us along the way. And the more I looked, the more it all started to make sense. And that's the plan for this video, and spoiler alert, the next video, to create a final, definitive, lore-based theory on the insanity that is FNAF. Putting to rest the key lingering questions in the first 5 entries of this franchise and opening the door for Scott to usher in FNAF 6. Since, at this point, we all know he's just waiting for us to solve the previous games before he releases the new one, right? Come to think of it, maybe I shouldn't finish this theory. Now, while I could sit here and rattle off hexadecimal color codes and animatronic design features to painfully hammer out the timeline inch by inch, no one cares. Trust me, I know I wrote 2 other versions of this script where I did exactly that, and both of them sucked. I was boring and confusing myself. It gets way too convoluted way too quickly when you dive into the details. But when I took a step back, I realized that the best way to understand FNAF at this point in history is to know that it's not a story about a haunted pizzeria, it's the story of a family. Meet the Aftons, a perfectly normal family of 5. Father, daughter, son, older brother, and mother. And the secrets of the Fazbear timeline are actually buried in the fates of each one of these characters. We begin with William Afton, the original purple guy, the father, the one who starts this whole timeline with a story that's all too familiar to us by this point. He starts killing kids at bear-themed pizza restaurants. It starts back in the 70s. Should have given him a big purple afro there, Scott. FNAF 2 flashes us back to these origins, showing us Purple Guy's first victim at Fredbear's Family Diner, before flashing forward to show another 5 victims of the Purple Guy in the FNAF 2 location, and potentially yet another 5 victims in the FNAF 1 location. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Literally, because his victims refused to stay dead. The soul of the first child enters the puppet, who then gives life to the other children by preserving their spirits in the bodies of the other Fazbear animatronics. Give gifts, give life. We've all known this for years, and Scott even confirmed it, but we had to start somewhere since this is where the story begins. But where the story heads to next might surprise you. Sister Location. More specifically, the mini-games from Sister Location, where we meet Afton's adorable green-eyed daughter, no name. Doesn't help that none of these characters have a name. You see, old Billy Afton isn't content with manually killing kids anymore. He's busy figuring out new ways to mass murder the youth of this nation, and he does what any good business owner ought to do, outsources it to the machines. He designs a series of fun-time animatronics with features specifically made for luring and capturing kids. We can see it on their blueprints: parental tracking, grouping, deter and misdirect, parental voice sync, and once again, he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Or kid, in this case. His own daughter, in fact, who is so excited by the circus baby animatronic that she ignores her father's warnings to stay away from it and falls victim to the claw. In true FNAF fashion, she done gets herself scooped, goes on to possess Circus Baby, and that causes the eye color of Baby to shift from blue to green. The tragedy results in the spin-off restaurant Circus Baby's Pizza World closing down in one day. The day it opens, and the fun times get stored, as the trailers say, deep below ground where memories sleep, just waiting for the day that they become rentals, one Afton down. Now, before we kill off the next Afton child, let's rewind a minute to explain why Afton's daughter getting turned into human Froyo goes here, since this is a pretty extreme break from how most people understand the FNAF timeline. Evidence the first, not only do we see the animatronics actively moving around their respective galleries, but their luring and capturing features were built with the specific intention of them acting as free-roaming robots, something that we know was phased out in the aftermath of the bite of '87. We also know that this incident happens before spring-lock suits get decommissioned. On night 4 of Sister Location, Baby traps you inside a spring-lock suit and says this:
You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used.
So Circus Baby and her pizzeria were from a time before the
Unfortunate incident at the Sister Location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures,
which prompted all spring locks to be banned, aka the bite of '83. More on that whole thing in a minute. But perhaps the biggest clues to the timeline placement of the baby incident come from FNAF 4, what most of us have considered the first game in the timeline, where the crying child gets bitten at his birthday party while psychic friend Fredbear, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere, who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear, promises to put him back together. Throughout the game, the crying child, Afton's youngest son, keeps hearing the words, "Remember what you saw," repeated over and over to him. When the game first came out, the best I could do was speculate about what this was referring to, but now I think we have our answer. This moment. His sister getting scooped. The crying child saw this happen, thus prompting his fear of animatronics. And we know he saw it through one crucial design detail that Scott included. Look at how this kid's nightmares of Fredbear material. The stomach mouth. It's a design detail that we all overlooked, but there it is, positioned in the exact same way that Baby rips in half to claw grip Afton's daughter. It's how a child would perceive that incident. And that's not all. It also explains why the Afton home has an empty girl's room in it, something that Scott clearly thought was important for us to see. So why is it empty? Because the sister is gone. She's dead. She's a victim of William's sloppy kidnapping scheme.
Just to be clear, I know a previous theory said this girl was Baby, but she's not. It was a predictive theory based on visual similarities that didn't pan out. In Sister Location, Scott very clearly showed us that Afton's daughter doesn't wear her hair in pigtails and has a different color of hair than the pigtailed girl in FNAF 4. And we all know how picky Scott is about colors, at least at this point in the series. He learned his lesson after the whole pink guy thing.
That's not all. Ballora also gives us an interesting perspective as we move on to the next member of the Afton clan. Here's a big question that no one's thought to ask about this series yet. The mother. Mrs. Afton, where is she? I mean, don't get me wrong, adoption is a great thing, but something tells me that Slick Willie over here isn't the single father of three type. It was a question that I had never considered until the answer practically slapped me in the face while I was reading the Freddy files. On page 127, Scott draws a very clear contrast between Funtime Freddy's voice system and the one belonging to Baby and Ballora. Quote, Funtime Freddy's audio seems pre-recorded and relates to kids and birthday parties, unlike Ballora and Circus Baby's audio, which is more complex, end quote. It's an interesting detail for Scott to specifically call out that I honestly never considered. Ballora is much more aware of her surroundings, responding in real time to movement in her chamber and not seeming to rely on pre-recorded lines like the more rudimentary animatronics.
I can hear someone creeping through my room.
It seems like more than just a coincidence that the only other robot possessing this level of speech ability is the one that we know has Afton's daughter inside of her. Up until now, respond that to Portal 11 Scott, a single father of three type. It was a question that I had never considered until the answer practically slapped me in the face while I was reading the Freddy files. On page 127, Scott draws a very clear contrast between Funtime Freddy's voice system and the one belonging to Baby and Ballora. Quote, Funtime Freddy's audio seems pre-recorded and relates to kids and birthday parties, unlike Ballora and Circus Baby's audio, which is more complex, end quote. It's an interesting detail for Scott to specifically call out that I honestly never considered. Ballora is much more aware of her surroundings, responding in real time to movement in her chamber and not seeming to rely on pre-recorded lines like the more rudimentary animatronics.
I can hear someone creeping through my room.
It seems like more than just a coincidence that the only other robot possessing this level of speech ability is the one that we know has Afton's daughter inside of her. Up until now, we've all been quick to write off Ballora as just this weird Rule 34 bizarre new addition to the animatronic roster, but is it possible that she has a bigger part in this story than we all realized? This is far from speculation. Another major clue hides in the song that she sings, one that Scott draws particular attention to in her character profile in Freddy Files. The lyrics go,
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my halls? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tune. It's so good to sing all day, to dance, to spin, to fly away.
This reference to an empty tomb devoid of joy resembling a vacant tomb is the same sort of language you would hear from a parent who had just lost a child, with the child's bedroom acting as a sort of tomb reminding them of their loss. Could it be that this song is referencing the daughter's empty room that we just talked about from FNAF 4? And if that's the case, does that make Ballora's true identity Mrs. Afton? Ballora is motherly in a way that all the other animatronics aren't, with the mini Renas as her children. And she's a much older and more mature looking robot than anything that we've seen throughout the series. If this were truly the case, based on her song, it sounds like after the daughter done got herself scooped, William retreated into his work and probably a fair bit of child murder, hiding in his private room to bury his grief. That's what Ballora's line, hiding inside your walls, is referencing. It would also explain why William has abandoned his other two sons by the year 1983, the time we see FNAF 4 roll around. He's too grief-stricken, leaving the older brother to be the one to have to take care of the crying child. Somewhere before 1983, his wife leaves him, or dies, or something, it's not really that important, and Afton preserves her memory inside the animatronic Ballora. And with that, another Afton gets buried in the basement. Which brings us to 1983 and leaves the men of the household as the last one standing. Crying child, older brother Michael, and the fate of William. One gets bit, one gets scooped, and one gets sprung? Ugh, I don't know, that sounds kind of bad. Regardless, the debate of whether Michael or William is the true purple guy who ends up in Springtrap is part of next week's video, along with how we know that this is 1983 and my definitive answer on who the crying child becomes. So make sure you ring the subscription bell down below to find out next week as soon as part 2 of this ultimate FNAF theory airs. Seriously, do it, otherwise you'll never know how this series ends, and you'll forever be wondering whether it's Will Trap or Mike Trap. And then FNAF 6 will come out and everything will be all higgledy-piggledy. And as a final treat for those of you who want to get super nerdy about the series and need more clarity on these early controversial timeline placements, well, If you look beyond just their fancier, more modern design, the evidence around the sister location animatronics points to them being earlier models. One detail of FNAF 4 that I've been kicking around in my head for a year now is the canonicity of the Halloween update. In the update, Scott included 3 new characters, Nightmare Mangle, Nightmare Balloon Boy, and Night Marionette. The appearances of Mangle and Marionette were both labeled as non-canon to the series, but things hit a wrinkle with Nightmare Balloon Boy because he got a pass. He was deemed canon, and that set off huge red flags for me because it tells us a crucial detail. That by the time of FNAF 4, Mangle doesn't exist yet and Crying Child hasn't seen the puppet, but Balloon Boy does exist and has been seen by little Jimmy Night Terrors over here. Logically, for Scott to officially say that Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon, he has to have predated the events we see in FNAF 4. Balloon Boy had to be around prior to 1983, which leads us to what we see and hear in Sister Location. Sister Location's location is full of humanoid robots. Sure, there's Ballora and Baby, but there's also these little dolls that share a similar shape and visual style to Balloon Boy, making it seem like an earlier pizzeria had a more human theme than the Fazbear restaurants. That restaurant, I believe, was Circus Baby's Pizza World. Now, one thing I know people are gonna bring up, in Sister Location, Hand Unit says,
Due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Hearing the location of Sister Location opened after Fazbear Pizza closed down would lead you to assume that the events of Sister Location are happening later in the timeline, and you wouldn't be wrong, they are. But Hand Unit is talking about Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. Baby and Ballora were built for Circus Baby's Pizza World, which, as I showed, came out long before that. This coincides with what we learned about Circus Baby's Pizza World in the pre-game teaser Scott released on Scott Games. Quote, the grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World has apparently been canceled due to reported gas leaks in the building. There was only a handful of people that ever got to look inside, kids from here and there, end quote. Obviously, this is all a cover-up for them actually closing the restaurant in the wake of Afton's daughter's death. That's beside the point. What's important here is that the animatronics were built at an earlier time, clearly during a period when Rosy Cheeks got a big thumbs up in the design department and were then stored underground after opening day when Afton's girl got scooped. Some were kept in rotation, rented out for parties, which explains how Balloon Boy shows up in FNAF 2, while all the others got forgotten underground, only to be uncovered when Michael was sent to put them all back together. Wait, are you all still here? Oh good, because I have yet to say it. Remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. See you next week for the finale to my final FNAF theory. Well, at least final FNAF lore theory. I suppose I could do a science one if the mood struck. And if there is eventually news for FNAF 6, I could do a predictive theory about it, I guess. By the way, did you hit that bell yet? You should to celebrate our 200th episode, give or take 1.5 or so. But whatever, this one feels like a big event. And finally, you remember my YouTube Red series Game Lab? Another episode is free for you to watch right now. No YouTube Red subscription required. Available internationally. No problems. Just click on it and watch. And it is, lo and behold, the FNAF episode. I put myself as well as 3 other YouTubers through a real-life version of the FNAF series. 100% recreated too, like battery-powered doors and everything with limited energy. It's great. Check out how I do in a real-life version of FNAF by clicking the box to the right. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to...
Well, hello again, theorists! We have a party planned today, and it's all for you! So, are you ready for round 2? Well, are ya? It's too late to turn back now! Get ready for a surprise! In 3, 2, 1...
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where, did you know that Funtime Freddy was almost German? Jawohl! Check it out!
Hello, little children! Glad to see you back again! Come closer! I'll sing a song for you!
How wild is that? Forget Freddy Fazbear, it's Freddy Fuzzbar. Calling it right now, FNAF 5 gave us Sister Location, FNAF 6 gives us international expansion. So, this is it. The end of an era. My last FNAF lore theory until a new game gets released. Makes me kinda sad, actually. So let's make it a good one as we set out to finish the job that we started 3 whole years together. And spoiler alert, purple guy? It's not the phone guy. Believe me, I tried. So of the 5 Aftons, last time we had killed off 2. Mother and daughter who go on to become Baby and Ballora. Afton's daughter getting clawed results in the immediate closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World, leading the company to retire the creepy, rosy-cheeked characters deep underground where memories sleep. But now let's talk about one question I haven't addressed yet, and one that was on everyone's mind during the launch to Sister Location. Where is Chica in all this? For the first time in these games, one of the core 4 animatronics was just gone. That seems significant, right? And it is. I joked earlier about FNAF Lederhosen location, but it touches on an element of these games that we tend to brush aside. That there's a business element running through all of them. Corporate doublespeak and liability talk coming from Phone Guy, parent companies in the form of Fazbear Entertainment, franchising with sister location? So what if Chica is missing from Circus Baby's gang because she was her own independent mascot at the time? It's not just wild speculation either. In the Scott Games source code leading up to sister location's release, we got all sorts of hints in the form of animatronic maintenance schedules. But mixed in there was a reference to something surprising. Chica's Party World, mentioned by name. Definitive proof that the character was the mascot of another business existing at the same time as Circus Babies, which was also a client of Afton Robotics. Chica isn't in sister location because she isn't a part of the family yet. She's still a solo act, but we know by FNAF 4 she's clearly a part of the Fredbear and Friends lineup. So it would seem that Fazbear Entertainment grew by merging with or buying out the other animal-themed restaurants in the area, with Chica being the last addition to the crew and why she's a part of the series from here on out. So no, theorists, contrary to popular belief, it wasn't just Scott trying to reduce the amount of creepy poultry-themed fan art. Let's be real here for a second. Bibs aren't sexy. Just saying it now. All in it like I see. So Fazbear Entertainment decides to go all in on the animal-themed robots because the whole clown thing was just a stupid idea. I mean, seriously, William, do some market research. Americans are more afraid of clowns than global warming. Know your consumer, man. Anyway, in FNAF 4, Fredbear's expanded to have himself some friends, and has become so popular that they're in full sellout mode, complete with plushies, toys, a TV show, and the ever-popular item, masks. Get them now, because I hear they're selling like a god church. None of this would exist if this were truly the first location of a local pizza chain, confirming that this location in FNAF 4 is not where it all started like many have been assuming. What we're seeing here is something else, presumably what the TV says. Fredbear and Friends, a hybrid restaurant of the old Fredbear characters and the new spin-off ones where every character has their own spring-lock suit. Notice that the FNAF 4 Nightmare animatronics all have 5 fingers. The only other animatronic to have that feature, Springtrap. 5 fingers because the humans have to wear the suits. Which leads us to one of the biggest debates in this franchise. Is this 1983 or 1987? The bite at the birthday party makes it seem like it's 1987, but the TV says that it's 1983. Never before has so much nerd rage been prompted by discussion over trademark dates. Rage that lives on to this day, but now I can finally bring calm to the storm. This is 1983. We know this based on a recent Reddit post Scott made on the subject of whether or not he's ever retconned his story. Quote, "The truth is that I've done one actual retcon in the series, although I'm not going to say where it was. There have been other times when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. I used sister location to clear up a misconception from FNAF 4. End quote. Reading this, the obvious misconception from FNAF 4 was the year the events of the game took place, which, true to his word, he clarified via sister location and the private room camera code of 1983, 1983. When Michael Afton revisits his father's control room decades after the fact, he sees that all along William had been surveilling their family home using cameras that were password protected by one of the most sorrowful dates of his life. Regardless, neglectful father William participates in the worst Bring Your Son to Work Day program ever by taking his traumatized son to a restaurant filled with robots he's afraid are gonna scoop him. And solidly in the no-help column is his older brother who taunts him mercilessly for his fears. The story comes to a climax when the brother's teasing goes too far, getting his younger brother chomped at his own birthday party. At the end of the game, William, through his psychic friend Fredbear observation plushies, patent pending, promises to put his son back together, except he's too late. We hear a hospital flatline faintly in the background as the cutscene ends, meaning that the child dies. But that's far from where his story ends. He appears in every other FNAF game because even though Daddy fails to put him back together, miraculously the crying child finds his way into becoming the ghostly Golden Freddy. For proof as to why, let's speed things up.
Remember what Scott said in his Reddit post? He tries to clarify things in the next game, and between FNAF 3 and FNAF 4, there's a point he made sure to clarify: the Happiest Day minigame. Notice the masks across the two games, not just symbolic imagery, but a direct reference to the masks worn during the crying child's failed birthday: Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica. The restaurant layout is also the same, just mirror flipped, with 3 party tables decorated with green, yellow, red, purple, and blue balloons. And it's a birthday party as evidenced by the cake. The puppet is recreating the birthday that was stolen from the crying child, and the mask that the crying child is seen wearing, Golden Freddy. But that's not all. The crying child gets taken by Death, aka Nightmare, an animatronic who just so happens to have an inverted Golden Freddy color palette: yellow hat and tie with a black body as opposed to a yellow body with black accessories. Coincidence? I think not. It's also worth noting that Nightmare is one of only 2 canon animatronics to have a jump scare that's a static image with strange noises that crashes the game. The other, Golden Freddy.
Which leaves us with 2, William and Michael, father and son. Purple guy and other purple guy. The rest of the timeline is the story of a serial killer father and the son who's following behind, retracing William's steps to undo his father's cruel work and free the spirits of the dead children. This next bit we're all pretty familiar with since it's based on evidence from Phone Guy. The bite of 83 causes spring locks to get discontinued. William, acting as a technician across all the Fazbear restaurants, is responsible for handling the recalled suits and starts using the Golden Bonnie outfit to lure children into the secret safe rooms hidden in the back of each restaurant while he'll be safely off camera. He first strikes on June 26th at the FNAF 1 location. This murder, dubbed the Missing Children's Incident, eventually gets the place shut down, but results in Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy getting newly murdered children to power their engines. Those animatronics, along with the puppet, get shifted to the FNAF 2 location along with some new toy robots linked to a criminal database to prevent a mass murder from happening again. Even some old favorites get pulled out of retirement, specifically Balloon Boy, and with that full roster, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has its grand reopening. Now posing as a security guard, William, with his spring lock crank in hand, not phone, strikes again, causing the place to get investigated. William flees the scene, leaving the day shift security guard position open. Jeremy Fitzgerald moves up to fill the empty slot but gets himself bit by the agitated animatronics in an event that comes to be known as the Bite of 87, an event that forces the company to cease any free-roaming activities of the animatronics from that day forward. The toy animatronics get scrapped for just sucking at spotting a child murderer, and the old robots get stored back at the original FNAF 1 location. At this point, though, William knows that these things are alive and angry at him, so he tries to dismantle them using the safe room as his cover. And it would have worked out too if it weren't for those meddling kids, or at least their meddling spirits, because he didn't calculate that the spirits could live on without the animatronic shells. He tries to defend himself against these ghosts by ducking into his trusty murder suit, but his haste coupled with the moisture of the room causes the spring locks to fail and Afton to get skewered inside of the big yellow bunny. The company, trying to save face and, let's be honest, their stock value, covers up William's crime spree by sealing off the safe room with the dying William Afton, now Springtrap, inside. I know, but Michael might be Springtrap. We're getting there. The management instructs all Fazbear employees to behave as though those safe rooms never existed, and another Afton falls victim to a horrible fate. Only this time, he absolutely, totally deserved it. But now let's look at the final Afton, Michael. His story begins with the main gameplay of Sister Location, where Mike Afton, who we learn looks a lot like his father, made William Afton side of the big with his cover. And it would have worked out too, and it one test sucking at spotting a child murderer, and the old robots get stored back at the original FNAF 1 location. Moves up to fill the empty slot but gets himself bit by the agitated animatronics in an event that comes to be known as the Bite of 87, an event that forces the company to cease any free-roaming activities of the animatronics from that day forward. The toy animatronics get scrapped for just sucking at spotting a child murderer, and the old robots get stored back at the original FNAF 1 location. At this point, though, William knows that these things are alive and angry at him, so he tries to dismantle them using the safe room as his cover. And it would have worked out too if it weren't for those meddling kids, or at least their meddling spirits, because he didn't calculate that the spirits could live on without the animatronic shells. He tries to defend himself against these ghosts by ducking into his trusty murder suit, but his haste coupled with the moisture of the room causes the spring locks to fail and Afton to get skewered inside of the big yellow bunny. The company, trying to save face and, let's be honest, their stock value, covers up William's crime spree by sealing off the safe room with the dying William Afton, now Springtrap, inside. I know, but Michael might be Springtrap. We're getting there. The management instructs all Fazbear employees to behave as though those safe rooms never existed, and another Afton falls victim to a horrible fate. Only this time, he absolutely, totally deserved it. But now let's look at the final Afton, Michael. His story begins with the main gameplay of Sister Location, where Mike Afton, who we learn looks a lot like his father,
They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
is sent by dear old dad to put his sister back together. A promise that William makes to apparently a lot of his kids. This request of Michael presumably happened some years earlier when Mike was still a child, or before Afton ran away to escape murder charges, as implied by him saying,
I'm going to come find you.
Mike succeeds in saving Baby, but gets himself scooped in the process, having his innards replaced with ennards. As we see throughout the canon custom night cutscenes, this causes his body to slowly decay, turning purple, until Ennard abandons ship to look for a fresher body that'll draw less suspicion. Michael miraculously survives his Ennard enema, and here's where all sorts of puzzle pieces start to fall together. First, we know his name is Michael, but that he also goes by Mike, as shown by his name tag on hand unit. This immediately connects connects us to FNAF 1's Mike Schmidt, the original security guard, a guy who eventually gets fired for tampering with the animatronics and his odor. It was the first game in the series, so we all thought it was a funny joke, but now we know better. Scott doesn't do jokes. Not only does the name Mike match, but a rotting flesh sack with no innards would definitely be pretty smelly. And if, true to sister location, Mike's mission is to free the spirits of children killed by his dad, he would absolutely be guilty of tampering with the animatronics. It even provides us for an explanation as to why the animatronics would be trying to kill him in the first place. We hear it in sister location. He looks just like his father, which, man, William, if your face looks like a rotting corpse, might be time to consider getting some plastic surgery. But if all that wasn't enough, we can even tie it in with Golden Freddy's behavior in the game. Anytime Golden Freddy appears in FNAF 1, he's accompanied with the flashing text of, "It's me." As we just saw, Golden Freddy contains the spirit of the crying child, Mike's brother. So the "it's me" is one brother speaking to another brother, making him aware that he's here, he's present, and in need of spiritual release. Now, knowing that Mike Afton and Mike Schmidt are one of
Me at first, but then they thought
spirits, because he didn't calculate that the spirits could live on without the animatronic shells. He tries to defend himself against these ghosts by ducking into his trusty murder suit, but his haste, coupled with the moisture of the room, causes the spring locks to fail and Afton to get skewered inside of the big yellow bunny. The company, trying to save face and, let's be honest, their stock value, covers up William's crime spree by sealing off the safe room with the dying William Afton, now Springtrap, inside. I know, but Michael might be Springtrap. We're getting there. The management instructs all Fazbear employees to behave as though those safe rooms never existed, and another Afton falls victim to a horrible fate. Only this time, he absolutely, totally deserved it. But now let's look at the final Afton, Michael. His story begins with the main gameplay of Sister Location, where Mike Afton, who we learn looks a lot like his father,
they didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
is sent by dear old dad to put his sister back together. A promise that William makes to apparently a lot of his kids. This request of Michael presumably happened some years earlier when Mike was still a child, or before Afton ran away to escape murder charges, as implied by him saying,
I'm going to come find you.
Mike succeeds in saving Baby, but gets himself scooped in the process, having his innards replaced with ennards. As we see throughout the canon Custom Night cutscenes, this causes his body to slowly decay, turning purple, until Ennard abandons ship to look for a fresher body that'll draw less suspicion. Michael miraculously survives his Ennard enema, and here's where all sorts of puzzle pieces start to fall together. First, we know his name is Michael, but that he also goes by Mike, as shown by his name tag on hand unit. This immediately connects us to FNAF 1's Mike Schmidt, the original security guard, a guy who eventually gets fired for tampering with the animatronics and his odor. It was the first game in the series, so we all thought it was a funny joke, but now we know better. Scott doesn't do jokes. Not only does the name Mike match, but a rotting flesh sack with no innards would definitely be pretty smelly. And if, true to sister location, Mike's mission is to free the spirits of children killed by his dad, he would absolutely be guilty of tampering with the animatronics. It even provides us for an explanation as to why the animatronics would be trying to kill him in the first place. We hear it in sister location. He looks just like his father, which, man, William, if your face looks like a rotting corpse, might be time to consider getting some plastic surgery. But if all that wasn't enough, we can even tie it in with Golden Freddy's behavior in the game. Anytime Golden Freddy appears in FNAF 1, he's accompanied with the flashing text of, "It's me." As we just saw, Golden Freddy contains the spirit of the crying child, Mike's brother. So the "it's me" is one brother speaking to another brother, making him aware that he's here, he's present, and in need of spiritual release. Now, knowing that Mike Afton and Mike Schmidt are one and the same, rewind to FNAF 2 and the character Fritz Smith, a security guard fired on his first day on the job for what? Odor and tampering with the animatronics. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Scott doesn't do coincidences. Michael Afton is literally going location to location, undoing the sins of his father's past and stinking up the places as he do. Like Michael says at the end of Custom Night,
I'm going to come find you.
And find him he does at Fazbear Frights.
But before we get to the end of the timeline, let's address the elephant in the room. The fact that Purple Guy is established to be the killer, and Michael is clearly shown to be purple in the Custom Night. So wouldn't that make him the killer? No. As much as I hate to say it, there are actually two Purple Guys, but only one real Purple Guy. Admittedly, I left that purposely vague for dramatic effect, but let me explain. Or better yet, let FNAF World explain. In it, you recruit a familiar-looking purple sprite onto your team, and he says this: "Don't confuse me with the actual purple guy. I'm just a game sprite." And there's the difference. One of these characters is physically purple. That character is Michael, and the other is just a placeholder on the screen. A sprite representing a shadowy figure who, because the background of the minigames happens to be black, had to be colored differently, and that color was purple. But you don't even have to get that meta. It's made pretty darn clear in Sister Location's intro that William is the one who built the animatronics intended to capture kids, whereas Michael is established as the one who's trying to save them. Even the timeline supports this. The murders date back all the way to Fredbear Family Diner in the 70s with a guy who's old enough to drive. There's no chance that Michael, the son, would be the right age to be the original purple guy. And lastly, if you believe that Michael Afton is also Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, as the evidence suggests, then the phone guy calls give you an alibi. Phone guy is talking to you about other security guards being investigated for murder, which implies that you yourself are not guilty.
Mike's efforts to atone for his family's past proved to be successful. Game by game, we see him piecing together the family reunion. Sister Location saw him free both Ballora and Baby. Then in FNAF 3's Fazbear Fright, Afton's younger brother, now in the form of Golden Freddy, receives peace via the Happiest Day minigame. Even the spirits inside Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica get exorcised by Mike, which is why the good ending of FNAF 3 shows 4 empty, unlit animatronic heads. That's also why, come the main gameplay of FNAF 3, the only animatronic that's still active in real life is Springtrap. Mike has been successful at appeasing every other one of the spirits, leaving him alone with dear old Dad.
I'm going to come find you.
He gets a job as security guard of Fazbear Fright, and shortly after, the creators of the attraction stumble across FNAF 1's secret room, with the remains of Mike's father spring-trapping around inside. Mike sets the place on fire to finish off his killer dad once and for all, because seriously, did you really think that building just spontaneously caught on fire? Fires in fictional stories always have a dramatic purpose, and Mike would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling father, who in both the FNAF 3 newspaper clippings and Sister Location's special ending is shown to have survived the fire and is now undoubtedly more bloodthirsty than ever. The end? Question mark. Hallelujah. The craziest part of all this is when you actually stop and look at the story, there really isn't a need for FNAF 6. Outside of the return of Springtrap cliffhanger and revealing what's inside the box, yeah, remember that, everything else pretty much has an answer. Sure, there are still parts of the tale that could be more fleshed out, like the origins of the puppet or what happens after Ennard gets ejected from Mike, but at this point, all the characters have completed their story arcs. The family is reunited and the spirits are all at peace. It's actually pretty poetic. It took nearly 20 theories and literally weeks of my life studying these breadcrumbs to get there, but we did it. We got to a solution that fit together practically all of the loose ends, and that's pretty darn special. Thank you for being a part of that journey with me. It's been an incredible ride. I have no doubt that this isn't 100% correct, but you know what? It's an explanation I'm happy with. One that I feel provides a sense of closure to the series, and one that I'm gonna let stand as my final word on the 5 games worth of series lore until a new installment. Crap, a new installment that just so happened to get teased immediately after last week's part 1? Scott, don't go getting predictable on me. Calling it now just so I can avoid the inevitable prediction theory. It's an installment that looks like it's gonna be taking yet another step back in the timeline to tell the origin stories of the puppet. Notice how the sprites are the exact same as the FNAF 2 Give Cake minigames, where the first child gets murdered and the puppet pops out of the screen. Also notice that the rainbow design is a direct callback to the aesthetic of 70s technology, which is when Fredbear Family Diner and the first murder would take place. Lastly, the source code on Scott Games keeps saying, what is paragraph 4? Well, paragraph 4 could be relating to a lot of things, but the one thing that jumps out at me is that as soon as my episode went up, this teaser came out. Paragraph 4 of my episode last week happened to be about William Afton's first murders. But before I end all this, let me give the hardest of hardcore fans one more deep dive on the whole Will Trap versus Mike Trap debate. Let's speed it up.
Most hardcore fans believe Mike is the purple guy currently in the Springtrap suit, and it's easy to see why. His voice is modified with an electronic effect in the custom night ending, Springtrap pops up at the end of Mike's final words,
I'm going to come find you.
and the purple guy sprite who ends up in the suit is seen releasing kids from their animatronics. However, these are easily explained away. We've heard Springtrap talk before, or should I say gurgle before in FNAF 3, and Mike's voice is very different from Springtrap's. Springtrap popping up on I'm going to come find you could very easily just be a visual storytelling element where Mike is stating his mission to track his father down. We visually see that he did it, but oh no, cliffhanger, Dad ain't dead. And we already talked about how William could very well be dismantling the animatronics to try and stop their attack. So it seems like a pretty balanced debate, or at least it does until you look at the timeline. Based on order of events, William inside Springtrap is undeniable. Whoever is working as Night Guard in Fazbear Fright can't just be some random guy off the street. It's someone who has seen both the FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 animatronics, considering he's having hallucinations of Mangle, Balloon Boy, and the puppet, as well as the first generation version of Chica. The only person who worked at both of those places outside of William Afton himself is Michael Afton. Also, we hear that Circus Baby's rentals appeared in the wake of Freddy's Pizza being closed, but the safe rooms were sealed with Springtrap inside while Freddy's Pizza was still open. That's why Apparently there's a whole series of phone guide tapes telling employees about the safe rooms, how to use them, and then, oh wait, no, we're closing them down, pretend like they never existed.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms will be sealed at both locations, including this. More crews will be here most of the day today, constructing a false wall over the old door base. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, it is your own fault. And if we call the request, the listener not be mentioned family, friends, or insurance representative.
If Mike were truly Springtrap, that would mean he never would have had the opportunity to get scooped and turn purple, since Circus Baby's rentals wouldn't have opened at that point, and he would have been trapped in the walls of the FNAF 1 location in the Springtrap suit. Lastly, if Mike were Springtrap, then who set fire to Fazbear Fright? I guarantee that fire was intentional. It was meant to finish off the last awful pieces of Freddy's legacy, and Mike's really the only one possessing that sort of motive. William is the established killer who would be cocky, thinking that he got away from the spirits by hiding in his golden Bonnie suit, which seems very counter to how Mike behaves. Oh yeah, and let's also not forget Scott confirmed our theories on the killer being in Springtrap years ago. If all of that doesn't convince you, hell, I look forward to watching your research.
Alright, 12 pages later, I'm finally ready to close this thing out. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Now don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. Hey, and a very special thanks to Kellen Goff, the voice of Funtime Freddy, who recorded that incredible intro. Please do me a favor and follow him on Twitter.
And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
Jeez, Scott. I know we didn't get along all the time, but condemning me to hell seems a bit extreme. Seriously though, can we turn on some air conditioning here or something? It's getting a bit warm in here. Oh wait, it is me because I'm wearing my snuggly new Game Theory merch. And you too can be getting hotter than a serial killer in a burning death trap, because starting right now, new merch is available via the link in the description. Do you know the way to good fashion? Well, I will show you the way, because not only do we have this nifty hoodie with embroidered patches that make you feel like you're wearing a warm, stylish blanket, we also have new shirts with a stunning slimming design so you can look and feel great even after stuffing your face with budget pizza from a defunct children's restaurant. And they wash great, especially when you're using Tide Pods, go figure. It's gonna be spring soon and spring tends to get kinda chilly, but don't worry, cause I got you covered with another item that I think's the bomb. A bomber jacket, complete with Game Theory lining so that you too can pull a mat pad and walk around in jackets all year long, even when it's too hot to be doing so. Then for all those who want to secretly show off their theorist pride, we got socks! Because honestly, people who wear fun, colorful, nerdy socks are like my favorite people in the world. I have 20 pairs of nerdy socks ranging from like Deadpool to Rick and Morty, and now Game Theory's in the collection, and you could add it to your collection too. And finally, we have men's and women's underwear, perfect for your top and your bottom. Call it Game Theory Intimates. It's a new year, get yourself some new gear. Plus, every order comes with a special Winter 2018 pin, as well as a chance to win something that is really special. Only 100 orders will come packaged with this, a special limited edition Golden Theory coin. Not only is it just super cool to get a real gold coin, it also may serve as your ticket to a very special event happening later this year. It's basically like Willy Wonka and his golden tickets, except for gamers and less caloric. But I have to warn you, supplies of everything are super limited. We know that things took way too long last time to get to you, so we've partnered with a new team to ensure that you get your orders faster and with way better customer service. Unlike last time, everything is already printed, waiting in boxers and eager to find a new home in your arms, or on your stanky feet, or covering your unmentionables. Shipping is international, sizes are like what you'd get in the store, and again, to ensure that you get stuff fast, this is all super limited edition prints. Once it is gone, it is gone for good. So make sure you place your orders now, because who knows what'll be available a week from now. And once it arrives, send us a picture of you in the merch. Except for the underwear, I don't want to get arrested. Anyway, enough shilling. Let's talk about the end of this channel's most popular franchise. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where let's just take a collective moment and get this all out of the way. Say it with me now. Another FNAF video. You said the last one was gonna be your last. Yeah, I know, but I also said this. Now don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. And true enough to form, that's exactly what happened. I released my final two-parter theory on the subject, and exactly 1 month later, FNAF 6, disguised under the fan game-esque name of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, gets released. Now, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you all thought that Scott and I were the same person. Come to think of it, you have never seen us in the same room together at the same time. Anyway, the game came out over 2 months ago, and ever since I've had countless people asking me for the theory. Over 10 people in the last week alone stopped me on the street and asked for a FNAF episode. And that's not even mentioning all the emails I've gotten in that time. So for Ben, Steven, Phil, Cassie, Matt, Lucas, Sarah, Alex, Matt number 2, and NBA Rookie of last year, Karl Anthony Towns, that's no joke actually, as well as everyone who has sent in something requesting an episode on FNAF, this one, and potentially one squeezed between this one and the next theory, and maybe even a third one down the line at some point, those are all for you. Now, FNAF 6 was a very different game from any of the ones that came before. Not because it had a weird roller coaster tycoon-esque metagame connecting all the security camera maintenance you've come to know and tolerate from this series, but because it's much more explicit than usual. This game has a lot of talking, accompanied by clear visual storytelling to reinforce what you're hearing, meaning that a lot of the major plot points of this game are fairly easy to understand, which has gotta be like a first for the entirety of this franchise. FNAF 6 is filled with a sense of finality. It's clearly meant to tie up all the loose ends and serve as the last game of the series. Or, let me be clear, the last part of the series covering what I'm gonna call the Purple Guy saga. It's like Dragon Ball Z up in here. A saga which begins with a series of murders that result in animatronics coming to life, continues with the Afton family meeting with a series of terrible fates, and ends with the spirits of everyone involved getting closure, one way or another. Because this game feels much more obvious in its story, many online theorists have chosen to focus on the major story beats, actively ignoring the game's more unusual bits, the wrinkles that don't quite fit in cleanly. But it's in those wrinkles that we find answers to some of the longest held questions of the franchise, and the clues that we need to finally put the whole puzzle together. So stick with me and prepare to get a little wrinkly like a toe left in the bathtub for too long, because while today is certainly a theory, or rather multiple theories all in one episode, it's also me trying to open the door to you guys, equipping you with the information necessary to discuss the final points lingering around the edge of this mysterious franchise, finally closing the book on the Purple Guy saga. Now, before I get to the deep lore here, let me quickly run through the major reveals of this game just to make sure that we're all working with the same understanding. In the aftermath of FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame, the spirits of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Golden Freddy have all been put to rest, which left only the lingering threads of Springtrap with William Afton inside, Ennard with Baby inside, Michael Afton, I'm a living corpse who used to have robot tentacles inside, and the puppet with nothing inside. Prior to the release of this game, Scott's two websites, scottgames.com and fnafworld.com, were talking to each other in their source code, a conversation which showed Baby and Ennard getting into a fight, and Baby basically getting voted out of the tribe, which is why in this new game the two are once again separate entities. Ennard in this game assumes the form of Molten Freddy, which, adding in this game's other new edition of Rockstar Freddy, brings the total number of different Freddy forms across the entire series to 12. 12 different Freddys alone. And you'll wonder why this game is confusing to talk about. Baby, meanwhile, becomes Scrap Baby, complete with a lobster claw and roller skates because Scott was like, wee, it's my final game, I can make the designs whatever the hell I want to. Springtrap now has a cleft chin, and heck, why not? There's a weird black bear named Lefty, because why the heck not throw a 13th bear onto the pile? Throughout the game, you're not only tasked with handling the best characters ever, featuring such standouts as Number 1 Crate and Mr. Hugs, but every night you'll find one of your old friends out in that back alley, and it's your task per paragraph 4 of your employment contract to salvage that animatronic, bringing them into your establishment.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
Fast forward a couple nights to the true ending of the game, where we learn that the whole pizzeria was just a trap made to lure the stray animatronics into the same place at the same time, so that they and the horrors of Freddy Fazbear's could be finished off once and for all in a final blaze of glory. Even though that technically happened once before in FNAF 3 and Springtrap survived. But hey, Who's counting? Me, but, you know, that's what I do. And who of all people set up this trap? What is the identity of this mysterious cassette man? Well, the first clue we get is actually in the closing monologue.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
It's an old friend of William Afton's, Henry, no last name given. And if that lack of a last name sounds familiar, well, it should. I mentioned this guy a lot during that dark period where I used information from the books for my sister location theories. In the book series, he's the animatronic genius who partnered with William to create the Freddy bots. And this isn't only speculation. One of the secret endings, the insanity ending, proves that this is Henry. If during the game you buy this freak show egg creature for way too much money, it causes your computer's power button to switch from green to blue. If you then hold the power button like you're starting the computer in safe mode, it causes a hidden recording to play. An audio tape that happens to be labeled HRY, Henry. But the insanity ending shows us even more than just a light connection back to the novels. As Henry talks about his regret over ever helping William create the animatronics and his plan to lure everyone together to finish this off once and for all, we're shown a series of secret blueprints. Most of them provide a bit more detail into how this wacky world works. We're shown that Afton's scooper from Sister Location functions by infusing things with, for lack of a better term, soul energy, what Afton calls remnant. This is how Michael was able to survive as a purple corpse post his Ennard enema. We also see that Molten Freddy, formerly Ennard, still contains the souls of Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy, and that our mission under paragraph 4 is to specifically collect and destroy the remnant once and for all. Remnant is destroyed by overheating, hence the fire at the end. We even learn the detail that literally no one was asking for: how to simulate children. The RASC, or Remote Activated Simulated C I'm assuming stands for child, simulates body temperatures of 98.6 degrees and then runs around making child noises. Hence how you're able to lure all the murderous animatronics around in this game, and also probably FNAF 3. But what's most surprising is the final blueprint. Lefty, that oddball black bear that just showed up in this game. A bear that, according to its acronym, is programmed to lure something by emitting a bracelet code and then encapsulate it with a combination of lullabies and controlled shocks. A bear suit that was made by Henry that has the sole purpose of capturing none other than the puppet. You can even tell it's already accomplished its goal if you look closely at this rare screen you sometimes get when you boot up the game. The signature striped arm of the puppet showing through the Lefty animatronic. But it doesn't stop there. If you buy and then play the security puppet minigame 3 times over the course of your week in the restaurant, you see a child trapped outside the pizzeria wearing a bracelet. The puppet, a security device of all things, is trained to respond to her specific bracelet code, green, and so it chases her outside only to find her dying in the alley. Short-circuiting from the rain that's pouring down around it, it lies down next to her, and the two fuse into one. And this lines up with exactly what we hear in the game's true ending.
My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest, for you, and for those you have carried in your arms.
Henry's daughter, the first victim, is the puppet, the one who gave life to everyone that came after her and gave peace to their souls in FNAF 3. Finally confirmed after I'd been predicting it for 3 years since the release of FNAF 2. So there you have it. Henry from the books is now canon in the games. His daughter is the puppet trapped inside Lefty. Everyone, including Michael, dies in the FNAF 6 fire, and baby's name is established as Elizabeth in Henry's closing monologue. It's all pretty cut and dry. I mean, if you want to get really deep, the images on the walls in the alley are actually blurry contracts. You can tell based on the bullet points and oddly short paragraphs, which I have seen more than enough time to identify at a glance, and all of that relates back to that theme of what is Paragraph 4, which has been Scott's calling card for this game. The creepy imagery of the ventriloquist and clown that you also see in the alleyway isn't teasing some new game like a lot of people have been assuming, but rather it's just an artistic recreation of the Afton family. William is the ventriloquist. The dummy, who looks exactly like him, represents Michael Afton, who, as we know, looks just like his father, just a smaller version of him, and has to parrot back a lot of what his father tells him to do. Elizabeth, aka Baby, is the clown, for fairly obvious reasons, and the bear on the leash is just Crying Child, a child who is trapped and held back by his family, who ultimately dies in the hands of Fredbear. FNAF 6 even offers explanations for the inappropriate costumes that were mentioned by the phone guy calls from FNAF 3. Yeah, you remember those?
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
They're the Mediocre Melodies crew from this game, which also happen to match up perfectly to the other masks that you see during FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame. A green one is Happy Frog, the pink one is Pig Patch, Mr. Hippo is purple, there's some blue one for some reason, and then Orville the elephant is the orange one with the long nose. But for as much as FNAF 6 explains, and it explains a lot pretty explicitly, it leaves open 3 huge questions. 3 questions that no one has been able to answer for the past 2 months until now. Or at least I'm pretty confident that I can answer 2 of those questions. For the 3rd one, I'm gonna need your help. Now, you don't need too much to get that true ending. You just salvage all the animatronics and survive all the nights. Basic FNAFing 101. But there's another layer to this game, an ending that goes one step beyond just the base storyline. The Lore Keeper ending, where things start to get complicated in a hurry. To unlock it, you have to play 3 specific minigames through to completion: Security Puppet, Fruity Maze, and Midnight Motorist. Security Puppet was easy to explain. The others, though, are where the questions start to pop up. In Fruity Maze, the game starts to become more and more unstable as you progress through the 3 levels. By the end of the 3rd stage, collectibles have transformed into slaughtered dogs and burial flowers. Your on-screen avatar is trailing bloody footprints, and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl reflected in the arcade screen is crying. And for good reason, since standing behind her is none other than the purple guy, dressed in his golden best. Now, this one's confused a lot of online theorists, but in my opinion requires some process of elimination to solve. FNAF 6 is all about tying up loose ends, right? And at this point, the puppets set the souls of FNAF's core 4 of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica, as well as Golden Freddy free in the Happiest Day minigame. Baby, the sister location crew, Springtrap, and the puppet are all taken care of by Henry in the true ending of FNAF 6, and the 3 toy animatronics from FNAF 2, which do seem to legitimately be tied to a security database, are scrapped at the end of their game. So who or what does that leave? Mangle. But I'm not saying that the girl is Mangle, I'm telling you it's her dog. Mangle is William Afton's first successful experiment with a remnant, dog remnant. Which, now that I say it out loud, sounds a lot more like Dog Duty than Miracle Soul formula, but let me explain. We obviously see that the girl's crying, but it's not because she's scared. We actually see that Will Trap is able to have a normal conversation with her, saying, "He's not dead, he's still alive, follow me." She's crying because her dog died, as represented on the screen. And that's the he that William's referencing here. Your dog is not dead, he is still alive. And we have proof that William isn't lying about this either. It's an odd detail that I've never talked about, which is pretty incredible that after so many of these darn videos, I'm still pulling out random factoids to piece into this puzzle. But in the Save Them minigame from way back in FNAF 2, you're in a building filled with 5 dead kids and Purple Guy. All the other animatronics are stationary except for one, Mangle. Alive and well, and unlike every other animatronic in the entire series, roaming around on all 4s. Even though Mangle technically walks around on 3 legs, but you get the point. A design decision so important that we see Scott keep it in Mangle's quest from FNAF 3 as well. Mangle is alive without the puppet giving him gifts or giving him life. So how is the Mangle animatronic moving in this moment? William, experimenting with animals and remnant. And as we see in the Fruity Maze, William uses the fact that the dog is still alive to lure this girl to her death, allowing her to be reunited with her dog forever. For more proof, notice that the dead dog in the Fruity Maze minigame is actually missing an eye, a detail that we see at Chair with Mangle. Additionally, you ever notice how Mangle is the only animatronic that actually doesn't possess any human-like noises? The core four all feature moaning, sighs, or laughs at various points throughout the series. Ballora, Baby, Springtrap, and the Fun Times all talk. Even the Nightmare animatronics breathe, which is a whole nother can of worms I'm not opening up today, but Mangle just has garbled radio noises, almost like its cognitive functioning is much less than all the other possessed creatures in the series. So that's Fruity Maze, but then comes the biggie. Perhaps the most vague and bizarre moments from FNAF 6 come from the hidden Easter eggs in the final Lorekeeper minigame, Midnight Motorist. It starts simple enough. A top-down racer game, but glitch through an opening in the bottom of the track, and suddenly you're on a rainy drive through a rural tree-filled landscape, visiting a bar named Junior's, and eventually making your way to a lonely house hidden deep in the woods. Out pops the driver, and he's orange? Thanks, Scott. We finally solved the identity of Purple Guy, and you just had to throw in one final monochromatic mystery man. Orange Guy? I like to call him Mustard Man. He charges into the house and rages at the fact that someone, presumably his son, has locked himself in his room. He goes around the back to find a way in, only to discover that the window is broken with a set of footprints and some bear tracks, leading to, quote, that place again. And that's it. The minigame abruptly ends there. No matter how many times you replay this game, it's always the same. It's weird, it's disturbing, and most of all, it's frustrating, since it seems to introduce all new characters in a game that's mostly about bringing every other character's story to a close. But are these truly new faces? No. Look first at the house. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees. Believe it or not, but we've actually seen this house before on the title screen to FNAF 4. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees. Not only that, but both houses have two stories. Even the roofs look roughly the same. But now think back to a quote that I mentioned last episode about how Scott writes these stories. Quote, there have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. FNAF 6 is all about clarifying, explaining Remnant, explaining the scooper, the puppet, and what's our connective tissue in this minigame? Someone sitting in a living room watching TV. And what did we see at the end of every night of Sister Location? Michael Afton going home after his shift to watch TV. That slouchy figure there may look like a balding grandma, but it's good old Mike Casual Bongos Afton himself binging on his Immortal and the Restless. And I can further prove it via his text. Scott has always roughly adhered to the convention of dialogue colors being important. And this final game is no exception to this rule. Green bouncer dude talks in green, orange guy talks in orange, and Michael Afton on the couch talks in gray. Exactly like he did when he was laughing at his crying brother back in FNAF 4. It's definitely a slightly different shade, but he's also the only one in the entirety of this series to speak in gray lettering. They also both wear gray shirts, only the truly fashionable match their t-shirt to their font color. Couple all of that with him watching TV, the FNAF 4 title screen house, which always has a TV in it, and the character being protective over some him, say a younger brother, and you have yourself the perfect portrait of the Afton family, which would make Orange Guy Purple Guy, otherwise known as William Afton. He's even got a signature purple car, the same one that we saw him use in the FNAF 2 Take Cake minigame before he killed off Henry's daughter. But why? Why would Scott choose to make William Afton some color other than purple for like the first time ever in the final game in the series? The answer is actually kind of mundane, because by this point in the series, there are two different purple guys, William and his son. It would have been confusing from a storytelling standpoint, though I do gotta say, Scott, it's not that much better, since now you're swapping in a whole new color for a character who's been represented by another color the whole time. It's a bit confusing. Anyway, what does all of this mean? Why, out of all things, did Scott choose to show us this random scene? What is he trying to explain about the story through the battle between an orange William Afton and a runaway child? All of that in just a few days. This video is really long already. Plus, in a game that tries to answer everything from the entirety of the series, what was in the FNAF 4 box? Was it truly left forgotten forever? Is Scott waiting to reveal its contents in a future game? Make sure you take a bite out of that subscribe button to find out those final answers, as well as the solution to perhaps the biggest question of them all, the Lore Keeper's final screen. After unlocking all of these glitched minigames, Scott presents us with a series of gravestones filled with names. Some familiar, and some not so much. So, who are they? What do they reveal about the story? And how can you help me to solve Five Nights' last and most closely guarded secrets? All of that next time. In the meantime, though, remember, Game Theory merch is now available, but hopefully by this point it's selling out faster than a YouTube. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory in 2018, a show apparently dedicated entirely to virtual boxes, loot box psychology, loot boxes as gambling, the treatise on the science of fictional cardboard boxes. It's like box episodes are the new FNAF episodes for the channel. Gotta milk 'em dry! Next episode should be on, I don't know, the orange box or something. But in all seriousness, the box tetralogy reaches its dramatic finale today, as I cover what is perhaps the most infamous digital box of the last decade, FNAF 4's Locked Chest. Now, last episode we started to explore the idea that FNAF 6 is all about tying up loose ends. That as the last game in the Purple Guy saga, Scott's goal was to give us the information necessary to close the book on this chapter in Freddy's story. But to me, as someone who has studied these games inside and out, if there was one question that needed to be answered in a final game, it wasn't how Michael Afton was able to become a living purple corpse through Remnant, or how Henry was able to create a device that could somehow simulate child body temperatures. I didn't even care so much about the timeline at this point. No, what I wanted answered was the biggest lingering mystery of FNAF. What was in the box? Rewind back to FNAF 4, the game that utterly wrecked everyone's understanding of this franchise. You beat the game, you get the iconic line of, "I will put you back together," and then boom, a literal mystery box that would make the likes of J.J. Abrams proud. Accompanied by the lines, "Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now." But you know what? I never forgot. The fans never forgot, and I don't think Scott forgot either. So now, 2 years, 3 games, and 4 books later, I think I'm finally ready to break open the locks and reveal what was supposed to be in this thing versus what actually was in the thing. Because I have reason to believe that the contents of the box have changed 3 separate times, and that now, in the wake of FNAF 6, Scott has already shown us what is inside the box. Let me explain. FNAF 4 was released on July 23rd, 2015, and with it, the mysterious box ending. Exactly 1 month later, August 24th, Scott made a post on Steam referencing a Halloween update for the game, an update where he had considered opening the box. Quote, "I wanted to post some information about the upcoming Halloween update. I started off a few months ago with several ideas in mind for what I wanted to release, ranging from DLC to a new game to opening the box, more on that later, but now I've been working steadily and have a pretty clear vision going forward." End quote. So, why wasn't the box included as a part of that update? Well, he explains it later in the post. Quote again. Now, I want to talk about what won't be included, the box. You know, when I released the first game over a year ago, I was amazed at how quickly everyone found every bit of lore and story. Then the same happened with Part 2. Then Part 3 came out, and once again the story was uncovered by the community. But then I released Part 4, and somehow no one, not a single person found the pieces. The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special. A fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever. End quote. So clearly in the month after the release of the game, disappointed that the mysteries were staying hidden, Scott had already changed his mind about what he wanted to do with this box. And I just gotta say, Scott, my man, you didn't even give me a shot at this one. You change your mind about a game's fundamental mystery in a month? I mean, in that amount of time, all I could do was release a rushed out retrofitted prediction theory because I was stuck in con season when the game was released. Give a theorist some slack, man. So that begs the question of what he originally intended to be in the box. My theory, toys, a badge, a hospital wristband, and a picture of what eventually became known as the Afton family. The only time we would ever see them truly happy in this franchise. Remember, FNAF 4 was meant to be the final game in the series, and based on all the clues Scott left prior to the release of Sister Location, he absolutely intended for Freddy's to be a story told in the mind of a child. Maybe not so much in dreams, like dream theory would indicate, but perhaps in a coma or on the kid's deathbed. I mean, sure, let me be clear. Yes, there was absolutely a real-life string of murders informing this kid's visions, as evidenced by the puppet and the murder outside the restaurant. But I mean, look at what he just said in that Steam post. Most people assume that I filled FNAF 4 with random Easter eggs. I didn't. And now look at everything that lines up in this game. Toys that match the look and behavior of the toy animatronics. People getting shoved into suits by a guy hidden in shadows that would probably look like a murder to a young child. A boy carrying a balloon to inspire Balloon Boy. Bullies who wear masks that perfectly match the nightmares. Shadows that would literally inspire shadow animatronics. A mangled toy. The concept of a plush Bonnie that bites you. A child's phone and a child's fan to simulate the night guard desk. People walking around in animatronic suits like Springtrap. A grandfather clock like you would find in your home going off to signal the end of the night. The list goes on and on and on. And even though he'd moved on with the story, Scott still wanted us to figure it out, which is why on our October 5th, 2015 GT Live, Scott crashed the live stream, giving us explicit clues to figure it out. 4 games, 1 story, why is Toy Chica missing her beak, and what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. All 3 clues again pointing to the conclusion of some sort of coma theory, with the box containing the items alluding to that story. Toys and plushies to show where all the ideas for the animatronics came from. A badge to show that this kid's father worked at the restaurant as a security guard. A hospital band to make it clear that the child was rushed to the hospital in the aftermath of the Fredbear bite, and a happy family that we see shattered in the aftermath of a stupid prank. This box is locked and hidden away in an attic or a basement when the child dies. The memories it contains are too tough to bear. But the line of, would the community accept it that way, is the key phrase in all of this. Scott knew that the story, as he envisioned it, would be controversial for a fan base that was literally comparing shades of purple across the series. He had a solution to the story that he wanted to tell, but was now trapped by his own success. People were too interested in his mystery box, which is why Sister Location and everything afterward emphasized more real-life events. Scoopers and Remnant and literal purple people walking around outside. But before he got to that point, there was one other course correction. FNAF World. The pimply-faced puberty of the franchise. The game that, also like puberty, everyone wants to forget, including Scott himself. And it was here that Scott tried to unveil the mystery of the box a second time. If you played through the game normally, you would never see any connections to the box. You would just play through this bizarre fever dream of an RPG, and then finally kill Scott Coffin himself as the final boss of the game. Yeah, in case you skipped over FNAF World, Scott is one of the final bosses and complains about how obnoxious the fans of the series can get. It is strange, it is funny, certainly meta, and most undeniably passive-aggressive. Anyway, if you linger on the opening dialogue between your character and Fredbear, you unlock a hidden quest that lurks beneath the surface of the game that was undoubtedly meant to tie into the mystery of the box. We're told that the quest requires us to, quote, leave breadcrumbs for him to help him find his way. The him we're helping is FNAF 4's bite victim, and we know this from the opening dialogue. Quote, something has gone wrong. That's why I'm here. But I won't let the same happen to you. I will put you back together. Haha, the classic FNAF 4 line. So infuriatingly vague. Anyway, that line confirms that the you being talked about here is the bite victim, that the something has gone wrong is referring to the bite itself, and that the yellow eyes doing the talking, the one who is trapped here, is the puppet. From here, your secret quest is to find a series of clocks and complete mini-games that directly relate to the steps necessary to unlock FNAF 3's Happiest Day ending. You push Balloon Boy into a box, you press 4 arcade buttons, you set up 4 cupcakes, etc., etc. And if you do everything correctly, your secret ending reads as follows. Quote, we're still your friends. Do you believe that? The pieces are in place for you. All you have to do is find them. And we know from FNAF 3 that the pieces are indeed found. On the cutscenes between nights, we find the clues that FNAF World left for us hidden in the hallway, telling us to do things like double-click Balloon Boy and collect the 4 cupcakes, which then enables us to complete the glitched minigames and release the spirits once and for all. But the important line of this FNAF FNAF World ending is, "The pieces are in place for you." A line that very intentionally mirrors the language Scott used to describe the contents of the box in the first place. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. And if you think that this is just a linguistic coincidence, it's not. Remember, Scott doesn't do coincidence, because here's the real shocker. While trolling through the game's texture files, Reddit user Poi2010-201, or at least his was the earliest post that I could find discussing this discovery, found that FNAF 4's box was actually hidden in FNAF World's code. But it wasn't just the box, it was a texture of the box, unlocked and opened. So, for a second time, we clearly see that Scott had plans to reveal what was inside his mystery box. Which then begs the question, what was in it this time? And honestly, it's hard to say. As you can probably tell, FNAF World played with the lore of the main series in some very unusual ways. For instance, the clock quest showed that this weird, self-aware video game world was somehow able to influence the events of the real world, leaving breadcrumbs in the real world that you would be able to follow in FNAF 3. But because the game ends with the line, "The pieces are in place for you to follow," it implies that the guard we're playing as in FNAF 3, the one who is actually finding these clues, was the bite victim, which then opens up an entirely different can of worms. And if it's all true that the puppet is stuck in this weird, nebulous FNAF world, then the world of the game is literally, or symbolically, limbo or death. Anyway, it's very messy. If I were to guess, Scott planned on FNAF World, the game, actually being the box. A game that literally contained all the pieces of this franchise put together. Yeah, it's a bit symbolic and half-baked, but, you know, so was FNAF World. But it was here that the mystery would change direction yet again. This time, though, it wasn't the community that prompted the change, but rather Scott himself, who made it clear that he was dissatisfied with FNAF World as a rushed and unpolished release. Embarrassed by the game, he quarantined it off to its own little segment of the franchise. And in the process, he retconned its story to focus on the new, more human drama-esque direction that the series would take moving forward. You can see this actually through creative changes like the game's new ending, which revealed Henry and Baby for the very first time, as well as some lines that got added between updates, with glitched Fredbear foreshadowing something terrible coming, aka Baby. Instead of being focused backwards on details from previous games like the bite victim and the FNAF 3 minigames, the game was now looking forward to a game that had yet to be released, which left the box and the resolution it promised for the entirety of the Freddy story once again abandoned. And when both Sister Location and FNAF 6 rolled credits with no mention of boxes, that's exactly where it seemed like it would stay, forgotten forever. But I wasn't convinced. For as convoluted as the story often is, Scott cares too much about it, and cares too much about this community to leave a mystery this big unanswered. My first thought about connecting the box to the new game was Candy Cadet, the best character to ever come out of this franchise.
Candy, candy, candy.
If you visit Candy Cadet enough times and give him enough tokens, he'll tell you one of 3 separate stories, all sharing the same general theme of 5 objects merging into one object and then being put into a box. In the first, 5 keys are melted together into one key by a mother trying to save imprisoned kids, with everyone dying trapped in their own room. The second has 5 kittens in danger of being eaten alive by a snake, the remains of which get sewn together and stored in a shoebox. And the third, well, the third is the most uplifting story, as 5 orphans get adopted by a man who wants to protect them from a burglar, and it doesn't go so well.
He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home, and killed all 5 of the children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one, and buried the child. That night, there was a knock at the door.
So clearly, the Candy Cadet stories were making some connection to boxes. But what did all these stories mean? Characters getting stitched together immediately made me think of Ennard, but even at Ennard's peak, he only had 4 characters inside of him: Freddy, Foxy, Ballora, and Baby. So that one didn't quite work out. Famously, there were 5 children killed as a part of the missing children's incident, but their souls individually ended up in animatronics rather than being put together and crammed into the same box. There are 5 other games in the series, so maybe this is all a meta commentary about the franchise itself, but then what would there be at all these much vague and promised for the entirety of the Freddy story once again abandoned. And when both Sister Location and FNAF 6 rolled credits with no mention of boxes, that's exactly where it seemed like it would stay, forgotten forever. But I wasn't convinced. For as convoluted as the story often is, Scott cares too much about it, and cares too much about this community to leave a mystery this big unanswered. My first thought about connecting the box to the new game was Candy Cadet, the best character to ever come out of this franchise.
Candy, candy, candy.
If you visit Candy Cadet enough times and give him enough tokens, he'll tell you one of 3 separate stories, all sharing the same general theme of 5 objects merging into one object and then being put into a box. In the first, 5 keys are melted together into one key by a mother trying to save imprisoned kids, with everyone dying trapped in their own room. The second has 5 kittens in danger of being eaten alive by a snake, the remains of which get sewn together and stored in a shoebox. And the third, well, the third is the most uplifting story, as 5 orphans get adopted by a man who wants to protect them from a burglar, and it doesn't go so well.
He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home, and killed all 5 of the children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one, and buried the child. That night, there was a knock at the door.
So clearly, the Candy Cadet stories were making some connection to boxes. But what did all these stories mean? Characters getting stitched together immediately made me think of Ennard, but even at Ennard's peak, he only had 4 characters inside of him: Freddy, Foxy, Ballora, and Baby. So that one didn't quite work out. Famously, there were 5 children killed as a part of the missing children's incident, but their souls individually ended up in animatronics rather than being put together and crammed into the same box. There are 5 other games in the series, so maybe this is all a meta-commentary about the franchise itself, but then what would it mean to stitch them together? Just solve the story? Or the stories fixating on different moments of the Freddy timeline? Suffice it to say, Candy Cadet led me straight to a dead end. A dead and stitched together end, that is. I gotta say, I scoured the game. I knew the box was hidden here somewhere, and I suspected that Candy Cadet was involved in some way, but I was so overwhelmed with information at this point. Clues whirling past me, vague minigames and stories that had no concrete answers. Details of games upon games, cut, unused content. The box needed to be some solution that brought together all of these separate pieces. And then finally, the storm cleared and it all clicked. The final image of the game. During the true ending, Henry calls in to unveil his trap.
You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize.
We then see the schematics of the ventilation system we've been working with throughout the entire game. We see it for a long time as the center square, the actual pizzeria filled with kids, fades away. And what we're left with is a familiar shape, a box, a rectangular box, a locked box, a box with no exit, a box where, according to our responsibilities in paragraph 4, we put all the pieces together by salvaging the remaining animatronics, playtesting the minigames for all of the hidden lore, and finally bring the FNAF storyline to its end once and for all. As we bring this story to a close, what did Scott finally decide to do with the box? He made it Henry's trap in FNAF 6 to lure the final pieces together and finish him off once and for all. Like Candy Cadet told us over and over again in its 3 stories, the box is filled with 5 dead things becoming one. 5 children killed, sewn together, and buried in one coffin. 5 dead kittens, sewn together and kept in one shoebox. 5 keys melted together and torched in one room. And in our case in FNAF 6, 5 animatronics trapped in one pizzeria simulator and burned. And this works any way that you count it. Baby, Springtrap, and Molten Freddy, who we know according to his blueprint has 3 animatronics in him, thus making 5, or you can count it Baby, Springtrap, Molten Freddy, Puppet, and our character who we play as Michael. 5 characters, all essential to the FNAF story, brought into one box to die. Even Henry himself has a role here in the Candy Cadet stories. He's the innocent of those stories, the one who started with good intentions who ultimately fails to protect those under his care. He's the mom who lets the kids burn. He's the kid who leaves the snake's cage open. It's Henry's negligence that allows the snake, the burglar William Afton, to claim so many lives. We hear him lament this in the Insanity ending.
It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create.
This was Scott's subtle nod to the box in FNAF's final game. The way to work it in after all the twists and turns his story had to take over the years. Was it what he originally intended for it? Absolutely not. Is it the most obvious explanation? Not by a long shot. But when you consider that this animatronic empire started as one big unexpected twist in Scott's life and was then fueled by a story full of not so obvious narrative moments, having the box end up being a symbol for the franchise's final climactic moment, it feels right. If I can borrow from Scott's original description, it feels special, a fitting conclusion. And with that, there's only one theory left to go. The analysis I promised for Midnight Motorist and the mystery of the Lorekeeper Graves. Two questions that close out these games for what feels like the final time, but begin to point towards what the future might hold for the Freddy's series. More on that soon. Not next episode, since if I do more than 2 of these things in a row, people get really mad at me, but definitely soon, since I want to put this thing to rest as much as you guys. I could use, at the very least, a complete refresh on this whole thing and start from scratch again. So ring the bell to ensure that we all close out the Freddy saga together. And in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. That's it. I give up. Scott, you beat me. I can't solve FNAF. I can't. But I'm close. So darn close. And this time, I need you guys to come in. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where the fourth closet is a recording closet. Now, most of you are probably confused about that opening reference, which means that you haven't implanted Scott Cawthon with an RFID tracker that follows his every movement. Fortunately, I have, which means that I can tell you 2 things. 1, Scott spends a lot of time on the toilet. Gotta stop maxing out the spicy salsa at Chipotle, Scotty C. Us old people gotta watch our digestive biomes. And 2, the FNAF series may have quote-unquote ended with FNAF 6, but our time with the 13 variations of the same darn animatronic bear are far from over, because Scott has been quietly working away on his pièce de résistance, Ultimate Custom Night. All your favorite characters from all the games attacking you all at the same time. 51 characters, all able to be cranked up to level 20. Gotta be real, Markiplier, might be time to be giving up your FNAF crown. That means there can only be one. Dawko, save us. You're our only hope. Anyway, if you're wondering why this episode took so long to come out, that's one of the big reasons why. I was afraid that, like the last custom night, I'd be working on the theory and the DLC would come out with hidden scenes explaining the lore, and then suddenly I'd have to contend with even more purple people puking up robotic spaghetti in the middle of the streets. But based on Scott's playtesting, where right now he's averaging a survival time of 15 seconds, it looks like I may have an opening here. It's been a while, let me remind you that we've already covered a lot of ground here in videos 1 and 2 of the series. Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, otherwise known as FNAF 6, was created with the intention to tie up a lot of loose ends, both for Scott and for the game franchise. We learned that William's business partner Henry, who we were first introduced to back in FNAF World and later in the novels, does in fact play a role in the mainline series of the games. Henry is canon. In FNAF 6, he creates a simulated pizzeria to serve as a trap, luring in all the remaining animatronics. One could say it was a locked box to put all the pieces together. Henry then pulls a Thanos and turns everyone into an ashy pile.
I'm not feeling too good, Foxy.
Henry's hit list included Springtrap, aka William Afton, aka the metaphorical purple guy, Baby, aka William's daughter Elizabeth, Ennard, aka the combination of Molten Freddy / Ballora / Funtime Foxy, your player character Michael Afton, aka the literal purple guy who puked up robot spaghetti, and the newcomer Lefty, like Wally but with less robot lovey-dovey and more robot stabby-stabby. We learn through the hidden insanity ending and other in-game clues that Lefty is a containment suit, built specifically specifically by Henry to lure and trap the puppet, which is possessed by the spirit of his deceased daughter who remains nameless. The Insanity ending also gave us clues as to how the Funtime animatronics function. Unlike the OGs, the Funtimes are heated up and infused with remnant. It's basically soul juice that's extracted from kidnapped children. But that was all just surface stuff. Through our analysis of the Fruity Maze minigame and clues from FNAF 2, we were able to piece together that this dead dog is probably Mangle, and that this girl becomes one of Afton's early victims. It's clearly not his daughter, notice the eye color, and it's not Henry's daughter, notice the hair color, so it must be one of William Afton's victims. And that's pretty much everything we covered in my last two videos. But now it's time to get to the new stuff, starting with this girl. Not only do we know that this is one of William Afton's earliest victims, we also know that her name is Susie and that she goes on to possess Chica. That's right, we can identify her based on this image. If you manage to find all the game's Easter eggs, you unlock the Lore Keeper certificate and a final screen at the end of the game, a hillside filled with gravestones. Graves with a very diverse set of names. 5 in the foreground with one name obscured and 1 in the back with, again, the name hidden from view. Trust me, I tried my best to pull a CSI on that one. Enhance. Enhance again. Enhance a third time. Damn it, Scott! Anyway, this imagery should seem pretty familiar, right? 4 graves with 4 names. 3 boys and a girl, which perfectly matches up to our core 4 animatronics. 3 boy robots and a girl robot. To further solidify the point, look at how the graves are arranged. It's a pattern that's identical to the arrangement of the masks in the good ending of FNAF 3. Even down to the girl character being 3rd in line and slightly behind the other 2. Coincidence? I think you know the answer to that by now. Then you have this mysterious 5th grave hidden off to the side. That one definitely contains the soul of whoever winds up possessing Golden Freddy, but more on that one later. And lastly, there's this one overlooking them all. Up on the top of the hill, that's the puppet. Henry's daughter, the one who watches over the rest. 6 main characters, 6 graves, and the same 6 characters that we see fade away during the Happiest Day minigame at the end of FNAF 3's good ending. In short, what the gravestone scene is revealing to us is who these victims are, with Susie as Chica. That also means Freddy is really named Gabriel, Foxy is Fritz, and Bonnie is Jeremy. It's also relatively easy to figure out the name on the puppet's grave, Charlie, or Charlotte, one of the two. We know this not through the games, but rather through the books. But the books aren't canon, I hear you saying, and you're absolutely right, they're not. But they're starting to cross over very heavily. For instance, the entire reveal of William Afton having a business partner named Henry, he was first introduced in the Silver Eyes long before Sister Location ever came out. You ever wonder about this weird wolf poster hanging in the alley of FNAF 6? It's actually one of the Twisted animatronics from the second novel, The Twisted Ones, who are programmed to hide during the day by burying themselves in shallow graves, then dig themselves up at night to roam the countryside looking for innocent victims to gore. And wouldn't you know it, but that's exactly what we see hinted at in the FNAF 6 minigame Midnight Motorist. By going through the game's secret exit and then plowing your car into this random area between the trees, you're able to get out in a clearing in the middle of a forest, and in the upper left corner of the screen is a pile of unmarked dirt. You can't interact with it, the game doesn't acknowledge it at all, but very clearly it is intentionally there. It's super random, right? It is, until you read The Twisted Ones. Or have me read it for you, because seriously, that's why I'm here. Page 74, quote, "When Charlie reached the backyard, she stopped dead. Before her were 3 huge holes in the ground. They looked like graves. Something climbed out of these," end quote. So clearly, even though the books aren't canon, there is significant crossover with the characters and events from the series. In the books, Henry had a daughter named Charlotte. In the games, Henry has a daughter who goes on to become the puppet. It only makes sense for them to share the name, hence gravestone number 5. But it's gravestone number 6 where, I gotta be honest, after months of brainstorming, working and reworking sequences of events and analyzing imagery, I have to regrettably admit defeat. You heard that right. For the first time ever on the show, I have to throw in the towel. Now, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of leads here. Loose threads that I know go somewhere, and I feel like I'm just a step or 2 away from putting it all together, but I just can't quite do it, and I hate to admit it, and honestly, that is the other reason why this video has taken so long for me to write and put together. I didn't want to admit defeat. I didn't want to come to you without a complete idea of what was going on, but honestly, at this point, I'm almost out of ideas, and I need your help help, or maybe even a little helpful nudge from Scott Cawthon in the comments to help put it all together, which honestly could be a very cool group project for all of us to work on together. Anyway, let me explain. Grave 6 obviously belongs to Golden Freddy, and once we know that name, we'll finally be able to uncover the source behind the mysterious repeated messages of "It's me" that have been popping up since FNAF 1. It is a huge deal. And here's the biggest twist of them all. We're not shooting in the dark here. Scott has already given us all the information that we need to solve what the name actually is. You see, the trio of novels isn't the only book that Scott Cawthon's released. Late last year, Scott released the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook, an activity workbook for kids filled with things like simple quizzes about the games, drawing projects, and writing prompts. The theme is that you're a new night guard at the Freddy's restaurant. It's adorable! Until you realize it's a book asking kids who their stuff would go to when they die a gruesome, horrific death trapped inside a furry suit. It's some dark, dark stuff. But perhaps the darkest part of the book is the dabbing chica. Anyway, things start to feel more than they seem from page 1, when it's revealed that this book once belonged to a guy named Mike. And one look at the book's word search immediately clues you in that there's way more here than meets the eye, putting the likes of Gravity Falls Journal number 3 on blast. Basically, the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook is a book-length metagame dedicated to revealing Golden Freddy's real name, all disguised as a children's activity workbook. It is unquestionably my favorite thing that this franchise has yet produced. That is no exaggeration. This thing is so cool, but the problem is, I can't solve it. Here's how it all breaks down. Several pages throughout the book contain faded text that says, "My name." Each of those pages with that text also has a numeric clue hidden on it. Sometimes it's written in plain sight, sometimes with numbers out of place, sometimes the page number itself is wrong. Page 29 is numbered 52. Page 32 is numbered 39. Page 43 is numbered 15. On page 47, the numbers 7 and help, or maybe even a little helpful nudge from Scott Cawthon in the comments to help put it all together, which honestly could be a very cool group project for all of us to work on together. Anyway, let me explain. Grave 6 obviously belongs to Golden Freddy, and once we know that name, we'll finally be able to uncover the source behind the mysterious repeated messages of "It's me" that have been popping up since FNAF 1. It is a huge deal. And here's the biggest twist of them all. We're not shooting in the dark here. Scott has already given us all the information that we need to solve what the name actually is. You see, the trio of novels isn't the only book that Scott Cawthon's released. Late last year, Scott released the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook, an activity workbook for kids filled with things like simple quizzes about the games, drawing projects, and writing prompts. The theme is that you're a new night guard at the Freddy's restaurant. It's adorable! Until you realize it's a book asking kids who their stuff would go to when they die a gruesome, horrific death trapped inside a furry suit. It's some dark, dark stuff. But perhaps the darkest part of the book is the dabbing chica. Anyway, things start to feel more than they seem from page 1, when it's revealed that this book once belonged to a guy named Mike. And one look at the book's word search immediately clues you in that there's way more here than meets the eye, putting the likes of Gravity Falls Journal number 3 on blast. Basically, the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook is a book-length metagame dedicated to revealing Golden Freddy's real name, all disguised as a children's activity workbook. It is unquestionably my favorite thing that this franchise has yet produced. That is no exaggeration. This thing is so cool, but the problem is, I can't solve it. Here's how it all breaks down. Several pages throughout the book contain faded text that says, "My name." Each of those pages with that text also has a numeric clue hidden on it. Sometimes it's written in plain sight, sometimes with numbers out of place, sometimes the page number itself is wrong. Page 29 is numbered 52. Page 32 is numbered 39. Page 43 is numbered 15. On page 47, the numbers 7 and 2 appear out of order in this survey question. On page 85, we're presented with a list, and numbers 10 and 11 appear in red. On page 108, the time 8:11 appears on an incident report that Mike was supposed to log in. So putting all those numeric clues in order, we get 52, 39, 15, 7, 2, 10, 11, 8, 11. But that's just the the beginning. Throughout the book, there are some coupons for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. On one of those coupons, we see that Mike wrote himself the message, "For real value, see page 61." You flip over to page 61 and suddenly you see a finish the comic strip exercise, where in one of the panels, Foxy and Freddy stand in front of a chalkboard with 5 plus 4 written in one part and a 3 written in the bottom right corner. To me, this very clearly tells us that we need to add the two numbers together on each of those 6 pages from earlier to get the real value for that page. 5 plus 2 is 7, 3 plus 9 is 12, 1 plus 5 is 6, 7 plus 2 is 9, 10 plus 11 is 21, and 8 plus 11 is 19. 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, 19, which seems like it's giving us a code to a 6-letter name. But now, what do you do with those numbers? Well, one page in the book contains a giant grid that encourages readers to draw in 8 bits. But if you look closely at the grid's axes are actually numbered, and there are tiny letters in the grid's first few boxes. It seemed to me like this grid was setting up an alphanumeric code where the numbers each get represented by a different letter. Putting 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, and 19 into that, you get Gilpheus. It's clearly not Golden Freddy's real name. But then what about that 3 that's in the bottom right corner of the chalkboard? I tried shifting all the letters and numbers 3 up and 3 down, decoding, recoding, still nothing that would make any sort of sense. But I wasn't admitting defeat yet. The fact that all this is happening on a grid seemed to point to the numbers being decoded using a Visionaire cipher. If you've never encountered these before, well, welcome to the exciting world of cryptography, the art of solving codes. Visionaire ciphers are one of the most famous codes out there. Basically, you need a giant alphabet grid and a keyword. So, say I want to encode the word crying child, that's called my plain text, and I want my keyword to be Mike. What I would do is, in my alphabet grid, go over to my first letter, the C in crying, and then go down to the row M, the first letter in my keyword Mike. That gives me the letter O. Then I would find where column R for the R in crying intersects with row I for the second letter in Mike to get a Z. That's my second encoded letter. And then keep going with column Y crossing with row K, and on, repeating the keyword over and over until I'm at the end of the phrase. If you've done it correctly, you get the ciphertext or encoded word Ozim Zamlun. Ozim Zamluton. Ozim Zamluton. Then to decode, you just reverse the process. And that's what I tried, over and over again, on and off again for months, and still nothing. Using those real values of 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, and 19, I tried everything. Different keywords like Mike, Chica, Friday, since it's on the magazine that Foxy's reading, Bonnie, Foxy, doing the process forwards and backwards, trying to shift everything by 3, both before and after the encoding and decoding process, since that's the random number on the chalkboard that has no explanation. I even started reversing the codes I was working with, since the number 3 on the chalkboard could potentially relate to page 3 of the survival guide, which specifically says take a moment for self-reflection. So that's what I did. I reflected the numbers before coding, after coding, reversing the alphabet. Still nothing. If you think that's a lot, I still wasn't done, because there are other oddities in this book. For unknown reasons, Mike has made red ink tally marks throughout it. On page 9, there are 5. On page 19, there are 10. On page 31, there are 14, but they're in 2 groups, a 5 and a 9. On page 36, there are 5. On page 100, there are again 5. No explanation, no nothing. But they can't just be random tally marks, right? They seem important, and they seem especially important because there are 6 tally hints, just like the 6 real values that we found hidden throughout the book earlier. So I've tried shifting the individual letters off of those tally marks. Nothing. Tried shifting the letters off the tallies, then shifting the results by that 3 that's on that chalkboard. Nothing. Added the tallies, then reversed. Nothing. And on and on and on. Hopefully this all gives you an idea of what I do for some of these theories, taking weeks just to brainstorm new ways to attack the problem, but this time I'm coming up empty-handed. I still have nothing. None of my attempts have yielded anything like a real word or a name. It feels like I'm right there, like the solution is right in front of me, but I just can't quite grasp it. And this is where I have to raise the white flag. I don't know what to do. I need your help, or else I need Scott to give us some clues or something, because I am stumped. I feel like I've tried everything, and very clearly this is the way that Scott intends to reveal Golden Freddy's name. But without all of us working to solve it, that name will forever remain in mystery. And this is only the beginning. The survival guide is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most frustrating piece of evidence to be thrown into this franchise. Yes, the Golden Freddy puzzle is a huge part of that, but there's more. So much more. This book confirms so many assumptions about this series and unveils so many more mysteries than we ever thought possible. And the Golden Freddy mystery is just a small piece of that. The rest all relate to Michael Afton. But all of that will have to be in just a few days. Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you wait months. So make sure you jump scare that subscribe button to ensure that you're here next week for what I guarantee is the most earth-shattering FNAF game theory since, I don't even know, FNAF 2? The things that we're covering next time completely upend a lot of what we thought we knew about this franchise, so get ready for a long one. And in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for simultaneously staying patient for the release of this episode, as well as stomaching another multi-part FNAF episode. When you see next week's video, you'll understand why it had to be that way. Hello, Internet. Welcome to... Screw it, you know by now. If I seem a bit off my game today, forgive me. You'll soon learn why. Pull up a chair, let's talk. Last episode caught you up on everything, and I do mean everything. All my past theories on FNAF 6, the gravestones, the masks, the names of the children inside the animatronics, the connections to the novels, and the identity of the puppet. But then I showed you this. The FNAF Survival Logbook. The book that, in 7 years of doing this, finally broke me. A book that contains within its pages an elaborate series of codes that serve as the key to unlocking the identity of Golden Freddy. A freaking children's activity workbook with a dabbing chica in it is the thing to defeat me. Ugh. That dabbing chica taunts me in my nightmares. But Golden Freddy's Unbreakable Code is only the tip of the iceberg. This book is like a repeated kick in the balls, as everything I thought I knew about FNAF has crumbled in front of my eyes. It's like Freddy Fazbear got a hold of the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped his fingers, and then all of my theories suddenly turned to dust. Because unlike the novels, which have questionable canonicity, the Survival Logbook outright answers a lot of our questions about these games. But the answers that it provides sides just lead to more questions. And not stupid small questions either, like what's Mangle's gender? No, it upends huge parts of the story. The logbook is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most frustrating piece of evidence to ever be thrown into this franchise. You see, as I mentioned last time, this workbook once belonged to Mike, aka Michael Afton. The book establishes that Mike writes his answers in red pen. It also establishes that there's a spirit possessing the book who speaks to Mike via lightly faded text. From what I can gather, it appears to be the spirit of Golden Freddy. And starting with that information, the logbook then proceeds to drop bombshell after bombshell as far as lore reveals go. First, the book outright confirms what we've known for a while now, that Mike is the same Mike who works as the night guard during Sister Location. When asked what he would like for his 1 week bonus, we see him doodling in the corners of the page baskets of money and baskets of exotic butters. On another page, he's drawing a smooth set of casual bongos. Sure, it's nothing earth-shattering, but when it comes to this franchise, getting any portion of any theory confirmed is a big win. And while that reveal might not be all that earth-shattering, you know what is? The book reveals that Michael Afton is who we play as in FNAF 4. On page 40, the workbook starts asking about dreams, and via his doodles, we see that Mike somehow knows the appearance of Nightmare Fredbear, something only the protagonist of FNAF 4 should be aware of. To further confirm this, on page 23 of the book, the spirit who uses the book to talk to Mike outright asks, was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Which, as you may remember, is a direct reference to the purple telephone on the ground in the FNAF 4 bedroom. And if you still think it's a coincidence, it's not. 20 pages later, the spirit starts talking about whether any of the toys on the page look familiar. Most don't, except for one. The phone. Now, for the 8 of you who still remember how this whole freaking story fits together, you might be asking me, but we all thought the protagonist of FNAF 4 was the crying child, the one who gets himself bitten during the birthday party because you have flashes of a hospital bed and hear a flatline at the end of the game. We also assumed that the animatronic Nightmare was representative of death. And you know what? You're absolutely right. That is exactly what we've been thinking. And here's the thing, we weren't wrong. We've apparently been right about all of that, except there was one teeny tiny itsy bitsy little wrinkle that we didn't expect. Michael Afton was the bite victim. Michael Afton was the crying child. I know! I couldn't believe it either, but the proof here is unquestionable. On page 75, a page asking about imaginary friends and featuring the psychic friend Fredbear plush, the spirit outright asks, does he still talk to you? And perhaps the most damning piece of evidence of all, on page 103, the huge reveal, quote, the party was for you. Mike Afton is confirmed to be the crying child. He's the bite victim. He's the one who, at the end of the game, apparently needed to be put back together. It seems undeniable at this point. But then that leads to the obvious next question. How could he have been bitten and died there, but then also be in Sister Location as an adult, gotten himself scooped, blah, 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 until FNAF 6 when he finally burns with the rest of his family? I have been smacking my head against a wall trying to make sense of it all, and I have some theories. Big surprise there. It's interesting. When I did my final FNAF theory, not that one, my final FNAF theory. No, not that one either. Those are technically FNAF 6 theories. God, jeez, this one. When I did this theory, I concluded that the story of FNAF was, at its core, a story about a family, the Afton family. But now it's becoming increasingly clear to me that it's really the story of Michael Afton specifically. 4 games, 1 story, like Scott said back during the FNAF 4 days so long ago. It's the story of the crying child growing up, discovering the atrocities of his father, and then trying to make amends for those. We know for a fact that Michael Afton is the main character of FNAF 1 from the endgame paycheck, Sister Location from the name tag and custom night.
I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
FNAF 6 from Henry's closing monologue, and now FNAF 4 from the survival logbook. And we're still not done. The survival logbook also connects Mike to FNAF 2. On page 56, the spirit asks, was your favorite ride the carousel? A question that only makes sense if Mike had been to the FNAF 2 location, because it's the only one with a carousel. That means that the only game without a solid connection to Mike is FNAF 3, but then there's the whole
Father, it's me, Michael.
Complete with a burned down Fazbear Fright in the background, which seems to be hinting at him being the person who burned the place down, trying to put an end to his father's reign of terror. Michael Afton even shares a connection with the dead children whose names appear on the gravestones, going back to the survival logbook. See, I told you guys this thing was important. When the book asks about missing people on account of them being stuffed into animatronic suits, the spirit asks, do you miss them? It clearly connects Michael Afton to the other missing kids who go on to possess the animatronic suits. This means that Michael is connected to every game and every major character in the story. So let's update it to 6 games, 1 story. Michael's story. Which is all very beautiful to say, but seriously, what is that story? If you've been paying attention, we still have a pretty big elephant in the room, i.e. a dead kid who somehow grows up to become an immortal purple skin suit for robot spaghetti. Oh, and if the game wasn't complicated enough, Michael might not even be his real name. The spirit in the logbook repeatedly asks him, what do you remember? And even more importantly, do you remember your name? It's even hidden in the freaking word search. And I haven't even mentioned the other elephants in the room, like how very clearly the gravestones relate to the kids in the animatronic suits, and yet 2 of those names directly tie back to the security guards from FNAF 2. And if you want to go really, really deep, like you know I love to do, you see Susie's font on her gravestone? Did you know it's the same font that's used to introduce each night of FNAF 4? That's something that no one else online has noticed, and if fonts are important, which remember, they probably are, Scott doesn't do coincidences, so 4 gravestones with completely different fonts is probably important in some way. Notice how 2 of the gravestones share the same font, but it's not Jeremy and Fritz, which you would probably expect since they're the 2 who are mentioned in FNAF 2. There are so many freaking elephants in this room. It is a very crowded room. Remember what I said earlier about repeated kicks to the crotch? This is what I'm talking about. Like to FNAF 2. On page 56, the spirit asks, was your favorite ride the carousel? A question that only makes sense if Mike had been to the FNAF 2 location, because it's the only one with a carousel. That means that the only game without a solid connection to Mike is FNAF 3, but then there's the whole
Father, it's me, Michael.
Complete with a burned down Fazbear Fright in the background, which seems to be hinting at him being the person who burned the place down, trying to put an end to his father's reign of terror. Michael Afton even shares a connection with the dead children whose names appear on the gravestones, going back to the survival logbook. See, I told you guys this thing was important. When the book asks about missing people on account of them being stuffed into animatronic suits, the spirit asks, do you miss them? It clearly connects Michael Afton to the other missing kids who go on to possess the animatronic suits. This means that Michael is connected to every game and every major character in the story. So let's update it to 6 games, 1 story. Michael's story. Which is all very beautiful to say, but seriously, what is that story? If you've been paying attention, we still have a pretty big elephant in the room, i.e. a dead kid who somehow grows up to become an immortal purple skin suit for robot spaghetti. Oh, and if the game wasn't complicated enough, Michael might not even be his real name. The spirit in the logbook repeatedly asks him, what do you remember? And even more importantly, do you remember your name? It's even hidden in the freaking word search, and I haven't even mentioned the other elephants in the room, like how very clearly the gravestones relate to the kids in the animatronic suits, and yet 2 of those names directly tie back to the security guards from FNAF 2. And if you want to go really, really deep, like you know I love to do, you see Susie's font on her gravestone? Did you know it's the same font that's used to introduce each night of FNAF 4? That's something that no one else online has noticed, and if fonts are important, which remember, they probably are, Scott doesn't do coincidences, so 4 gravestones with completely different fonts is probably important in some way. Notice how 2 of the gravestones share the same font, but it's not Jeremy and Fritz, which you would probably expect since they're the 2 who are mentioned in FNAF 2. There are so many freaking elephants in this room. It is a very crowded room. Remember what I said earlier about repeated kicks to the crotch? This is what I'm talking about. That said, after months of thinking about this and more kicks to the crotch than I care to mention, I think I do have an idea of what might be going on here. And it all begins in probably the most confusing place of all, Midnight Motorist from FNAF 6. When I first spoke about this minigame, I said that the mustard man here was William Afton, but I could tell that a lot of you weren't too convinced in my conclusion. And I'll be honest, I wasn't 100% sure of it either, but it was the best I could do at the time. But now, now, I am 100% confident that that is who we're seeing here. You see, FNAF 6 is simultaneously the end of the story as well as the beginning. It's the end because, well, everyone burns to death, and it's the beginning because it's the origin story of the puppet. And as we know, everything begins with the puppet. She's the one that allows all the other animatronics to become possessed, as we see in FNAF 2, which makes the security puppet minigame pretty much the earliest event we ever see in any of these games. And we also know that it's William who killed Charlotte in that back alley. This is the origin story of the purple guy, complete with his purple car that we saw in FNAF 2 after all. But here's the detail I was missing before. If you brighten up the final screen of the security puppet minigame, you'll see tire tracks left by the purple car driving away from his crime. This leads directly to the events of Midnight Motorist, which happens immediately after his murder. Here's how we know this for sure. Not only are you driving a purple car, and not only is it raining in both of the minigames, so they're connected on both those fronts, but get this. Reddit user GB Aura found that this section of the game in the source files is titled Later That Night, giving us the time connection we needed to know 100% that Orange Guy is William Afton. He kills Charlotte in the rain outside of Fredbear's, drives away, and winds up back home later that night. Boom! Proven, locked and loaded. And looking at this minigame, knowing what we know now about Michael being the crying child, we know that the couch potato here is his older brother. Mr. Foxy Mask let me shove my brother into an animatronic mouth and get him killed, speaking in his signature gray text, who apparently no longer has a name, which leaves Michael as the one who escaped to that place again. That is who William is mad at, with that place being obviously none other than Freddy's. And from there, a lot of pieces start to fit together. William's frustration with Michael escaping explains why we see him have surveillance cameras all over his house and sister location. It's not an experiment or anything, he is literally keeping tabs on the boy who keeps running away. It also explains why we see Michael, the crying child, locked in his room throughout FNAF 4. William himself says at the end of Midnight Motorist that Michael will be sorry when he gets back, and he is, as William constantly locks him in his room, making him unable to escape anymore. All of this might even explain the rationale for the Nightmare animatronics. William built them, or else used his mind-altering sound disc that first appeared in the book and that we talked about in a previous theory, to scare Michael so that he would stop wanting to go to the restaurant in the first place. That's why he's so scared of the place when we see him in FNAF 4. I'm literally in the recording closet right now recording this, and suddenly things started to fit together in a weird way. I'm just gonna throw this in here right as it happened in my mind. I'll need to look into this later, probably a future theory, but let's just bring it up now. Orange Guy is William, right? But he's turned away at the front door of Junior's, which is completely random, and everyone's like, why is this in the minigame? Well, could it be because of the investigation into the missing children's incident? Remember what Phone Guy said from FNAF 2?
From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees.
Afton is rejected at the front door of the building because of the lockdown, and because he's a previous employee. It makes the timeline a bit messy, and I'll have to go back and rework it, but something about this feels right. William Afton was fired from his job, goes back to Junior's, but the building is under investigation because of the missing children's incident. William, being a former employee, is turned away at the door. He's not allowed in. It's not a bar, it's nothing like that. It's Freddy Fazbear's Jr. or something, the second location, the FNAF 2 location. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there because it just occurred to me as I was writing this thing. I haven't had time to fully flesh it out or work it into the script, but I thought it was important enough to include, break the flow of things. Regardless, it gives us something else to chew on. Now back to the actual episode as I wrote it. Okay, I continue to avoid the obvious question here. Michael's death and apparent rebirth. If I'm being honest, it's because I don't really have a fully fleshed out explanation for it. It's less of a theory and more of a hypothesis, really. So would you be so kind as to Freddy Fazbear with me as I go through what I think might be happening here? We know that Michael Afton is special, right? right? I mean, we see him get scooped, become a pile of rotten flesh, and yet he is still able to survive. In short, when we see him in Sister Bar, it's nothing like that. It's Freddy Fazbear's Jr. or something, the second location, the FNAF 2 location. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there because it just occurred to me as I was writing this thing. I haven't had time to fully flesh it out or work it into the script, but I thought it was important enough to include, break the flow of things. Regardless, it gives us something else to chew on. Now back to the actual episode as I wrote it. Okay, I continue to avoid the obvious question here. Michael's death and apparent rebirth. If I'm being honest, it's because I don't really have a fully fleshed out explanation for it. It's less of a theory and more of a hypothesis, really. So would you be so kind as to Freddy Fazbear with me as I go through what I think might be happening here. We know that Michael Afton is special, right? I mean, we see him get scooped, become a pile of rotten flesh, and yet he is still able to survive. In short, when we see him in Sister Location, he's not altogether human. Now, hold on to that idea for a second for me. While we're on the topic of Sister Location, let's look at The Immortal and the Restless, the super random soap opera from the game with a name that, now that I say it aloud in context, actually starts to make a little bit more sense. It stars Vlad, an immortal vampire who's dressed in purple who starts every episode saying,
"Clara, I tell you, the baby isn't mine."
And in FNAF, we have William Afton, a man who's apparently immortal enough to survive a spring lock failure, who, like a vampire, sucks the remnant out of children and who knows, maybe survives on it, and is represented by the color purple. It's actually a lot of similarities. So could the repeated lines of,
"Not my baby, the baby isn't mine, the baby isn't mine,"
actually relate to William's relationship with Michael? What if Michael isn't actually William's son? It seems like it would be a logical leap, but we know for a fact that Michael's real name isn't Michael. Remember what the logbook said. Do you remember your name? Well, of course he does, logbook. He wrote it on the front cover, Mike, unless, of course, that's not his real name. So you got all those details? Good, because here's where all this random observation comes together. In the novels, one of the big overarching storylines is that the main character, Charlotte, had a twin who was kidnapped by Springtrap when she was younger. At the end of the second book, it's revealed that the twin wasn't actually kidnapped, it was her, which seems to imply that Charlotte and her twin were one and the same, or were somehow interchangeable. Then, in the final pages, Charlotte dies from a spring lock failure, only to miraculously come back to life unscathed in the next few days as if nothing had ever happened. There are also a lot of clues sprinkled throughout the book that William Afton has the ability to create hyper-realistic humanoid robots. I even mentioned that briefly during a past FNAF theory.
I haven't even gotten to how I think the main character of the book series is probably a robot, but again, those are all theories for other days.
Long story short, everything seems to point to Charlotte in the books being an AI. Maybe at one point she was a person, but she died or was kidnapped at an early age, and ever since, her personality has been programmed into a computer where she's now able to be replicated over and over again into a super advanced robot that's somehow now able to grow and develop. I didn't write the books, okay? Now, obviously, the two are vastly different canons, but the games and books do relate in a lot of ways, and we know in the games from William's daughter Elizabeth that full-on personalities of individuals can get programmed into AI. Elizabeth goes on to possess the spirit of baby. So what if Michael is just one of those? Sure, he was killed in the bite of 83, but when William promised to put him back together, it meant literally put him back together. Find a way to piece him back together using some combination of robotics expertise and miracle soul juice remnant. That's how Michael dies in FNAF 4, but somehow comes back to life in later games. It's how he's able to get scooped, get a bunch of robot spaghetti shoved into him, and then still survive when the robot spaghetti gets puked out of him. It's why he would no longer be able to remember his original name. And after he realizes the truth about what he actually is, that he's no longer human, he decides to end it all in the inferno of FNAF 6, after having done his best to set the souls of his former friends free. Whew boy, that is a lot. And between all these reveals and last week's code, there is a ton for us theorists to start chewing on. But now you get an idea of why I've been beating myself up for months trying to put this whole thing together. It upends mostly everything that we thought we knew about the franchise. Sure, it answers some of our questions like Midnight Motorist and a bit more about FNAF 4, but it opens the door to a lot of new avenues to explore. Anyway, the final book in the FNAF trilogy, The Fourth Closet, is coming out soon. I know a bunch of it leaked online already, but I'm trying to stay blind to it so as not to spoil anything in my theories. And even more exciting, Scott is releasing Ultimate Custom Night soon, so between those two, I am certain that there'll be more clues on the way helping us to come to a final conclusion to all of this.
We put you back together, then take you apart all over again.
So until then, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory! With some game hypothesis thrown in there for good measure. Dear Diary, yesterday was so amazing. I met such a wonderful guy, and I know just how to get him. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I'll tell him that I've solved the lore of his games and constructed a timeline. And once he's there, I'll have him. And once I have him, he'll be mine forever. There's only one thing that could possibly go wrong. How can Mangle be walking around in FNAF 2 before all the animatronics are possessed? How can Springtrap be experimenting with Remnant when he's sealed in a wall? Answer me! I don't know. That's exactly what I worried might go wrong. No! No! Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, getting burned by hippos since 2018.
Not every story has to have significance, you know? Sometimes a story is just a story. You try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy.
Kinda harsh there, Scott. Speaking of stories, last FNAF Theory, I was at the lowest of lows. The survival logbook threw a lot of weird curveballs into the lore that I don't think anyone was really expecting. Reveals like Michael Afton being the bite victim were interesting, but also really difficult to explain away. And that's where things sat until now. With both the release of the final FNAF book, The Fourth Closet, and what seems to be the final FNAF game, Super FNAF Brothers Ultimate. They're all here. And now, with both these releases, we're finally in a position to see all the puzzle pieces we're working with, which means one last examination of the franchise from top to bottom, starting with Custom Night this week, and then next week stepping back and looking across the entire timeline to see if we can wrap things up in a neat blood-soaked bow now that we can see all the events and key players. So step through the curtain, Funtime Foxy, because the show's about to start. It's time for me to pull a Candy Cadet and tell you a story. A story of anger that never dies. A story of never-ending suffering. And I'm not just talking about me trying to write these theories. Today, I tell you the story of how Ultimate Custom Night ends the FNAF franchise in the same place where it all began. As soon as you start playing Custom Night, you can tell that Scott's up to his usual tricks. Yeah, that. But beyond being gaming's biggest troll, I mean, Scott has clearly taken a game that most of us assumed was just a fun little add-on to capstone the series and has used it to deliver a full-on 100% canon addition to the franchise, complete with huge lore reveals mostly hidden in character dialogue once you die, which is pretty nice considering you die a lot in this game. A lot. Oh, yeah, I totally let Night Marion kill me at 3 a.m. on purpose. I just really wanted to see what she would say in this case. What, you guys don't believe me? Seriously, I'm good at this game! I did it for the lore! I did it for the lore! Through these death lines, we can immediately start piecing together what exactly is going on here. The first set of lines reveals that we're powerless to escape.
You and I will be making music together for a long, long time.
This is a nightmare that you won't wake from.
Seeing you powerless is like music to me.
More voice lines indicate that not only are we trapped here for all eternity, we also can't die. Or maybe more accurately, we can die just over and over and over again.
What a gift to relish, a victim that can't perish.
Let's taste death again and again and again.
won't get tired of dying, will you?
By the way, for those of you who don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every element of this franchise, that Toy Chica line is actually a fun little callback to one of my favorite moments in the franchise. Foxy Fighters, update 1.2 for FNAF World.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
So anyway, our character here is kinda screwed, trapped for eternity in a never-ending cycle of torment and death. It should be pretty obvious what's going on here, but I think Jacko Chica really sums up the situation best.
The fire within me burns eternal, and now you shall as well.
That's right, we're trapped in heck. H-E double hockey sticks. Or toothpicks like my family always said, since we valued proper capitalization. And from there, it's just a hop, skip, and a karmic jump away from who we're playing as. None other than Springtrap himself, William Afton. Not only does a one-way ticket to hell follow up on the advice Henry gave us from FNAF 6,
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
but more voice lines in Custom Night confirm our relationship to each of these characters.
We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
This is a callback to FNAF 4's We're Still Your Friends, Do You Still Believe That, but twisted on its head. If our character were someone like, say, Michael Afton, aka the Crying Child, aka another character who can't die, well then Fredbear wouldn't single us out as not his friend. He's not an enemy to Michael because Michael never did anything to hurt him.
I am the fearful reflection of what you have created.
William Afton killed Henry's daughter, who goes on to become the puppet. Knight Marion here is the dark reflection of the puppet, thereby confirming that we're playing as William Afton. Even Ballora offers some clues that we're playing as William.
Admit it. You wanted to let me in.
Ballora's song and sister location was all about William hiding behind walls in the aftermath of his child's death, which left an empty room and an empty tomb in his life.
All I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb.
He shut everyone else out, but now that we're in William's personal hell, she's able to call him out for all his hidden feelings. William wanted to let the woman that Ballora represents in, but he just couldn't do it thanks to his grief, hence her calling him out for his real desires. You wanted to let me in. So we're a murderer trapped in a personal hell of our own creation, forced to deal with the sins of our past for all eternity. Sound familiar? It should. It was my first ever FNAF theory. No joke, way back in episode 1 of the FNAF series, I predicted it was a game about someone trapped in purgatory, tormented by their crimes for all eternity. Granted, the series had only just begun and the theory tied everything back to a real-life string of murders, but it's actually really awesome to think that we've come full circle. That, from a theory standpoint at least, these videos have circled back around to where it all began. It's poetic. A beautiful, horrific, child-murdery bookend of a story. So thanks, Scott. I have no doubt that you structured your franchise's final send-off that way just so I could have an I told you so moment at the very end after years of getting thwarted by your twisting story. It's very nice of you to throw me a bone. Might as well call me Mangle. More on that next week. But each of these characters,
We know who our friends are.
and has used it to deliver a full-on now that we can see all the events and key players. So step through the curtain, Funtime Foxy, because the show's about to start. It's time for me to pull a Candy Cadet and tell you a story. A story of anger that never dies. A story of never-ending suffering. And I'm not just talking about me trying to write these theories. Today, I tell you the story of how Ultimate Custom Night ends the FNAF franchise in the same place where it all began. As soon as you start playing Custom Night, you can tell that Scott's up to his usual tricks. Yeah, that. But beyond being gaming's biggest troll, I mean, Scott has clearly taken a game that most of us assumed was just a fun little add-on to capstone the series and has used it to deliver a full-on 100% canon addition to the franchise, complete with huge lore reveals mostly hidden in character dialogue once you die, which is pretty nice considering you die a lot in this game. A lot. Oh, yeah, I totally let Knight Marion kill me at 3 a.m. on purpose. I just really wanted to see what she would say in this case. What, you guys don't believe me? Seriously, I'm good at this game. I did it for the lore. I did it for the lore. Through these death lines, we can immediately start piecing together what exactly is going on here. The first set of lines reveals that we're powerless to escape.
You and I will be making music together for a long, long time. This is a nightmare that you won't wake from.
Seeing you powerless is like music to me.
More voice lines indicate that not only are we trapped here for all eternity, we also can't die. Or maybe more accurately, we can die just over and over and over again.
What a gift to relish, a victim that can't perish.
Let's taste death again and again and again.
You won't get tired of dying, will you?
By the way, for those of you who don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every element of this franchise, that Toy Chica line is actually a fun little callback to one of my favorite moments in the franchise. Foxy Fighters, update 1.2 for FNAF World.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
So anyway, our character here is kind of screwed, trapped for eternity in a never-ending cycle of torment and death. It should be pretty obvious what's going on here, but I think Jacko Chica really sums up the situation best.
The fire within me burns eternal, and now you shall as well.
That's right, we're trapped in heck. H-E double hockey sticks. Or toothpicks like my family always said, since we valued proper capitalization. And from there, it's just a hop, skip, and a karmic jump away from who we're playing as. None other than Springtrap himself, William Afton. Not only does a one-way ticket to hell follow up on the advice Henry gave us from FNAF 6,
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
but more voice lines in Custom Night confirm our relationship to each of these characters.
We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
This is a callback to FNAF 4's We're Still Your Friends, Do You Still Believe That, but twisted on its head. If our character were someone like, say, Michael Afton, aka the Crying Child, aka another character who can't die, well then Fredbear wouldn't single us out as not his friend. He's not an enemy to Michael because Michael never did anything to hurt him. William Afton killed Henry's daughter, who goes on to become the puppet. Knight Marion here is the dark reflection of the puppet, thereby confirming that we're playing as William Afton. Even Ballora offers some clues that we're playing as William.
Admit it. You wanted to let me in.
Ballora's song and sister location was all about William hiding behind walls in the aftermath of his child's death, which left an empty room and an empty tomb in his life.
All I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb.
He shut everyone else out, but now that we're in William's personal hell, she's able to call him out for all his hidden feelings. William wanted to let the woman that Ballora represents in, but he just couldn't do it thanks to his grief, hence her calling him out for his real desires. You wanted to let me in. So we're a murderer trapped in a personal hell of our own creation, forced to deal with the sins of our past for all eternity. Sound familiar? It should. It was my first ever FNAF theory. No joke, way back in episode 1 of the FNAF series, I predicted it was a game about someone trapped in purgatory, tormented by their crimes for all eternity. Granted, the series had only just begun and the theory tied everything back to a real-life string of murders, but it's actually really awesome to think that we've come full circle. That, from a theory standpoint at least, these videos have circled back around to where it all began. It's poetic. A beautiful, horrific, child-murdery bookend of a story. So thanks, Scott. I have no doubt that you structured your franchise's final send-off that way just so I could have an I told you so moment at the very end after years of getting thwarted by your twisting story. It's very nice of you to throw me a bone. Might as well call me Mangle. More on that next week. But of course, it wouldn't be FNAF if things were just that simple. No, it's not good enough for William to be held in a perpetual state of agony. There's something keeping us here. Looking through all the voice lines, there's one other entity that's mentioned over and over again. The one you should not have killed.
I am remade, but not by you, by the one you should not have killed.
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
Excuse me, what? The one I shouldn't have killed? You mean Voldemort? Oh, sorry, got him confused with Hugh Must Not Be Named. But seriously, the one I shouldn't have killed in a franchise piled high with underage bodies. Okay, yeah, sure. All those other kids, nah, they deserved it. But that one right there, yep, shouldn't have touched him. Now you're damned for all eternity. Sucks to be you. Anyway, this is the big mystery of the game. Who are they talking about? Well, by picking apart clues from all sorts of different locations, we can start piecing together who this one who must stay vague for lore purposes actually is. First, from the rest of the voice lines, we can identify that this character is a male.
have seen him, the one you shouldn't have killed. He's here and always watching, the one you shouldn't have killed.
Notice how both of them use the pronouns he and him. We also know that this guy specifically has a vendetta against us. To understand that, we have to turn our attention to the true stars of Ultimate Custom Night, the mediocre melodies. Without question, this crew of duct-crawling rejects steal the spotlight in Ultimate Custom Night. Going from WTF are these guys doing here in FNAF 6 to breakout meme stars in Custom Night, Orville Elephant and the gang not only provide important life lessons,
He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Ooh, it's so... You should try it some. Well, you can't because you're dead.
they also deliver on huge lore reveals. For the most part, their lines are pretty disposable, but very rarely you'll get a line from them that feels just a bit out of character.
We've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest. Was you? Ninja skills.
And if you listen closely, you'll hear a female voice echoing back what they're saying, almost as if they're puppets under someone else's control.
This is how it feels, and you get to experience it over and over and over again, forever. I will never let you leave.
Now, this voice could be Baby. Not only does she sound similar,
I guess you forgot about me.
but a clue may also come from the merch. The Funko action figurines of the characters from FNAF 6 all contain one piece of Scrap Baby. Collect all the figurines, collect all the pieces to form the character, which might seem like just a random detail until you consider that they did the same thing with every character in Sister Location, who would then go on to form Ennard. Each one contained a piece that helped to create what would eventually form the larger whole. Just like Ennard himself, a bunch of the other animatronics all rolled into one entity. This is especially important when you consider that a key reveal from the final FNAF novel, The Fourth Closet, is that William Afton created the living Sister Location Funtime animatronics by extracting remnant from the melted conglomeration of all the OG animatronics and injecting the new robots with it. Thus, all the new robots were alive and sharing a piece of the same set of souls, just like if the pieces of Baby/Ennard had been repurposed to form Happy Frog and her friends. That's why Baby's voice would be heard across all of them. Does that make sense? Good. Now throw it away because there's another explanation here. That this is the voice of the one you should not have killed. As you can tell at this point, Ultimate Custom Night had a huge amount of voice acting. And the nice thing about voice acting is that you need to hire, actors, which means job postings. So of course, for this game, Scott needed to make a ton of casting calls on the site voices.com, all identifying the roles that the actors would be playing. Some of the roles were obvious: Nightmare Balloon Boy, Pig Patch, Withered Chica, etc., etc., all characters that we're familiar with. Other casting calls, though, were a bit more vague. Monster, Character in Whisper, Little Girl, Annoying Girl, Vengeful Spirit. Now, if you track all of the job postings, you can actually identify every single role by who plays them. Monster is Jacko Chica. Character in Whisper is Trash in the Gang. Little Girl is the puppet. Annoying Girl is Dee Dee. Scott kept them vague so as not to ruin any surprises. You can actually identify each and every role, except for one. Vengeful Spirit, played by Tabitha Skanes. It's the only one that doesn't match up to any explicit character in the game. But we know for a fact it exists since Scott himself left Tabitha an excellent review. 5 stars! Well done, Tabitha. So what is the Vengeful Spirit? Well, according to the casting call, quote, "This is for the voice of a young child who speaks in a whisper from the shadows." That sounds a lot like the voice that's whispering in the background of our merry band of rejects. This child is in control and is toying with the player who's helpless to change their situation or prevent their inevitable end. Yeah, well, being trapped in HE double hockey sticks will do that to ya. The gender should not be immediately clear. It should work as either a young boy or a young girl, and you're welcome to do readings leaning one way or another. Ding, 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 ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner. A puppeteer that's manipulating things from the shadows. A spirit who's out for revenge. A spirit who just so happens to occasionally show its face during game over screens. Yes, that creepy image of a face that's been haunting thumbnails of Ultimate Custom Night, that is the face of our vengeful spirit. A spirit who, based on its last line, has an axe to grind and intends to enact revenge by keeping us tormented for all eternity.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
He tried to release you, but I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here? Yikes! Somebody's gotta get themselves a new hobby. But this is an important line, since by now, many of you have probably seen the Old Man Consequences Easter egg. If you set the character Old Man Consequences to level 1 difficulty and then complete his minigame, you get taken through a glitch to Old Man Consequences Pond, a character from FNAF World who encourages the spirit to, quote, leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There's nothing else. He's encouraging the angry spirit to finally rest, to give it up, to move on, instead of just chasing down the demon, William Afton, and spending eternity enacting revenge. But that all leads to the question, who is this vengeful spirit? The one William should not have killed? Well, it's Golden Freddy. For proof, look no further than the final cutscene of the game. If you manage to get the nearly impossible score of 9,800, 49 animatronics at full difficulty, you see Golden Freddy in his FNAF 1 form twitching. He's twitching just like Springtrap did in the trailers to FNAF 3. Someone else who refused to give up, to pass on. Someone who always comes back. And just to dispel any confusion here, Golden Freddy isn't the crying child. This confirms it. Golden Freddy is actually a victim that we've never actually seen outside of the FNAF 3 minigames, nor will ever see outside of that face in the vent. But more on that next video, that final timeline episode I got cooking up. If you want to make sure that you see it, hit subscribe now, that way you don't miss it, because seriously, that is the one that wraps everything up. If there was ever a time to subscribe, now is that time. But anyway, Golden Freddy is the soul that's still trapped, one that refuses to let go of his hate, his rage. We even hear it in his line. He tried to release us, but I'm not gonna let that happen, no matter how many times they burn us. In FNAF 3, the puppet tried to release everyone through the Happiest Day minigame. Fazbear Fright was burned down in an attempt to cleanse Freddy's. Pizzeria Simulator was burned to the ground. None of it has worked. The spirit of revenge is and always will be there until he chooses to let go. That's why he's still twitching as he fades into the darkness. That's why his eyes are still white as he disappears. He is choosing to remain here, to continue tormenting William, to ignore Old Man Consequences, encouraging him to move on to the next life. You know, this might be what Scott truly meant when he said that 50-20 mode in this game was impossible. Not just that it would be unbelievably difficult to overcome, which, let's face it, it is, but that there's no victory here. That no matter how good of a player you are, there is no winning this game because there is no escape. That even if you play it perfectly, William is trapped, and there is no happy ending for Golden Freddy. In fact, you playing the game is continuing Golden Freddy's cycle of revenge. Old Man Consequence's message might be for Golden Freddy. Absolutely, rest your soul. There is nothing else, but it's also probably directed at us. I mean, we play and play and play this game for hours upon hours upon hours, achieving higher and higher and higher stats in a game that's incredibly difficult, and what do we get from it? A cutscene that's kind of underwhelming, actually. Perhaps Old Man Consequence's message was for Golden Freddy, sure, but also for us. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else. There is no deeper ending here. There is no satisfaction. This is it. And by choosing to play, we keep William's cycle of torment alive. We are literally Golden Freddy forcing William through this over and over and over again, refusing to move on, refusing to accept that there is nothing else. It's perhaps the most satisfying, unsatisfying conclusion in all of gaming. And as far as your gameplay affecting character decisions, well, it doesn't get any more seamless than that. In the end, the truth is as plain as day. You are Golden Freddy. Next week, the grand conclusion as I break down literally everything else in this game and all the other games and the books as we try to piece together one mega final timeline. I told Stephanie the other day that I was reworking the FNAF timeline. She's like, what is this, like the 80th time? And I'm like, yeah, pretty much. So place your bets now as to where you think the events are gonna fall. Make sure you subscribe so you're notified of the new video. And most importantly of all, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for proving me right for a change, Scott. Hi, I'm Masahiro Sakurai. Today, I'd like to introduce you to the new Super Smash Bros. Game for the Nintendo Switch. Many fighters have appeared in the series. I'm sure you're all eager to find out who will be joining the roster this time. Please, take a look. Welcome to Game Theory, the William Afton of YouTube.
I always come back.
So here's something crazy. You know how every FNAF game tends to have 5 main nights, a bonus 6th night that gets you more lore hints, and then a challenge mode 7th night where you customize all the animatronics? Well, look at the games. We have 5 main games bearing the 5 nights title, a bonus 6th game that was mostly for lore, and now a 7th standalone release where you customize the animatronics. The game releases directly mirror the gameplay. Either Scott is a mad genius or I'm thinking about things way too hard.
You try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy.
I heard you last time, Mr. Hippo. But guess what, you Barney reject? Reading into every little thing is the only way to have this series make any sort of sense whatsoever. Case in point, today's episode. With the final novel out and Ultimate Custom Night picked to shreds, it finally feels like the story of FNAF is at its end. Or at least the Afton storyline is at its end. The series will probably come back to tell another story in the same universe later. I mean, it's exactly what Scott did with FNAF 4, the quote-unquote final chapter, of the original FNAF story. I see what you did there, Scotty. It's the final chapter of the original story. But oh no, friends, he wasn't done. He even ended that teaser with a question mark if you brighten that screen up enough. Man, Scott, you really wanted to leave the door open for more games in the series, didn't ya? You were milking it more than I was. Or, I guess we're both milkmaids at the teat of Freddy Fazcow. Anyway, as they say in FNAF World, the pieces are in place for us. So it's time to take one final step back and put every single one of those pieces together into this, my final timeline for the final FNAF game. Though, let me save you some work. If you brighten the image you see on screen right now, you'll see that there's a question mark there, since, you know,
I always come back.
And if he comes back, well, I gotta pull myself a Samurai Freddy and pursue the anime Fox of Truth wherever it may lead. Let's do this. Now, putting together a final timeline of events for this series is incredibly challenging and requires us covering a lot of really minute details from literally every element the series has ever released. This is my longest, most involved theory in 7 years, covering every square inch of the series. So fair warning that this episode is not for the faint of heart. It is extreme. A way for me to simultaneously flex my knowledge of the minutiae of the series, all while trying to come up with a satisfactory answer to pretty much every question it has ever thrown our way. And of course, there are some questions that don't have clean answers, which I'll be calling out for you as I go. So for those of you who want to take the challenge and attempt a timeline on your own, let me first explain my thought process. As I was writing this episode, there are 3 hard and fast rules that I applied. First, it's important to note that I put greater emphasis on information that was released more recently in the series. While, yes, everything in the series is important, by FNAF 4 and even more so Sister Location, we can assume that Scott had a complete picture of the story in his mind. It's easy to forget that FNAF 1 was going to be Scott's final game after years of trying to be a game designer and hitting dead ends. Do you really think that he imagined a lore so deep that it would cover 8 games, 5 books, and countless teasers? That he predicted his story would be so massively popular that it would involve undead purple people way back when we were all just making memes about Foxy Swiggity Swooty coming for that booty? Probably not. So it's safe to assume that the newest information we're getting in the games is the most accurate in pointing to the final story he's looking to tell. So that's rule number 1. Rule number 2, adhering to key dates and events. Now, there isn't much that's certain in this story, which means that the things we do know must serve as fixed points that the other details fit around. We know for a fact from FNAF 1 phone calls that the animatronics are allowed to walk around freely until the bite of 87. We know from FNAF 3 calls that the golden spring-lock suits are eventually retired to a back room after a tragedy at a sister location, the FNAF 4 bite, which itself takes place in 1983. FNAF 3 also tells us that at some point William Afton tries to dismantle the robots, whose spirits rebel, causing him to become Springtrap, eventually getting himself sealed up behind a wall until the workers at Fazbear Fright discover his body and set him loose again. Details like those have to be our guideposts if we're having any hopes of getting anywhere in the story. And lastly, rule number 3, realizing that this isn't just a simple linear timeline. It's clearly established in the games that multiple Fazbear locations exist at the same time, and that the events in one affect what happens in other locations. For proof, just look at Phone Guy in FNAF 3.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit. After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees.
This not only tells us that the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza had 2 golden suits, but also that the first Freddy's was open at the same time as the FNAF 4 Freddy's. The spring lock failure in the FNAF 4 location prompted the yellow suits to be retired in the FNAF 1 location. In short, a lot of these events overlap. Restaurants often stay open for years beyond what we see in the games, and everything weaves together in a way that's much more complicated than simply saying, this restaurant opened, kids died, it closed. The next one opened, kids died again, it closed. In all honesty, I suppose you could simplify it to that level, but we're not going to! I am holding myself to a higher standard. A slightly higher standard, but a higher standard nonetheless. So with those 3 logical rules in place, let's get analyzing. To begin, we have to identify who William's first victim was. Now, I've covered FNAF a lot, but in all my theories, one thing has remained consistent since FNAF 2, that the puppet was first, Henry's daughter. She is the character who gives life to all the other animatronics, so it would just make sense for her to be victim numero uno. But outside of that, it's always been just an assumption. And now that we've seen the event actually take place in the games, I think I've been wrong about it this entire time. Think about it. We have proof that William kills Henry's daughter in FNAF 6, but as I talked about in a previous theory, we see that later that night, Afton goes to a place called Junior's where he's turned away at the door. Now, why would Scott show us this? FNAF 6 was all about tying up loose ends. He's not just gonna throw in a random bar to establish that the Mustard Man is an alcoholic or anything. He's doing it to establish a timeline. The only time we hear of anyone being turned away from any building for any reason in this series is in FNAF 2.
From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees.
And the name Juniors makes sense in Scott's classic way of giving us clues that are meant to clarify things, but really just end up confusing all of us. Remember, FNAF 2's location is the Grand Reopening, a second Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria location, a junior location, if you will. And lastly, to further solidify the puppet coming later in the timeline, remember why Freddy's clothes I'm Mr. Hippo. But guess what, you Barney reject? Reading into every little thing is the only way to have this series make any sort of sense whatsoever. Case in point, today's episode. With the final novel out and Ultimate Custom Night picked to shreds, it finally feels like the story of FNAF is at its end. Or at least the Afton storyline is at its end. The series will probably come back to tell another story in the same universe later. I mean, it's exactly what Scott did with FNAF 4, the quote-unquote final chapter, of the original FNAF story. I see what you did there, Scotty. It's the final chapter of the original story. But oh no, friends, he wasn't done. He even ended that teaser with a question mark if you brighten that screen up enough. Man, Scott, you really wanted to leave the door open for more games in the series, didn't ya? You were milking it more than I was. Or, I guess we're both milkmaids at the teat of Freddy Fazcow. Anyway, as they say in FNAF World, the pieces are in place for us. So it's time to take one final step back and put every single one of those pieces together into this, my final timeline for the final FNAF game. Though, let me save you some work. If you brighten the image you see on screen right now, you'll see that there's a question mark there, since, you know,
I always come back.
and if he comes back, well, I gotta pull myself a Samurai Freddy and pursue the anime box of truth wherever it may lead. Let's do this. Now, putting together a final timeline of events for this series is incredibly challenging and requires us covering a lot of really minute details from literally every element the series has ever released. This is my longest, most involved theory in 7 years, covering every square inch of the series. So fair warning that this episode is not for the faint of heart. It is extreme. A way for me to simultaneously flex my knowledge of the minutiae of this series, all while trying to come up with a satisfactory answer to pretty much every question it has ever thrown our way. And of course, there are some questions that don't have clean answers, which I'll be calling out for you as I go. So for those of you who want to take the challenge and attempt a timeline on your own, let me first explain my thought process. As I was writing this episode, there are 3 hard and fast rules that I applied. First, it's important to note that I put greater emphasis on information that was released more recently in the series. While, yes, everything in the series is important, by FNAF 4 and even more so Sister Location, we can assume that Scott had a complete picture of the story in his mind. It's easy to forget that FNAF 1 was going to be Scott's final game after years of trying to be a game designer and hitting dead ends. Do you really think that he imagined a lore so deep that it would cover 8 games, 5 books, and countless teasers? That he predicted his story would be so massively popular that it would involve undead purple people way back when we were all just making memes about Foxy Swiggity Swooty coming for that booty? Probably not. So it's safe to assume that the newest information we're getting in the games is the most accurate in pointing to the final story he's looking to tell. So that's rule number 1. Rule number 2, adhering to key dates and events. Now, there isn't much that's certain in this story, which means that the things we do know must serve as fixed points that the other details fit around. We know for a fact from FNAF 1 phone calls that the animatronics are allowed to walk around freely until the bite of 87. We know from FNAF 3 calls that the golden spring-lock suits are eventually retired to a back room after a tragedy at a sister location, the FNAF 4 Bite, which itself takes place in 1983. FNAF 3 also tells us that at some point William Afton tries to dismantle the robots, whose spirits rebel, causing him to become Springtrap, eventually getting himself sealed up behind a wall until the workers at Fazbear Fright discover his body and set him loose again. Details like those have to be our guideposts if we're having any hopes of getting anywhere in the story. And lastly, rule number 3, realizing that this isn't just a simple linear timeline. It's clearly established in the games that multiple Fazbear locations exist at the same time, and that the events in one affect what happens in other locations. For proof, just look at Phone Guy in FNAF 3.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now, we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit. After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees.
This not only tells us that the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza had 2 golden suits, but also that the first Freddy's was open at the same time as the FNAF 4 Freddy's. The spring lock failure in the FNAF 4 location prompted the yellow suits to be retired in the FNAF 1 location. In short, a lot of these events overlap. Restaurants often stay open for years beyond what we see in the games, and everything weaves together in a way that's much more complicated than simply saying, this restaurant opened, kids died, it closed. The next one opened, kids died again, it closed. In all honesty, I suppose you could simplify it to that level, but we're not going to. I am holding myself to a higher standard. A slightly higher standard, but a higher standard nonetheless. So with those 3 logical rules
for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now, we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit. After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suit temporarily unfit for employees.
This not only tells us that the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza had 2 golden suits, but also that the first Freddy's was open at the same time as the FNAF 4 Freddy's. The spring lock failure in the FNAF 4 location prompted the yellow suits to be retired in the FNAF 1 location. In short, a lot of these events overlap. Restaurants often stay open for years beyond what we see in the games, and everything weaves together in a way that's much more complicated than simply saying, this restaurant opened, kids died, it closed. The next one opened, kids died again, it closed. In all honesty, I suppose you could simplify it to that level, but we're not going to. I am holding myself to a higher standard. A slightly higher standard, but a higher standard nonetheless. So with those 3 logical rules in place, let's get analyzing. To begin, we have to identify who William's first victim was. Now, I've covered FNAF a lot, but in all my theories, one thing has remained consistent since FNAF 2, that the puppet was first, Henry's daughter. She is the character who gives life to all the other animatronics, so it would just make sense for her to be victim numero uno. But outside of that, it's always been just an assumption. And now that we've seen the event actually take place in the games, I think I've been wrong about it this entire time. Think about it. We have proof that William kills Henry's daughter in FNAF 6, but as I talked about in a previous theory, we see that later that night, Afton goes to a place called Junior's where he's turned away at the door. Now, why would Scott show us this? FNAF 6 was all about tying up loose ends. He's not just gonna throw in a random bar to establish that the Mustard Man is an alcoholic or anything. He's doing it to establish a timeline. The only time we hear of anyone being turned away from any building for any reason in this series is in FNAF 2.
From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees.
And the name Juniors makes sense in Scott's classic way of giving us clues that are meant to clarify things, but really just end up confusing all of us. Remember, FNAF 2's location is the grand reopening, a second Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria location, a junior location, if you will. And lastly, to further solidify the puppet coming later in the timeline, remember why Freddy's closed in the first place. It wasn't due to murders or animatronics going haywire. According to the FNAF 1 newspapers, people just got weirded out by a place where kids disappeared. Quote, after a long struggle to stay in business after the tragedy that took place there many years ago, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has announced that it'll close by year's end, end quote. This all means that the missing children's incident where 5 kids go missing at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza must be the first event of the timeline. William Afton uses the Spring Bonnie suit to lure 5 kids to the back employees-only safe rooms that we hear about in FNAF 3, hiding their dead bodies in the animatronic suits. We can even figure out the order of who was killed when based on clues hidden in Ultimate Custom Night. We know with 100% certainty that Chica was first based on one of her death lines.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
That's about as explicit as you get with these games. From a storytelling standpoint, I hate that Chica's first because it really should have been Golden Freddy, so he could be the first spirit killed and the final spirit to haunt Afton in Custom Night, but whatever. Chica, aka Susie, is death number 1. She's lured away by Afton, telling her that her dog died. We see it in FNAF 6's Fruity Maze. We also read about it in the 4th closet. Quote, beside them was a little girl with blonde curls. I heard Daddy say he was hit by a car, but I knew it wasn't true. Bonnie told me it wasn't true. He said he found my puppy. And did he take you to your puppy? He took me, but I don't remember. My name's Susie. We even hear about it in the Chica anime cutscenes from Custom Night.
I told him that someone ran over his dog in front of my house.
Jeez, Scott, I know we were all looking for answers, but man, you beat that one over the head, didn't ya? Not that I'm complaining, but that one was a bit overly obvious, and then all the other ones are just so damn obscure. Just gotta find a better balance here, man. From there, we know that 4 other kids get taken and stuffed into suits. We know their names based on the gravestones at the end of FNAF 6. Gabriel, Fritz, Jeremy, and Grass. Hey, who are we to judge what other people name their kids? Probably some celebrity's kid. Oh, you must meet my children. This is Apple, Audio Science, and Grass. All joking aside, though, loyal theorists will remember this last grave was giving me a lot of trouble during a past theory. You see, this book, the FNAF Survival Logbook, holds a ton of reveals about the franchise, but they're all hidden in code. Some I was able to deduce, some left me stumped. But a few hours after releasing my video covering the book, the mystery was solved by the brilliant deduction of game theorist subreddit user DPowerful1. DPowerful1 used the numbers that I had found, 52, 39, 15, 7, 2, 10, 11, 8, and 11, and put them not into an alphabet grid for ciphers like I'd been doing and like the book was clearly hinting towards, but instead put them into the word search, of all places. Using the numbers as coordinates in the word search, you could spell the name Cassidy, a name that must belong to Golden Freddy based on the repeated use of Golden Freddy's signature line of "It's me" throughout the book, the gravestone imagery which lines up with the 5th mystery gravestone at the end of FNAF 6, and a mention of Cassidy in the final FNAF novel, The Fourth Closet. And that would be more than enough proof, but it's not all. In the novel, Cassidy is described as a girl with black hair. And what do we see in the logbook? The puppet giving cake to a little girl with black hair. The only human child in the logbook, no less. And it's happening on a page talking about your happiest day. A direct reference to the happiest day minigame from FNAF 3, where the puppet gives cake to Golden Freddy in an effort to release its soul. You can even hear a girlish laugh every time Golden Freddy is summoned way back in FNAF 1. Literally everything about this reveal lines up. Everything, of course, except for the pronoun of he being used to talk about the one you should not have killed throughout Custom Night, which, as we established last episode, is referring to Golden Freddy. But consider this, Golden Freddy is a male character. He's Freddy Fazbear, he's Fredbear, regardless of the spirit that possesses it. So the gender confusion works here. Scott even used that to his advantage in the casting call, where he was specifically looking for auditions where, quote, the gender should not be immediately clear. It should work as either a young boy or a young girl. FNAF, teaching kids that gender is fluid, but only if you spend 4 years picking apart its obscure lore. Yeah, by the way, FNAF is 4 years old this August. It's crazy, right? Wow, I've been doing this for a long time. The last thing to say about Golden Freddy is proving that he gets possessed here, at the first Freddy Fazbear Pizza location rather than in FNAF 4 like most of us have assumed in the past. You see, in Ultimate Custom Night, you get an item called a Death Coin that can eliminate one animatronic from the game. But if you use it on Golden Freddy, you don't eliminate him from the game, you just get jump scared by Fredbear, and then hear some strange sounds. Ah! Huh. It almost sounds like Fredbear is underwater, which we all know is gonna be terrible for those spring locks. Anyway, I played around with those audio files and got him to hear. Laughter, obviously. Let's find a suit that's right for you. And there was more fantasy and fun where I came from. That last one feels really random, right? Like, "Arrgh, I'm an angry spirit who just killed you, but let me tell you about my love of fantasy, fairies, and long walks on the beach first. I'm very in touch with my emotions." However, the phrase fantasy and fun is a direct reference to the first game in the franchise, where Phone Guy welcomes you to
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a magical place for kids and grown-ups alike, where fantasy and fun come to life.
It's Scott telling us that Golden Freddy is the same spirit who speaks to the crying child via the Fredbear plush at the end of FNAF 4, but who dates all the way back to the first pizzeria and the missing children's incident. Phew, you got all that? Good, because that's the easy stuff. Well, not easy, obviously, considering I'm on page 4 of this script and I've only just talked about the first event in the series. But there is consistent logic and evidence to back it all up. However, it's at this point that things get messy from a timeline standpoint. You see, right now there are two dangling threads of events that directly conflict with each other. One, the first Freddy Fazbear location has to close so it can reopen sometime before 1987. However, it has to remain open at least until 1983 when the FNAF 4 bite happens, the event that prompts Phone Guy to call back to the FNAF 1 location informing them that the Springlock suits are being retired.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now we have two specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit. After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees.
This is important because Phone Guy later makes a point of saying that the Spring Bonnie suit is still being moved.
Management has also been made aware that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved,
which implies that Afton is still using it to kill kids, aka the missing children's incident is still going on even after the bite of 1983. That would all be fine except for point number 2. According to Hand Unit and Sister Location, Circus Baby's Pizza World is opened after Freddy Fazbear's is closed.
Due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Again, this wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for the empty girl's bedroom that we see in FNAF 4. As we established in a previous episode using the FNAF survival logbook, the crying child is Michael Afton, which would make this his sister's room, Elizabeth Afton, the girl who gets herself clawed and goes on to possess Baby on the opening day of Baby's Pizzeria. That's why she's missing and why her room is empty. But that can't happen if Freddy's is still open, and Freddy's can't be closed until the bite of 83 causes the spring locks to be retired so that phone guy can make his call. You see the problem there? Do you understand why creating a timeline of all this stuff is so darn complicated? Anyway, to move forward, we have to apply rule number 1 that I talked about earlier and throw out some of the phone guy information in order for the events to work. Freddy Fazbear's first location closes in the aftermath of the missing children's incident. With no pizzeria to serve as his murder den, Afton tries to launch a new restaurant, Circus Baby's Pizza World. It's important to note that this is an actual restaurant and not the underground rental service you see in Sister Location. We'll get to that one much later. Based on the name, we can be confident that this place has a clown aesthetic, which makes it likely that all the animatronics who don't fit into the Freddy Fazbear series of restaurants were made specifically for this place. The Mini-Renas, Balloon Boy, JJ Dee, and of course, the star attraction, Baby. Notice how they all even look alike. However, on day 1 of the restaurant opening, Elizabeth, Afton's daughter, finds herself alone with Baby and gets herself clawed. We know that it's closed on day 1, both from Baby's story and Sister Location.
Did you know that I was on stage once? It wasn't for very long. Only one day.
And from this hidden news story about a supposed gas leak posted on Scott's website in the lead up to the release of the game. This in turn explains a lot of the weirdness going on in FNAF 4, why Elizabeth's room is empty, why Michael Afton has nightmares of animatronics with stomach mouths, and why William locks Michael in his room and has so many surveillance cameras following him around. He doesn't want what happened to his daughter to also happen to his youngest son. You see why it's so important for Circus Baby's Pizza World to happen before the events of FNAF 4? Before 1983? A lot of pieces fit in place if it does. Anyway, in the aftermath of the tragedy, he buries Baby and most of the other humanoid characters underground in a facility that we'll eventually explore in Sister Location. The rest go on to the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, which is set to reopen. But first, running parallel to all of this, and I mean all of it, is Fredbear's Family Diner. Not the sister location we visit in the game Sister Location, but the only sister location actually called a sister location by Phone Guy during his FNAF 3 calls about spring locks.
An unfortunate incident at the sister location.
We know for a fact that Fredbear's Family Diner is the FNAF 4 location based on this purple hat teaser that came out with the release of the game. Right in the image, look down in the bottom right-hand corner and fill in the blanks and you get yourself property of Fredbear's Family Diner. We also know that it should fit here in the timeline because of one small detail that Scott made note of with the release of FNAF 4's Halloween edition. While Nightmare Puppet and Nightmare Mangle weren't canon, he made it clear that Nightmare Balloon Boy was. Now, if I'm right about Circus Baby's Pizza World and the red-cheeked design of its characters, then the crying child would have come across Balloon Boy. He existed at this point in the timeline. But because both the puppet and Mangle don't exist until the FNAF 2 location, neither of them would be appearing in his nightmares. Therefore, not canon. Therefore, the timeline continues to make sense. So at this point, we know how the story goes. William is working there as what appears to be a suit technician. Michael Afton, aka the crying child, has witnessed his friends and maybe even his sister get killed. I mean, he's even locked in the supply closet with what appears to be the body of Golden Freddy.
Safety is top priority at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is why the classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location while being looked at by our technician.
At the end of the week, at his birthday party, he gets shoved into Fredbear's mouth by his brother, and crunch! He dead, son! The spirits of his dead friends, all 5 of them, remind them that they're still here for him, and the whole incident goes down in history as the bite of 83, based on both the TV Easter egg in FNAF 4 and the code in Sister Location's secret room. Oh, but again, it's here that we hit another little wrinkle. You see, in the FNAF survival logbook, it asks Michael whether his favorite ride was the carousel, a feature that was only present in the FNAF 2 restaurant. This also coincides with my hypothesis earlier about the Midnight Motorist minigame and Juniors being another name for Freddy's version 2. It would make sense that that place that he's going to is indeed him running out to the new Freddy Fazbear's location. But we know Michael gets bit in 1983 and that the FNAF 2 location is open in in 1987 based on the paychecks you see in the game. Fortunately, though, there's an elegant solution this time. The FNAF 2 location is just open earlier than we thought. Remember, Fredbear's Family Diner being open doesn't preclude a new Freddy's location from also being open at the same time. The new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria is just open earlier than we all thought, at least as early as 1983, and continuing through 1987 when a new series of murders happens and the bite of 87 gets it closed down. This all allows Michael to visit that place again, have the carousel be his favorite, but still die in 1983. Because William doesn't want to lose another child, especially since he's in his own killing spree, he puts security cameras everywhere and uses the illusion sound discs first introduced in the Twisted Ones novel to scare Michael away from the restaurant. That's what he means by he'll be sorry when he gets back. William is intentionally locking him in his room, giving him nightmares, hence why Michael is so scared by the time we see him in FNAF 4. Additionally, Ultimate Custom Night proves that the nightmare animatronics are just that, nightmares, illusions.
This time, there is more than an illusion to fear.
I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
Both these lines indicate that before, they were just an illusion, they had no flesh. But now, in the latest game, they are real. So contrary to popular belief, these things were never real animatronics, just a glorified way for William to keep his son away from his murder locations. Except, obviously, it didn't work. Despite his best, well, maybe not his best, but definitely his most stalkerish efforts, Michael gets crunched and dies. A fact that becomes very problematic for the timeline considering that Michael Afton clearly survives till the end of the games. We see him in Sister Location. We watch him get scooped. We hear about him burning in FNAF 6. How is all of that possible if he's already dead? Surprisingly, there is a way to solve it, and I have the evidence to prove it, but sadly it'll have to wait until next time. This ended up being a 12-page script, which there's no way that we can do all in 1 week. So in the words of Dee Dee, how unfortunate, this is a thing I hate to do, but the rest has to go in a part 2. Anyway, don't worry, we'll get it out as fast as possible. It's already written. I just need to divide this up for editing purposes. In the meantime, though, make sure you jump scare that subscribe button to, well, who knows what it does at this point, but it makes me feel good about the effort I put into this video, which is really nice, so make me feel good. It also improves the likelihood that you're gonna see the conclusion of this episode, which is even better. And in the meantime,
Dear Diary, yesterday was so amazing. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who are you gonna call? Psychic friend Fred. This time you'll have to keep up with me. Oh, never mind. purple man, the phone guy.
Exotic. Butt.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where, before we close the book on our final FNAF theory, it's time to open the book on new Back to School merch. Or back to work post-summer vacation merch. Anyway, you guys know that I take merch super seriously, but this time I wanted to try something really different. You guys clearly like mysteries and theories, right? Well, this is, as far as I know, the first ever YouTuber merch that gets totally meta. That's right, I have personally made a real-world mystery for you to solve alongside the rest of the theorist community hidden inside of this round of merch. This first one isn't too hard. It's about a 5-step treasure hunt, but it's something I'd like to do moving forward with all future merch pushes, so, you know, if this one gets you warmed up, future ones are gonna get real serious. Oh, and of course, there's a real-life reward to the first 100 people who get to the end of this little treasure hunt. They're gonna be in the same group as the people with the golden coins from last merch push, so, you know, rewards are coming. We're keeping track of this stuff. So, where could these clues be hiding? Well, let me show you what I got. This time we worked with the factory for 4 months to have a specialty fabric made for our t-shirts. This isn't just your typical ink some stuff on a shirt merch. It is all built into the fabric itself. It comes in Genocide Run or Pacifist Run editions. Or you can be a total completionist and get both. Also, since it's back to school season, we made a new heavier duty backpack. Like, this thing is solid. It is loaded with tons of pockets and places to store pretty much everything you own. It is rugged enough to hike up a mountain, or let's be serious, more likely to be loaded down with 5 AP textbooks and dragged between convention halls at Anime Expo. You can do all of those things too. There are new socks to complete your outfit since, let's face it, you can never have enough neon green articles of clothing. A pop socket, which, if you're not familiar with them, is the single most useful phone device that you will ever own. You hate dropping your phone on your face at night? Well, now you don't have to. You want to prop up that phone to binge watch some FNAF theories? Pop that socket. You want an easier way to take photos? Sock it to me. Get 2 and you wrap your headphone cord around it. Seriously, these things are the best. They're so darn simple and they are so effective. And what back to school collection would be complete without your own Theorist moleskin note book. Now, I know from meeting you all at conventions that so many of you are either artists, writers, or theorists of your own looking for notebooks to house your ideas. So this was something that I thought a lot of you would appreciate. It even comes complete with some pages ripped straight out of my own theory brainstorms. All of it works great, it looks great, but most importantly of all, it's gonna make you feel great. So get on it, ace your back to school look right now to see a sport in some new game theory green. Now then, let's wrap up FNAF, shall we? Even though this is part 2 of the timeline, we've still got a lot to cover, so in the words of Phil DeFranco,
let's just jump into it.
When last we left things, we'd covered everything up through the second Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria location. Things like why the missing children's incident must be the first event of the timeline, the identity of Golden Freddy, why Circus Baby's Pizza World has to come earlier in the timeline than most people expect, and a quick review over how Michael Afton is the crying child from FNAF 4. But all of that left us with a big question. If Michael Afton is the crying child who gets himself bit, then how is he able to come back later in the timeline for games like Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator? Well, this is where the books once again come in to give us the solution that no one would have predicted. You see, at the end of FNAF 4, we get the lines, "We are still your friends. Do you still believe that? I will put you back together." We've never actually established who speaks those words. Ultimately, the best guess that we had was the puppet. But here's the thing, it can't be the puppet. Based on this, my final and best timeline of events, William hasn't killed Henry's daughter yet. The puppet isn't possessed yet. Instead, that line is more likely coming from William. It's him making a fateful promise to his dead son. "I will put you back together." The thing is, he takes that promise a lot more literally than any of us would have ever suspected. He is literally promising to physically put his son back together as a robot. And we know from the final FNAF novel, The Fourth Closet, that William in that story is obsessed with bringing life to these machines. And even more importantly, we know that in Scott's vision of this world, robots who think they're human and don't realize that they're robots is a real thing. A huge twist at the end of the final FNAF novel is that the main character, Charlie, Henry's daughter, is actually revealed to be one of these sorts of robots. And not just a single robot, mind you. Charlie is one in a series of 4 robots. That's what the title of the book is referencing. She was kidnapped and killed by Afton as a 3-year-old girl, and in his grief over losing his daughter, Henry built 4 robotic versions of her, each one slightly older than the last, implanting each version with memories so that she could grow up just like a normal kid. Quote, Charlie would be a baby, then a little girl, and then a sulky teenager, then at last she would be a woman. She would be finished. Perfect. End quote. It's weird, definitely, and it opens up a whole heck of a lot of plot holes in the novel, but I honestly think that this might be what happens to Michael Afton in the game. Clearly, he dies during the bite of 83. The survival logbook confirms this over and over and over again. That is locked in. But Michael is literally rebuilt by Afton, put back together by William. The books allude to it, it fits with the timeline, and most importantly of all, it explains why he doesn't die after getting scooped in Sister Location.
I should be dead, but I'm not.
Why his memory is so foggy throughout the survival logbook, but most importantly of all, why he can only die through fire. Have you ever stopped to consider that? Michael Afton lives through getting himself scooped at the end of Sister Location, but passes on just like all the other animatronics at the end of FNAF 6, when the remnant in his body is burned away. Remember, based on our timeline, William Afton has already seen his daughter die in Circus Baby, and has also probably seen that her spirit possesses the suit. So he knows it's possible for a living spirit to be inside these robots. It actually might be why he sends Michael down to explore Sister Location in the first place.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I put her back together, just like you asked me to.
He knows that Michael's sister, his daughter, is still down there, so he's aware of what she is, and it might be his way of breaking the news to Michael. "Hey there, kiddo, there was something I was meaning to tell you, but unfortunately, I'm kinda trapped in a wall right now. So go down into that creepy cellar I have and pay a visit to your sister. She might prompt some really existential revelations." And lastly, consider this. In the bonus cutscenes for Sister Location, Baby establishes that she knows that Michael can't die.
You won't die, you won't die, you won't die, you won't die.
so she might just recognize that they're one and the same. This insane sounding theory, and trust me, I recognize that it sounds completely bonkers, may actually tie into the mystery of the FNAF 4 box. What's in it? It might actually be Michael Afton's body. Yeah, remember how I just said that in the fourth closet the main character was actually the third in a series of 4 robots? Well, she almost gets herself killed at the end of book 2 and is discovered midway through book 3, locked in a box that sounds very similar to the one that appears at the end of FNAF 4. Quote, John moved to a large green chest, the paint almost entirely worn off. There was no lock. John knelt beside it, found the handle, and heaved it open, then shuddered. It's Charlie, he said hoarsely. In the chest. She was locked in a box. That's insane. She was locked in a box. Who knows for how long? Days? Months? End quote. I actually know how long she was trapped in the box. It was 6 months. So anyway, is this definitive proof of what's in the box and that Michael Afton is a robot? No. But it's definitely circumstantial evidence, and think about this. Remember that Scott kept the box locked because he was worried that the fan base wouldn't accept the answer to what was inside of it. Well, can you blame him? If he kept a broken robot kid inside of the box, that would probably upset a few people because at this point in the series, it would literally come out of nowhere. Up to FNAF 4, this was just the story of a creepy, haunted animatronic pizzeria. Nothing about robot kids or anything like that. The last stretch of this series just went into some weird directions. Anyway, with the bite of 83, Fredbear's Family Diner closes, leaving only Freddy Fazbear's second location, Junior's, a new, larger location with upgraded security in the form of the toy animatronics. But after all missing children from their last endeavor, Henry wanted to take an extra special precaution to further protect his daughter. He installed an upgraded surveillance system in the form of security puppets, specifically programmed to watch one child, his daughter. As an added nod to where security puppet fits into the timeline, Scott very clearly included the puppet's signature gift box as part of the visuals in its minigame in FNAF 6, a box that only occurs in the FNAF 2 location. You can even see what looks to be wanted posters in the back alley, thereby establishing that a
By the way, I've been standing up for this entire duration. I want to keep faster again. Not the whole thing, probably like 80. Not just today either. It's a time.
crime had been committed in this area previously. William Afton returns and, because he's a prime suspect in the missing children's incident, is not allowed back at the pizzeria. That's why we see him turned away at the door to juniors. As a result, he's forced to kill Henry's daughter outside, behind the facility. Her soul goes on to possess the security puppet, and she proceeds to give life to all the other lost souls still trapped in the original 5 animatronics. We know this based on the Save Them minigame, where we see the puppet searching for someone to help the dead children lying around the pizzeria. The toy animatronics are standing on stage lifeless, but most tellingly of all, we see the original versions of Foxy, Chica, and Bonnie inactive in the parts and supply room, and yet Freddy is somehow able to freely move around. This shows us that some of the OG animatronics haven't been given gifts given life yet. It's also worth noting that on rare instances we get an Easter egg of Golden Freddy broken there on the floor, his ghostly self phasing into and out of existence. And that's not all. Get close to him, and for a brief moment you catch a glimpse of a white dot appearing in his eye. Golden Freddy has the spirit of Cassidy already in him, except there are 2 problems. First, he's a spring-lock suit. Unlike the others, he can't freely move around because he's not kept in animatronic mode. Despite the puppet's best attempts, Cassidy will be forever trapped in a suit that is perpetually slumped over. But secondly, the yellow Golden Freddy suit is being kept, like we saw, in the FNAF 4 location. Hence why in FNAF 2 and then onward in the series, he's forced to remain as just a spirit. Afton continues to sneak into the pizzeria disguised as a security guard, using his signature spring-lock suit and crank to kill kids. This prompts the animatronics to get angry and attack anyone in a security guard uniform. As we see throughout the FNAF novels and as the puppet reinforces an ultimate custom night,
The others are like animals, but I am very aware.
so they're not rationally thinking, which results in night guard turned to day guard Jeremy Fitzgerald getting his frontal lobe bit in an event known as the Bite of 87, and henceforth animatronics are no longer allowed to free roam in the restaurants. In total, another 5 children die in the FNAF 2 location, again shown through the Save Them minigame, before the place is shut down and the toy animatronics get scrapped, since, let's be honest, they were all kind of crap at their job anyway. But more importantly, it's at this point that Afton realizes the power of children's souls. It's here where he first sees the animatronics moving freely, possessed by the spirits of the dead children and activated by the puppet. And here, through the end of the series, his mission changes. He's no longer just killing kids. He's now looking to actively harness that power for himself so he can be immortal. It's a goal that he expresses in the 4th closet. Quote, "You killed them. They died in the suits. Their bodies were bound inside along with their souls. The spirit follows the flesh, it would seem, and also the pain. If I wish to become my own immortal creation, my body must lead my spirit to its eternal home." This affects all his future actions in the series, so when the withered animatronics get sent back to the FNAF 1 location for storage and the possible reopening of the pizzeria, William tracks them back to dismantle them and discover their power. This leads to the cutscenes from FNAF 3, where William systematically lures the original animatronics to the back safe room one by one, only to dismantle them. Before, these cutscenes seemed super random. It just seemed like him trying to get rid of the animatronics for reasons. But now, thanks to the novels, we actually know why he did it, to dissect the robots and experiment on them. And it's these experiments that end up producing the Funtime animatronics. One big lingering question mark of the series was the nature of the Funtime animatronics deep underground during Sister Location. How were they alive? Were they possessed by more dead kids? Well, we finally have our answer there, courtesy of Candy Cadet and the 4th closet. Now, back in FNAF 6, Candy Cadet's stories were a bit of a mystery. Each one had to do with 5 things becoming one thing. 5 keys melted together, 5 orphans sewn together to fit into one coffin, 5 kittens sacrificed and then combined to fit into one shoebox. It seemed like it was referring to Ennard, the amalgamation of all the other animatronic parts, but the math was always kinda wonky. Ennard consisted of Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy, which is just 4 animatronics. Maybe if you squinted at it, you would include the Bonnie puppet, but that seemed like a stretch. And as a result, we just weren't quite sure what was going on with those stories. Luckily, the release of the 4th closet has cleared this mystery up. Quote, a single figure stood still amongst the chaos, out of phase with the surroundings. At first, it seemed to be a man bent over a table, but as Carlton's head throbbed with waves of confusion, the man became a yellow rabbit, not standing over a table, but over 5 children, tied together as one. He knew exactly what he was looking at. The endoskeletons of the original Freddy's animatronics, welded and melted together, immobile and featureless, and still inhabited by the spirits of the children who had been murdered inside of them so many years ago. Still filled with life and motion and thought, all trapped, all in terrible pain. End quote. So in the FNAF 3 cutscenes, we see William dismantle the animatronics. From there, he melts down their endoskeletons to discover the secret of their everlasting life. He then uses this molten spirit metal, Remnant, to infuse life into his new creations, the Funtime animatronics. Quote again, the table's surface was glowing orange and the hot metal hissed. William took a syringe from the woman's hand and thrust it into the squirming thing forcefully. He drew the plunger up, holding the needle steady as the syringe filled with molten substance. He staggered back toward the bear. The man again pried open the heavy chest plate of the standing, broken bear, then carefully inserted the syringe he held directly into the chest cavity and began to press the plunger down. What this and the Candy Cadet stories tell us is that the Funtimes weren't just possessed by new kids, they were created from the remnant of the original 5, fused together into one chaotic, confused spiritual mess. Like Ennard said from his original teaser for Sister Location, there's a piece of me in every body. From those experiments, William is able to open Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals, the underground facility from Sister Location. Using Remnant, he brings life to animatronics specifically designed to lure and trap kids so he can have more test subjects for his experiments. He then rents the robots out to special events and other locations. Why isn't there a Funtime Chica in Sister Location? Simply because she's rented out. We see this hidden in the source code to Scott's website around the time of Sister Location's release. Chica's Party World is a separate location, a client of Afton Robotics, and as such, she's not being kept underground with the rest of them. That's why she's gone, only to then reappear in FNAF 6 and Custom Nights. But there was one thing that William Afton didn't anticipate in all his plans: the spirits of the children wanting revenge. Now that they were freed from their animatronic prisons, they corner William in the safe room of the first Freddy Fazbear's restaurant, forcing him to hide out in the Golden Bonnie suit, which snaps shut, almost killing him, but not quite. It just transforms him into Springtrap. The restaurant seals the safe room and everything inside to escape liability.
The previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one.
To me, this seems like the actions of Henry. Who else would seal a bloody, living body in a hidden room in a pizzeria? Henry seems like the best bet, but we can't know for sure. Regardless, Afton is locked back there until the year 2023 when Fazbear Fright opens. The phone dude discovers the hidden room and sets Afton, now Springtrap, loose once more. From there, we know pretty much everything else. Springtrap haunts Fazbear Fright only to have it burned down. It seems to me that this again was Henry's doing. The Ultimate Custom Night Samurai cutscenes symbolize their relationship. William Afton is the fox, and Freddy is Henry, the bear of vengeance. The last line of dialogue in these samurai cutscenes says it best. I will pursue the fox. I will find him in whatever land he has fled to. It is my destiny, and it is his. Throughout the games, Henry is constantly trying to thwart William in escalating fashion. He starts by getting him kicked out of the FNAF 2 location. He then tries to get him arrested in the aftermath of the missing children's incident. He traps him bleeding and spring-locked in the walls of Freddy Fazbear's, and finally he sets him on fire not just once in Fazbear Fright, but a second time in Pizzeria Simulator. Meanwhile, the rebuilt Michael Afton, Michael version 2.0, searches for his dad to get some answers. He starts in Sister Location, meets Baby, but falls victim to the plot of the furious tangle of spirits held in the various Funtime animatronics. Together, they form Ennard and scoop Michael's body in an attempt to escape their prison. The scooping plan works, but Michael survives because, remember, he's a robot. Baby seems to know this based on her repeated use of More in need of answers than ever before, Michael promises his father, which leads us at last to FNAF 6. Even though the puppet tried to free the spirits of the dead children in FNAF 3, it doesn't quite work. This is because the spirits were no longer complete, with parts of their souls now trapped in the Funtime animatronics, which themselves are now in the form of Molten Freddy. This is why Paragraph 4 is such a big deal throughout FNAF 6. Based on the insanity-ending blueprints, Paragraph 4 stipulates that all creatures containing Remnant must be in the pizzeria by the end of the week, so that when it burns, everyone goes with it. All remaining Remnant must be purged in order for the souls to finally be set free. Michael accepts the role as night guard at the simulated pizzeria. Henry summons all the animatronics there, burns it all to the ground, and finally releases everyone, including condemning William to hell. Well, he didn't release everyone. Golden Freddy, still a vengeful spirit, has a bone to pick with Willy, so she traps him in purgatory, forcing him to suffer for eternity at the hands of the monsters he created. And despite Old Man Consequences telling her to relax, she won't quit, hence her soul still being in Golden Freddy's twitching eyes as he fades out into the darkness and as the series hits its final notes. I don't know about you, but between these last two videos, I think that's about as thorough as you could possibly want. So there you have it, FNAF theorists. As deep of a deep dive as I can go, trying to answer as many questions as possible, all while putting things into an order that makes sense, while also accounting for as much of the evidence as possible. Is it a perfect timeline? No, but I don't think there can be. I think Mr. Hippo's custom night lines point us in that direction.
I suppose if a person just wants to talk, then it's best to not announce that you're telling a story. Telling a story does come with its own pressures and expectations, I suppose. After all, if you're just talking to a friend, and there's no more expectations than if you were talking into the wind. Words by themselves aren't expected to carry, aren't expected to stick. But if you announce you're telling a story, well then, there better be a point to it all, you know?
And conversely, at some point, you just analyze down a story to the point of meaninglessness. In the end, whether this whole timeline is right or wrong, decoding FNAF's labyrinth of lore has been the single most exciting and enjoyable challenge I've covered on this channel. Yeah, we've covered it. A lot. A bit more than I would have liked, quite honestly, but for good reason. Few games give their story this much thought, and even fewer games tell their stories in such a compelling, mysterious way. I've said this for a while now, but FNAF is the perfect modern game. It's cheap, if not free, so anyone can play it. The mechanics are simple, it's fun to watch other people play it.
Like right damn it!
And it seeds in Easter eggs that get other people talking online. 4 years later, and still, only a handful of indie games and practically zero AAA games have followed in its footsteps, despite FNAF's massive success. And that, perhaps, is the single greatest and saddest mystery of them all. If this truly is the end, thanks God for an incredible ride and providing a game that has forever changed my life and this channel. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thank you for watching every single one of these videos. Woo! Now that the FNAF mystery is solved, go out and solve my merch mystery. I'm not gonna be doing a theory on this one, so it is up to you to come to the solution. Remember, first 100 people to solve the mystery get a special prize. I worked really hard on this merch. I'm really proud of how everything turned out. I think you're gonna love every item that we're offering, so check it out. Click the link you see on screen right now to check out the merch store and place an order because supplies are absolutely limited. If previous campaigns have shown us anything, it's that things can sell out really fast, so if you're interested, check it out right now. So now if you'll excuse me, I'm so excited to do something other than FNAF. Wonder what Fortnite's up to these days. Season 5! Part 2. Anyway, don't worry, we'll get it out as fast as possible. It's already written. I just need to divide this up for editing purposes. In the meantime, though, make sure you jump scare that subscribe button to, well, who knows what it does at this point, but it makes me feel good about the effort I put into this video, which is really nice, so make me feel good. It also improves the likelihood that you're gonna see the conclusion of this episode, which is even better. And in the meantime, if you missed my last FNAF theories, well, watch the ones from FNAF 6, linked on screen right now. You'll need them to really understand part 2 of this theory when we get into the more recent events. Now, if you'll excuse me, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. I've gotta go roll into recording part 2 right now, so I'm gonna go do that. Yeehaw! Final FNAF theories. Anyway, now that we've spent an entire episode chronicling the fictional deaths of 10 to 12... Oh, no, I forgot the puppet, so that brings it up to a baker's dozen of 13! Now that we've accounted for all those children's heinous murders, let's talk about security. No, really, as it turns out, you don't need a human-sized security puppet wandering around your house to keep you safe, but you could probably use a VPN. They're smaller, they require... No. No, God, no! No! No, God, no, no! No! Screw it. Let's talk about this thing. By all that's unholy, FNAF is somehow back. Someone got together their little summoning circle of Funko plushies and recycled Chuck E. Cheese pizza and awakened the sleeping behemoth that is Scott Cawthon, and now here we are with a new trailer for FNAF 7 and me in children's pajamas. So thank you, Internet. Also, can we just agree that this is creepy, right? Not me wearing kids' PJs, certainly, though. Come to think of it, that is really weird. No, the fact that I'm in a nightie that is dedicated to an animatronic that gets dead children stuffed into him. God, man. Merch in 2019. Yeah, indie games. Now, at the end of last summer, FNAF was basically done. The book series had concluded, FNAF 6 had burned the series to the ground, and Ultimate Custom Night ended the story by trapping William Afton in eternal torment. All that was really left was the movie. Just like Jeremy laid to rest on a nearby hillside, it was time for the series to finally rest in peace. But then, back in November, Scott hopped onto Steam to give all us Fredheads an update, and suddenly, the movie was the least certain thing of the group. A VR game? An AR game? More books? A third new game called Into Madness? Clearly Scott intended me to be the protagonist of that one, since that's exactly where I'm headed to with so much new FNAF headed our way. Even a AAA game, where apparently instead of stuffing children into animatronics, they start getting stuffed into loot boxes. Fast forward 4 months to today, and here we are, with the first new Scott Cawthon teaser in nearly a year. A teaser for one of the items on this massive list of animatronic horror sent to taunt me. But which one is it, and what it means for this new era of FNAFing is exactly what we're exploring today. So, let's get analyzing. First, let's just assess what we're seeing here, shall we? Clearly you have 5 animatronics that are all melted together, which would be interesting enough on its own, but making it even more compelling is the fact that they all span the history of the franchise. You have Freddy, Foxy, and Bonnie, all in their FNAF 1 forms, but then you also have the pre-Mangle form of Funtime Foxy from Sister Location, and also pre-trapped Springtrap from, well, a lot of different cutscenes throughout the series, but most notably from the Fruity Maze minigame dating in FNAF 6. You can actually tell this based on the general shape of the nose, as well as the lack of decay and aging that you normally see post-Springlock failure. But since this is a Scott Cawthon teaser, you know that there's gonna be more here than just a cool image. If you throw this thing into Photoshop and start brightening it up, step 1 in any FNAF teaser analysis, you're gonna see the background has lines. Lines with some oddly onto Steam to give all us Fredheads an update, and suddenly the movie was the least certain thing of the group. A VR game? An AR game? More books? A third new game called Into Madness? Clearly Scott intended me to be the protagonist of that one, since that's exactly where I'm headed to with so much new FNAF headed our way. Even a AAA game, where apparently instead of stuffing children into animatronics, they start getting stuffed into loot boxes. Fast forward 4 months to today, and here we are, with the first new Scott Cawthon teaser in nearly a year. A teaser for one of the items on this massive list of animatronic horror sent to taunt me. But which one is it, and what it means for this new era of FNAFing is exactly what we're exploring today. So, let's get analyzing. First, let's just assess what we're seeing here, shall we? Clearly, you have 5 animatronics that are all melted together, which would be interesting enough on its own, but making it even more compelling is the fact that they all span the history of the franchise. You have Freddy, Foxy, and Bonnie, all in their FNAF 1 forms, but then you also have the pre-Mangle form of Funtime Foxy from Sister Location, and also pre-trapped Springtrap from, well, a lot of different cutscenes throughout the series, but most notably from the Fruity Maze minigame dating in FNAF 6. You can actually tell this based on the general shape of the nose, as well as the lack of decay and aging that you normally see post-Springlock failure. But since this is a Scott Cawthon teaser, you know that there's gonna be more here than just a cool image. If you throw this thing into Photoshop and start brightening it up, step 1 in any FNAF teaser analysis, you're gonna see the background has lines. Lines with some oddly inconsistent space. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory. 90% overthinking Nintendo titles, 10% all other companies, 100% sick of Five Nights at Freddy's. Well, at least until October. Nintendo, we need to talk. Year after year, you release new entries in your exclusive franchises, and in an era where games are more and more cinematic, where the stories they tell are deeper and richer than ever before, you fight against that trend, and hard. Epic romp through the ancestral memories of a modern-day assassin out to save the world. Plumber want cake. A cross-galaxy quest to save the universe from a long-dormant foe, where each choice means the difference between life and death. Squid people play paintball. In fact, Nintendo has stayed so silent about its characters that it leads many to question whether their games connect at all. And when they do release timelines, they literally make zero sense. Or at least they didn't until today. Because I'm out to prove that gaming's most famous franchise, one thought to be impossible to string together, has a timeline that is not only provable, but makes a lot more sense than most other video game plot lines out there. I've shown you how Rosalina is Luigi's daughter and how Toad may be a parasitic plague on the kingdom, but now it's time to figure out how all the Mario games cross over with each other to weave an unexpectedly epic and mind-blowing timeline.
Did somebody say crossover?
Oh, hey Drake, Kenny. Glad you guys could join me after I so shamelessly name-dropped your old show's title. Thanks for coming by and helping me put this whole thing together. There are a lot of games to sort through, so how do we know where to begin?
Well, clearly it would make the most sense to begin with the games where Mario is a baby, right? That would seem to come before he's an adult adventuring through the Mushroom Kingdom.
But there are multiple games where he's a baby, so let's refer to this first group of games in the timeline as the baby era, which of course starts with Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, 14 years after Mario originally appeared in 1981.
And you know it's first because in Yoshi's Island, Baby Bowser sends his magical minion Kamek to kidnap the Mario Bros from the stork delivering the boys to their parents. You can't get much more newborn than stork status. Well, I mean you can, but that's a lesson for a 6th grade health class, not an online video game show.
Yep, no time to talk about the birds and bees now. I'll save that one for your parents. But it is time to talk storks. At the end of that game, Yoshi saves the day, but as we see in the next game, its direct sequel, Yoshi's New Island, the stork ultimately delivers the Mario brothers to the wrong parents.
You just can't get good help these days.
Yoshi comes to the rescue yet again, solving the Mario mix-up, which leads to Mario and Luigi Partners in Time and Yoshi's Island DS.
Wait, we've just started charting this and we're already dealing with time travel?
Well, yeah, actually. In 3 out of the 4 games that comprise the baby era, a future version of Bowser travels to the past to thwart his arch-enemies as children.
I thought you said this was simpler than the Zelda timeline.
I said it makes more sense. Nintendo has a habit of making characters travel through time, which definitely doesn't make things simpler. You see, the key to sorting out the order of these games lies in the reactions between Baby Bowser and his future mature self. In Partners in Time, Bowser and Baby Bowser team up for the very first time. However, in Yoshi's Island DS, the Bowsers don't seem remotely fazed at all by any of these time-traveling shenanigans, leading us to believe that they've already crossed paths once before.
There's also a line in there where Bowser is calling Baby Bowser past me. That's right, Baby Bowser is not Bowser's son Bowser Jr., and instead, his past self.
Well, that's a theory for a whole nother day.
But what about when future Bowser shows up at the end of Yoshi's New Island?
Gah, Kenny, shh. Spoilers!
Can it be considered a spoiler when it's so slapped into the game the only explanation that's given is a splash screen that says, "Suddenly warping through time and space, King Bowser appears"? Seriously, Nintendo? Pretty shamelessly lazy. But to answer Kenny's concern, Baby Bowser and future Bowser don't interact with each other at all in that game. Plus, based on the intro cutscene for New Island, we know it's a direct sequel taking place mere minutes after the original Yoshi's Island.
So that gives us a pretty tight timeline thus far. Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, followed by Yoshi's New Island, Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, or the past section at least, and finally ending with Yoshi's Island DS. What about all the spin-off titles where Baby Mario is around, like the kart games?
I think it's best we focus on the main series titles. Yeah, since Nintendo is playing all fast and loose with warping through space and time, there's probably an explanation in there somewhere for everyone and their mom having a baby version now and being able to kart and party with them. But again, that's best addressed in another video. Coming up with a timeline for the main games is tricky enough.
And that brings us to the end of our so-called baby era. Now, it would only make sense to call the next section the adult era.
Man, I was really looking forward to some angsty teenage era Mario games.
For this, we're gonna have to dig deep into the lore and leave no stone unturned. Every official source is on the table.
If you take a look at the Smash history of the Koopas, you'll notice that the trophy description in Super Smash Bros. Brawl states that the Shellkeeper Turtles are, quote, shelled enemies Mario and Luigi faced back when they were plumbers.
Exactly. That implies that the Mario brothers were just humble plumbers before they got wrapped up in Mushroom Kingdom heroism. In fact, it actually tells us that they haven't been plumbers for quite some time.
Nintendo, you've lied to me!
That must mean that Mario Brothers and Super Mario Brothers are the next two games in the timeline, as at the time that the brothers are plumbers, then they hang up their plungers in favor of edible superpowers and Peach's sweet, sweet cake. Yeah.
The true sequel to the NES Super Mario Bros. Is what we silly Americans know as Mario the Lost Levels. But believe it or not, this game doesn't have any of its own story. It was really just a glorified map pack that was packaged as its own standalone game.
So, exactly what they did with New Super Luigi U.
But that was for the Year of Luigi, which makes it slightly better.
With that out of the way, the big clue for the next true entry in our Mario timeline lies directly in the manual for Super Mario Bros. 3. In it, we discover that Bowser has 7 children who we'll start seeing in many future installments. What sets Super Mario Bros. 3 as the first game starring the Koopa Kids is the only dialogue we ever see them deliver. As you can clearly see, Windy O Koopa states, "This is the first time I've met up with Mario. I'm studying his moves very carefully." Jeez, that almost sounded like Mickey Mouse. Quality voiceovering, ladies and gentlemen. This clearly means that this is the first time that Mario has ever crossed shells with the Koopalings. And if one manual wasn't enough, how about 2? The manual for Super Mario World clearly states that this game takes place directly after Super Mario Bros. 3. Next up on the chopping block, Super Mario 64. Or rather, it's DS retcon, Super Mario 64 DS. In it, King Boo appears and threatens to trap Mario in a painting, directly foreshadowing the events of Luigi's Mansion, the next game in the timeline. Following Luigi's solo adventure, we get Super Mario Sunshine. Oddly enough, what gives away this game's place in the timeline is this super small video feed in the lower right-hand corner of the screen when Mario's new water jetpack, the Flood, scans Mario to register his identity. In it, we can clearly see the events of the original Super Mario Bros., Super Mario World, and Super Mario 64. So we know it must come after all of those.
That's all fine and dandy, but what about Super Mario RPG? That's one of my favorite games ever.
Don't worry, Mario RPG is the next game in the timeline. Wouldn't you know it? This game features the birth of Yoshi's love interest, Birdo.
Wait, so Yoshi has been around since Mario was a baby, and he's been seen dating a newborn? Man, we're uncovering some pretty twisted hidden lore.
Have you watched any of my Mario videos? It's a really dark franchise.
Back on track, guys.
Oh. Okay, Super Mario RPG inspired a set of spin-off games known as the Mario and Luigi series, starting with Superstar Saga. In it, Birdo makes an appearance as well as Professor Egad from Luigi's Mansion, which is why it has to fall here in the timeline. And I should be sure to mention that Luigi is flat out shown to have the Poltergust 3000 from Luigi's Mansion, all facts that solidly place these games right here in the timeline. This game also introduces a recurring villain in the Mario and Luigi series, Fawful. It's awful, but with an F. Fawful. Fawful also appears in the era-spanning sequel, Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, and even recounts the events of the previous title. This starts a trend in the series where each new installment references the events of the previous titles, giving us a solid timeline of Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, followed by Mario and Luigi Dream Team.
And Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon comes in after that. In it, Professor Egad outfits Luigi with a brand new Poltergust 5000 to replace the old model that was last seen in Superstar Saga and Luigi's Mansion 1.
Bringing us into a new age. Well, that is, a new Super Mario Bros. Age, with the events of New Super Mario Bros. And New Super Mario Bros. 2, which don't do anything new for the series and instead compound on the tropes and elements introduced in earlier games. But after years and years of saving the Mushroom Kingdom all by their lonesome, in New Super Mario Bros. Wii and New Super Mario Bros. U, the Mario Bros. Find partners in the form of brand new characters, Blue Toad and Yellow Toad.
Gee, Nintendo, real original names there, guys.
I think they would be better off named something like Buckenberry and Alagold.
With our new Toad friends, we're brought into the Super Mario Galaxy series and the first appearance of fan favorite Rosalina. Rosalina, who loyal theorists will know is actually Luigi and Peach's daughter, comes from the far future, a Rosalina era, if you will. At the end of Super Mario Galaxy, Rosalina uses her time travel abilities to retcon the entire game, creating a new galaxy, leading directly into the events of Super Mario Galaxy 2. Let's be honest here, Galaxy 2 was just the same game with a fancy new coat of paint. That leads us into Super Mario 3D Land and Super Mario 3D World. There isn't really a definitive way to place these two relative to each other, but we do know they take place after the new Super Mario Bros. And Super Mario Galaxy games, since they feature a playable Rosalina, those obnoxious cosmic clones from Galaxy, and the Blue Toad from New Super Mario Bros. Wii and U. And with that said, for the console Mario games, this is the end of the timeline. One where Peach chooses Luigi over Mario, as we discussed in my 2-part video on the subject of Rosalina's origins, and that's it. It's the end of the story for those two, but Mario's story isn't over, as he hops on over to the Game Boy for the Super Mario Land series. With his younger brother swooping in and stealing his girl, Mario leaves, pursuing pursuing an adventure in the country of Sarasaland, where the events of the first Super Mario Land take place. Here, Mario saves a new princess, Princess Daisy, from an evil alien named Tatanga. How do we know it's at the end of the timeline? Well, notice the heart. Mario's affections have moved on to another woman.
Wait. Are we saying that Mario and Luigi's love life has been reversed this entire time? That Luigi ends up with Princess Peach, and then Mario ends up with Princess Daisy?
Nintendo, you've lied to me.
And things finish up with Super Mario Land 2, where, as we read in the manual, Wario's taken advantage of Mario being in Sarasaland to overtake Mario's castle.
Wait, Mario has a castle? Nintendo, you...
Kenny, get a hold of yourself.
And there you have it, the complete Mario timeline.
Feels like we're leaving out a few pretty crucial titles here.
Hey, wait a minute, that's right. You haven't covered the original Donkey Kong games. Those were, after all, Mario's big debut as the Carpenter Jumpman. In fact, let's give it a category of its own. The Jumpman era.
Which causes a bit of an issue with this timeline, doesn't it? Mario's well established as a plumber.
Guys, it would be a problem, except for the fact that Mario the Carpenter Jumpman and Mario the Plumber Super Mario aren't actually the same person, but rather, drumroll please. Can't get good sound effects anywhere. But rather, father and son.
What?
Dun dun dun! See, if I can't get good sound effects, I'll just do them myself. To prove it, it's gonna take some monkey business. We have to hop franchises and look for clues sprinkled throughout the Donkey Kong Country series.
They're technically gorillas, not monkeys.
It's an expression. Never mind. By now, everyone knows that the original Donkey Kong, the one climbing girders in the arcade cabinets, aged into the surly ape we all know and love as Cranky Kong. It's also fairly common knowledge that the current-day Donkey Kong, the one with the sporty tie, is actually Cranky's grandson. Current-day Donkey Kong first appeared alongside Baby Mario as Baby DK in Yoshi's Island DS, which tells us two things: that Mario and DK are about the same age, and that our current-day DK is neither Cranky Kong nor Donkey Kong Jr. You know, the one who appeared in the original Mario Kart and the one who appeared in Donkey Kong Jr., the game. DK Jr., then, is of course Cranky's son, making him DK's father.
But how can an adult Mario faced off against a younger Cranky and also been a baby at the same time as the modern-day Donkey Kong?
Well, let's take another look at Cranky, who's the linchpin in this entire series. Real-world gorillas have a lifespan of about 40 years, and Cranky has gotta be on the tail end of that. At full size, Cranky would have been about 15, the average age when gorillas stopped growing. DK Jr. had already been alive for several years, as a gorilla reaches sexual maturity around 8 years old. This now presents the possibility that DK Jr., still a young and growing ape, would be about the age to be looking for his own mate to sire his son, Donkey Kong III.
I never thought that a gorilla's sexual maturity would be what ties together the entire Mario timeline.
Yeah, who knew that would be a topic for a video? Laying everything out across Cranky's lifespan makes one thing abundantly clear. Jumpman, the Mario we see in Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr., is not the same person as the Mario we see in the Super Mario series. The sexual maturity of Cranky Kong proves that it can't be the case. Now get this, given our established time frame, it is extremely likely that the mother of the Super Mario Brothers is Pauline, Mario's damsel in distress from the original Donkey Kong game. The manual for Donkey Kong explicitly refers to her as Mario's girlfriend. That's more confirmation than we've ever seen with Peach beyond a kiss and a couple of cakes. We can now actually chart out the entire Mario bloodline from Jumpman and Pauline to Rosalina. And there you have it, 3 Donkey Kongs, 2 Marios, and 1 timeline that would make even George Lucas tear his hair out. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And hey, now that you've learned about the sexual maturity of monkeys,
they're technically gorillas.
Why not learn about some stuff not primate related, while helping out all of us here at Team Theorist in the process by checking out lynda.com.
Watch it. You are about to embark upon a new video game adventure.
Hey guys, welcome to Dunk Tank. Today I am joined by three of the hottest voices in video games today. We have on my left, Woa.
Hey, it's me, Woa.
There he is. Of course, Video Game Sean, as always, joins us today.
I'm sure you guys are already subscribed, but just in case, subscribe to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/videogamesean.
And then we have Leah B, just a magical woman.
Hello. This being our first podcast, I think a very important order of business, we should introduce Sean and Woaz, otherwise known as Lee Dog.
Yeah, Lee Dog. That's my preferred name.
Nobody calls you that.
We've never heard anyone call him that ever.
Well, no, we have heard him call himself that a lot of times.
Listen.
I think I met Woa like 10 years back.
No.
Dead or Alive on Xbox.
10 years? Come on. That would be 2009. Dead or Alive came out in like 2004. Maybe even 2003.
Holy shit.
It was like my first Xbox game. I've known you for longer than Reggie was president of fucking Nintendo America.
Oh my god. That's how far back Woa was like in some of my old Flash videos.
Yep.
Control guy. Akbar, yeah. It was on Newgrounds.
I gotta see if I can find some of those.
Akbar?
I was in.
Woa was always in the cartoon.
Oh.
Yeah. I was
Who
little
were you?
Bow Wow once.
Oh.
He was little Bow Wow with an Irish accent.
I don't know, man. There were some classic early Akbars. They were probably some of the better ones, to be honest.
I still think people are waiting for a new Akbar.
Well, I mean, legally, I don't know if that could happen.
I don't know if legally it could have happened in the first place.
Legally, we're not working on one, but just off the books, yeah, we've been working on one.
All right, now, also legally, we are not, though, because of Disney and all that. But let's just
legally,
be clear about
Yeah, Disney owns Star Wars now.
Yeah, let's be clear about this. Definitely not legally or otherwise, but maybe, though.
As long as you use your Irish accent, it's a whole different character.
That is true.
It's a loophole.
Why were you doing you were doing like an Irish accent on Little Bow Wow? Really?
Yeah. I was going for a pirate accent, actually.
Oh, okay.
That makes not any more sense
that-
at all.
Well, that makes sense. No, I get that.
I don't remember. Look, Little Bow Wow is time traveling or something. There's a reason for it, maybe.
I gotta watch this now.
How are they gonna kick us out?
Hey, you bums, get out of there. I'm gonna shake you out.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's just ridiculous. We got Sean. Now, Sean, I met Sean, we were playing League. This was back when you could just type in somebody's name on League.
Right.
And my friend he was just typing in first names. And we typed in like 10 of them. And we invited Sean, and Sean joined.
I remember that it was he must have typed in Sean and Penn, because Penn also joined, I think. It was Sean Penn you were going for.
Okay.
Yeah. And I happen to have the name Sean. So
Yeah. So classic Sean.
That's just how you meet people, I think, as far as I'm aware.
I wonder what happened to Penn.
He probably died.
Yeah, rip.
Yeah, that guy always was a piece of crap.
Not to badmouth him or anything behind his back, but you know that guy, Penn.
I hope he died.
Yeah, I don't know about him, man.
It'd be best if you just didn't bring him up again, Leah.
My apologies.
It's okay.
Sean is also the owner of a fairly well-known YouTube channel.
Oh
yeah. Well, I mean, it's growing, over time. I've been putting a lot of work in trying to get that channel to sort of really take off. YouTube.com/videogamesean if you want to check out all my sweet videos.
Yeah, you've been doing pretty good recently.
Yeah, I thought so too. I think I recently passed the 4,000 subscribers mark, so for the amount of content that I have, that's pretty
actually,
good.
from what I can see.
Oh wow, okay.
It's looking pretty good. You're
That's
really
even
climbing
better,
the
yeah.
ranks.
He puts in a lot of work over there, yeah.
I'm doing my best.
And of course, we got Leah. Now, Leah, you know Leah.
Who's she again?
I mean, I could tell the whole story.
All right, yeah.
So Jason made a video where he went to a museum. It was called Night at the Museum, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was at this museum in Milwaukee. And I recognized the little horrifying igloo or something with these cavemen. So then I knew Jason was a fellow Wisconsinite, and I just went on Skype, and I think I just typed your name. Like, I didn't know your Skype, obviously. I was just like, oh, I'll try to add him as a friend. And then I just typed your name, and I added whoever the first person that came up was.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know your Skype beforehand. I just typed your name.
In my name?
Yeah, and I just added the first one.
All right.
I think that's how I added you on Facebook, actually, before you.
Yeah. I didn't really expect that it was you, but I just added whatever came up. And then, like, a few days later or something, you accepted for unknown reasons.
Yeah.
The reason is known. He just accepted every girl.
No.
I think the reason is...
Yeah, 100%.
It's known. Yeah. So that's how we met. And then we just started talking and playing League. We were just playing League together for years, you know.
Yeah. When we first started playing, Leah was level 22.
No, I was 28.
No, you were like level 22, and I was like, whoa, come on, level 22?
Yeah.
Hey, you don't even have masteries. You can't even do damage at that point.
I still don't even know how to use masteries.
So I against my better judgment, we brought Leah in.
Yeah, I remember you said, but do you suck?
Well, did you answer honestly?
It turned out to be really good.
Yeah.
And that's when I knew that we had to get married.
Yeah, and then we got engaged like the next week.
Logically, that makes sense.
I don't know if any of that's real. Maybe.
No, okay, that part was a lie. That was a lie. For anyone who didn't know. Yeah, sorry. We dated. We started dating probably like 6 to 8 months later. And then we were dating for like 5 years. We dated for 5 years and then got engaged.
Yep.
And now we've been engaged for a year and a half. Not quite, but almost a year and a half. And we're getting married in September.
That is awesome.
Should we announce our wedding date?
Sure.
It's gonna be... Wait, you guys guess.
Yeah.
I am guessing... Well, you already said September, so I got a 1 in
guess. Come on.
31 chance here,
You'll
right?
get it right, yeah.
I'm going to start off and
Think
say
about it.
September 6th.
Nope.
No, you gotta think about it. What would it be?
All right.
September 11th.
No.
Okay, that's pretty good too. September 19th.
19th? That was close.
September 21st.
What the fuck is on September 21st?
The song! The one that Jason sings.
What?
Come on. Okay, Jason, sing the song.
Do you remember?
Do you remember? September. Remember? Is that a chicken playing guitar?
Right.
You remember the date from the song?
Okay.
The Earth, Wind, and Fire song, you know.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. I just didn't even know that was referring to September.
Well, let's get back to the topic at hand. Reggie. He's gone.
Yeah,
he's out of the game for good.
May
Come
his soul
April,
rest
he's
in
gone.
peace.
Yeah.
Today we're talking about Reggie. Reggie is the big news. Reggie is done. He's retiring from Nintendo.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about this?
I'm still reeling, personally.
Well, I honestly don't think I was affected at all, to be honest. to be quite frank.
The thing about Reggie is that he was like a very comforting person.
Yeah.
Whenever you see Reggie, it's just like a very comforting, calming presence, right? The new guy Bowser.
When you see
if you
Bowser,
look
it's
at his
like,
picture,
Did you see that picture about?
you don't know if you can trust him. He seems like he's scheming or something.
Did you guys see that picture of Bowser where he had Mario and Luigi tied up in?
Yeah.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
What if he's gonna not make any more Mario games now?
It's only Bowser games now.
Oh,
That could be
well,
good.
hell yeah, I'm down for that. Shit.
He probably made that Mario Party with the Bowser mode.
Well then, get him out of
Where
here.
Bowser always
Mario
wins
Party
every
10.
round.
Hey guys, it's me, Bowser. From here on out, every Nintendo game will feature me, Bowser.
You can't do the Reggie voice anymore.
He's gonna
That's
do that.
right.
He's
Will
gonna
you
do-
adapt it or what? What's he gonna do? Is there gonna be a Bowser voice?
Hey guys.
I think he speaks, so that is going to be the Bowser voice.
Hey guys, I'm Bowser.
Maybe they're just going to change Bowser in the game to sound like him.
How long has Reggie? It says Reggie joined Nintendo in 2003.
Dang, that's like
During the
16 years.
Is that 16 years?
Yep.
Oh my god.
So he made the GameCube. He
He
made
made
Wii.
GameCube. He made Wii, Wii U.
This man basically invented Mario.
Yep, Mario, Donkey
Nintendo
Kong.
DS.
Yep. Tetris.
That was him.
Yep, that was
Tetris
him.
DS.
I can't. I was trying to like browse like what he actually did at Nintendo.
He was a marketing guy.
Yeah, I couldn't
I
find.
saw him dancing really often. He would like put on a hat and he would dance with people. He's like
He was
Hype Man.
Yeah,
I feel
exactly.
like he
Hooked
did.
up for
I feel
Nintendo.
like he did something else other than what we see on that though.
No.
He just
Other than that, he's playing Animal Crossing. Duh.
playing Animal Crossing in his office all day.
To be fair, Nintendo of America is like I think their main job is just to make sure that the Nintendo stuff sells over here. So that's
Right, yeah.
I would guess that's mostly a marketing arm.
Do they do like localization or anything?
Yeah, they do some of that though too. So
I want to say one last thing. Supposedly, he's leaving in April. Could this be an elaborate April Fool's joke? He comes out, he says, April Fools, I'm not leaving. Here's Mario Odyssey 2 and Breath of the Wild 2. Also, here's the Metroid.
April
Here to
Fools.
stay.
April Fools, I'm not leaving. Also, they have transferred my soul into a robotic body. I'm never leaving.
Well, I think the problem with that is that Doug Bowser is probably not in on that joke, so as soon as that happens, he realizes he's not getting the position. He's going to end up kidnapping Reggie, so I don't think they're going to do that.
No. I've heard enough about Reggie. What I want to hear about is Will Smith.
In case you guys haven't seen, there was a new Aladdin trailer with Will Smith as the genie, iconic character, the genie. Will Smith's face is just CGI'd on.
It's about time.
Very tastefully done.
It's been too long.
If we could just pull up the image of him right there so you guys can see that.
Yes.
I'm looking at
Is
this.
any other part of him actually from Will Smith?
It doesn't look
Are
like
those
it.
his hands?
Just his face. This is like the old, like, when they first discovered a green screen. Like how they would put a face on something.
Yeah.
Remember in SpongeBob where they'll have like a real mouth talk?
Oh yeah. Yep.
That's what they
Oh,
did
like
for
the annoying orange.
Yeah, it's like the annoying orange, but for the genie.
They've hired him.
They brought in that guy.
Oh, I wonder if they put him in one of those suits, like the guy for Beauty and the Beast. Is that what's going on?
This
he
is
in
like
one
a
of those
new-
huge suits?
I think this is a new trend for movies now. Like there was the Pokemon, and then there's the Sonic, and now there's Will Smith. I think like the trend is to make weird CGI stuff that doesn't look right.
It's like Will Smith. He's on there. His face doesn't exactly. It's his face, but maybe it doesn't move right with the body, or it doesn't seem like it fits with the body, and therefore it's just like a standout, jarring, upsetting thing. You're like, oh, Will Smith, is that you? Have you been consumed by this blue beast? I don't know.
Maybe they made it with that deepfake program,
Oh no.
right?
What? So does that mean that they filmed a genie? And then used the deepfake program to put Will Smith's face on it? Wait.
Yeah, because it would be cheaper.
It would be cheaper to film a genie?
Apps. We brought in a real genie.
They're Disney, okay? They have.
But we
their
wanted
own
Will
thing.
Smith to be on the face. We couldn't
We
just
also-
have the real genie. The real genie couldn't act good enough.
The Disney Vault, we took out one of the many genies that we had. Have enslaved.
if you watch Aladdin, that's like the most integral part of the movie is Genie. The whole movie is built around Genie. It's still
Right.
like one of the craziest like animated things in a movie. Like, and he's always turning into stuff. Like every second, he's like turns into something different.
Yeah, they're not gonna do that here. There's no
So
way.
with Will Smith, he's just gonna be standing around.
I do not want to see Will Smith turn into a realistic boat with his face on it.
I can't even imagine.
What if that's why this is
What
weird?
if it-
What if that's what they're
Oh.
actually doing? He's gonna like turn into a big boat and the giant stretched out, a super
Yeah.
wide stretched out Will Smith face is like, hey, get in, Aladdin!
Oh my god. I'm gonna have nightmares now. Thank you.
Look at this still. When Genie turns into Jack Nicholson. How is Will Smith gonna do that? Are they gonna bring in Jack
They
Nicholson?
will put Jack Nicholson's face.
They're just gonna
God.
bring in green screen in Jack Nicholson on.
It'll be like Animorphs.
You're gonna be like, all right, Jack Nicholson, we need you for 5 seconds. Thank you. Well, all right. Anyway, so what are we gonna talk about next?
Did you guys play Anthem at all?
No.
I haven't
Everybody
played
said it was
Anthem.
terrible, so I decided not to.
Really messed up.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of almost wanted to play it, but I don't know, man. It's just too hard to bring myself to even try it. I'm like traumatized because of the whole BioWare involvement. So I mean, but yeah, we've seen even all the way back to the beginnings of Pure Ownage. EA has sucked ever since then. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with those guys. I was never more distraught in my whole life than when BioWare got bought out by EA. Now, of course, this is a BioWare game, but really, I feel like BioWare at this point is kind of just like dead, and it's just an EA game. You
Yeah,
know,
it's
just
definitely
another name for
Oh.
EA at this point.
What did they make? They made Mass Effect 2 after
made-
they got bought by EA, or was that during?
Well, they made Mass Effect 1, and it was after Mass Effect 1 that they got bought by EA. That was basically the last game that they finished completely before EA, I'm pretty sure. But then Mass Effect 2 might have been in the pipeline, but that was basically, if that, the end.
Okay. So now they have, like, recently they have Mass Effect Andromeda, but this is, I think this was supposed to be their big game. Anthem? I don't know.
Anthem was
Oh, no.
supposed to be their big comeback after, like, Andromeda. They're like, we have a different team on Anthem. It's not the Andromeda team. They were putting all their resources on Anthem or something. That's why Andromeda sucked.
Yeah, I remember them saying that. They were like, yeah, Mass Effect Andromeda, that's a fake game. We didn't even make that. We just hired some guy to make
Right.
it.
Yeah, those guys up
Anthem,
at
that's the real one.
Yeah.
But they also have a Dragon Age in
Right.
development now. Maybe
Dragon
that's
Age.
the real one.
Yeah,
How long
this
is
one
that
was
gonna
the
last?
fake game.
This was the second fake out.
By the way, I can confirm that the last game that they actually released before the EA buyout, and this is not good news, is Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood on the Nintendo DS.
That's a great game.
That is the game with the audio that sounds like somebody took all the songs from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and played them on the worst MIDI piano ever created.
Is that the one that goes brum, 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 brum?
Yes, that's exactly how that sounds.
I like the sound of that.
I'm pretty sure that after EA bought BioWare, that's like legit when the guys who were in charge of BioWare, the guys who made like KOTOR and stuff, they just bailed out. They're like, "Thank you for the EA money. See you later. Have fun. Have fun with our name."
They really tried to they went heavy on the story.
Oh yeah.
Like there's a lot of you go, like, you know, in Destiny you have the hub world.
Yep.
In Anthem you go to the hub world and then you wait through a big loading screen and then you talk to a dude.
That's another thing about fucking Destiny 2 that was kind of awful. Oh my god.
Hub world?
Yeah, the hub world. And it wasn't that the hub world itself, but I felt like I spent so much time in the airplane just flying around the planets and loading into stupid zones, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I guess that's probably the same ballpark as Anthem, what they're complaining about. But I mean, I guess it really wasn't the end of the world. Like I said, I kind of overall enjoyed Destiny 1. So I mean, maybe this game could be for me, but
Probably not. Maybe wait like, I don't know, a year for them to fix it first, and then, you know, see what
I
it's
want to
like.
like it on the grounds of BioWare, but I Also,
Well, that
wanna
you should
hate it.
delete from your mind.
I know that.
You should have
I
deleted
wanna
that from
hate
your
it
mind
because
7
I know
years
that
ago.
it's really EA though.
Yeah.
EA has killed BioWare and is wearing its skin. So I heard not a great game. I'm gonna stick with that. Next order of business.
Yeah, I've been playing. So they announced the sequel to Hollow Knight recently, which was a very nice announcement for me because I really loved the original. And they were I guess they were gonna do DLC for it, but then they decided, you know what, we want to do too much stuff with it. We're just gonna do a whole entire sequel, which is like best news ever for me. But
They made a Hollow Knight sequel. Jason's not playing it yet.
It's not out yet. Is the only reason why he's not playing it. I'm sure.
I'm playing it right now.
What? Give that to me. What?
It's pretty good. I'm at the hub world.
No, give me that.
Oh dang, SpongeBob is in this.
You're spoiling it for me. Stop this. No, I'm not listening.
But yeah, they announced it at the Switch at the Nintendo Direct.
Nintendo Direct does.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you've been playing Hollow Knight original?
I went back to start playing, the original Hollow Knight, because I beat the heck out of that game the first time. Great game. And then they released a bunch of content packs with where they added new stuff. And I played the first few of them. So basically, you know how at the end of every Kirby game there's the boss rush, and then there's like the really hard boss rush with like harder versions of dudes, and that's usually the only hard part of that entire game. So the Godmaster basically is like that. It's like the boss rushes. It's nothing but a boss rush mode, pretty much. You go in and you fight like 13 bosses in a row, and then you fight 13 more, and they give you like new bosses at the end, which the new bosses were kind of a surprise. So yeah, I'm not gonna spoil any of that, but that was really cool. But I've been stuck on that for I'm gonna say 2 weeks now. I've been trying to beat that one.
You have to beat all of them in a row?
You have to beat every single boss in the game in a row without dying. Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with them?
I don't know, there's like 30 or something, 40 maybe. Yeah.
How long does it even take?
I think I want to say I've
like 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, 20 to 30 minutes minimum. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is a marathon.
That's a lot.
And then at the very, very end of that, you fight what I think is the hardest boss in the game, which is the improved version of the last boss, which actually gives you a new ending.
Okay. Does the new ending explain the mushroom guy from the ending?
I remember that guy now. Yeah. He made like the noises and stuff, right?
Yeah. Just to recap for people who haven't played, spoiler alert. A mushroom, the ending of the secret ending, a mushroom guy shoots into space.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry to spoil that big ending.
All right, so if you hear the spoiler alert, of course skip ahead unless you're me, of course. Then it's ruined in real time.
It's ruined for you forever now. Anyways, no, they don't explain that at all.
All right.
Yeah, the good news is that once you get to the final boss guy and then lose, because you lose the first time, because that's just how it works, you can then practice him as many times as you want, and then when you do it again, maybe you'll be better prepared. But I've practiced him like, I want to say 30 or 40 times now, and I still can't beat him consistently.
I have a question for you, Sean.
Yeah, ask away.
Have you beaten Earthbound yet?
No. I can't. I think I had just got, and I can't even remember his name now. Jeff. I had just got Jeff to join the party.
That's awesome.
He had actually arrived.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what, like 2 melodies in, 3 melodies, something like that.
Have you beaten Earthbound yet, Leah?
Well, there was a snafu with my Earthbound.
Oh yeah.
I had progressed a lot more, and then my save file got lost.
God.
Yeah. Let's take this time right now. Let's take this time right now to make the public service announcement. If you are using the emulator ZSNES, immediately cease what you're doing and use any other emulator at all.
Jason did it to me. He set me up.
Listen.
He set me up. But this is the news. Jason set me up on that. I was playing it. I was having a great time. And then it got busted. Then Jason was like, ha, I told you. that game's not as good.
What? What?
Then he goes and plays Paper Mario. He was like, this game is the best. He beats Paper Mario last night. Then today, you know what he's doing? Playing Earthbound.
Ooh, you
Then
got caught.
Then he goes, actually, this game's way better.
Oh,
Okay, wait.
no. Whoa, hold on
wait.
a second.
Let's slow down.
Okay.
Let's go back to Genie. Aladdin is Genie.
No. You're not gonna get out of this.
Just go ahead and deny it.
You're not getting out of this one, buddy.
No,
Did you
it's
say that
okay.
Earthbound was better than Paper Mario? Is that what you said?
Changed his opinion. Controversial opinions.
I can't say it's better yet. I just beat 1,000 Year Door, Paper Mario 2.
Yeah.
Last night.
Oh yeah, that was a good game.
Yeah, it was good, but
yeah, he said it was good. But
ending
once he
really-
started on Earthbound, he was like, "Ooh, yeah, this game rocks."
the ending to Paper Mario 2 is so bad. It's so slow and stretched out and bad.
Yeah, I do remember that the game does drag on a little
I've
bit
heard
near the
that
end.
from a lot of people that think that Paper Mario 1,000 Year Door is one of the best games for the GameCube.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that's probably true. Yeah.
It's a really good game. It's one of the best of those I've played.
Right.
Yeah, except for Earthbound.
Yeah.
Earthbound is really good though.
Yeah,
that's what I can't. Earthbound is really good.
So good.
Jason started back up, and Sean, he also just got Jeff. So.
Well, I'll say this.
So we're at about the same place then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we all have to resume. I think.
Okay. All right.
I'll say this in regards to deleting saves, though. All right. One time for the Xbox, I had the Pirates of the Caribbean game. All right, not some weird one.
This is gonna be tragic.
Keep in mind, it is gonna be tragic. Okay.
The Pirates of the Caribbean game is already a weird one, but go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. All right, Pirates of the Caribbean game. For the
Lola
Xbox,
loves pirates.
this no.
He
No,
loves
no.
Jack Sparrow.
No. Okay, listen.
You lost Johnny Depp as the character.
He's not in the game at all, and I'll tell you why.
What?
This game is actually by Bethesda, right?
Okay.
And it's not the weird Pirates of the Caribbean games you see, the newer ones. But this
Hold on.
one was.
You just told me that this Pirates of the Caribbean game doesn't have Jack Sparrow, and you're trying to tell me this isn't one of the weird ones?
Was this before the movies?
No. But it was around the first one, I believe. But it was actually, here's what happened. It was a Bethesda game. Also, if you ever looked back around the time, they had like your Morrowind CDs or whatever.
Yeah.
They were actually advertising a game called Sea Dogs 2. That game never came out. So I feel like what happened was, Pirates of the Disney wanted a fucking Pirates of the Caribbean movie. They were like, hey, Bethesda, how about you sell us that game of yours, relabel it, put in one Black Pearl side quest, and we're good to go.
That was the only part?
No, yeah, there was a.
Was there even like Will Turner or whatever?
No, there was like there was something you could do. I think you could get the Black Pearl if you got far enough or something. There was like you got attacked by ghost pirates at one point. That was all that there was to the whole pirates tie-in.
Why would you? Oh my god!
But it was a really good game though.
But hold on, that's not. Again, I want to stress. You phrased that as not like a weird pirates game.
Just like
that's
gimmicky.
not a pirates game at all.
Right, exactly. It's not the gimmicky movie cash-in that you would get from another thing. It's like a real game.
It really has nothing to do
It's
with
like a real
the
game
movies at
that
all.
somehow got turned into a licensed game.
Right. It got brought out, relabeled, whatever. I'm positive that's what happened with Bethesda over there.
Yeah. Okay. So it's basically Star Fox Adventures.
So I'm playing this. I'm using my grandma's old, CRT TV at the time, one of those horrible box ones. And it has an issue with turning off. It turns off, you gotta like wiggle it around or unplug it, replug it. I don't even remember what it was at the time. Slap it with your hand. Something stupid.
Gotta have your grandma's
sounds right.
hand on top.
Right. So here the TV is. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. It's not working. Got to do the procedure. the TV turns off in the middle. It just won't come back on. So I say to myself, all right, it's okay. I'm just going to save the game blind. I remember where those saves are, probably.
No.
Apparently, I deleted like 10 saves. Somehow. It was like an entire history of saves.
I know how to save this.
Just hit a bunch of buttons.
Delete 14 different auto saves.
I mean, legitimately, I save all the games I play like that all the time, every 2 seconds. You know what I mean? I'm always saving my recent history. But
deleted all of them.
there was I was so far back by the time I got back on. I said, "Oh, what the fuck did I do?" I never finished it as a result.
Yeah. I can't blame you there. That would
That's a big loss. I couldn't bring myself to go back and do all that again so soon.
Holy shit.
You know? It hurt. It was painful.
I know.
That's happened to me a million times.
Yeah.
You deleted all of your saves a million times?
Yeah, that does happen to Jason a lot.
What?
One of the worst ones was that I borrowed my friend's memory card for Smash Melee.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And somehow I made a new save and it overwrote his. He had everything, he had every trophy.
Did he kill you?
Oh my god.
I was always doing something bad with his stuff. I would always fuck his stuff up. My old friend Neil.
Damn.
Yeah.
Are you still friends with Neil?
Neil probably either.
I haven't spoken for a while.
Yeah. Alright.
After all of this stuff you've done to him, he probably either killed himself or he's coming for you.
I got most of the stuff back. The characters.
Yeah, not the trophy.
The characters.
I thought I could trick him. Yeah.
You didn't even tell him? You just tried to fucking sneak by and not even...
I did tell him. I did tell him, but I was like, look, I got every guy back. So what's the big? He's like, where are my trophies? And then there's like 3 trophies. Like he had like you would go and you see them all. It's like 1,000 of them stacked.
Yeah, they had like the big panorama shot.
4.
Wow.
That's so sad. It's like when Donkey Kong comes back to his banana cave. And there's like 1 peel.
Yeah. And he just cries.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a pretty messed up one.
Yeah, Jason's not a frequent saver. He's definitely not.
This is where I got my great Pirates of the Caribbean saving habits from.
Yeah.
By the time I was playing that, I've already played, Knights of the Old Republic on my Xbox and whatnot.
Yeah.
And Morrowind, and you're like, you gotta save yourself by yourself every single time. So it's like, yeah. Like, all right, my guy is gonna go order some food at the restaurant. All right, saving it. And we got the food, saving it, eating the food.
Yep.
Commence saving.
Oh yeah.
That's how I play the games too. But then when Jason's playing something, I'll be watching him and then I'll be like, oh, go save or whatever. And he never listens.
Listen, I don't want to shave. Shaving is for babies. Just go.
Nope.
Is this right after you were saying that?
Argument.
And if you die, that's the game's fault, not my fault.
That's what you said about Earthbound. You were like, see, that game said.
Listen, that game, that's a bad game.
Well,
Earthbound does have some. Earthbound is a fucking.
Oh yeah, no, I specifically remember now when I stopped playing. It was in the cave. You have to go to the boss at the end of the cave with all the fucking mushrooms in it, right?
Yeah.
So I get past that without getting mushroomed somehow. If you get mushroomed, you just have to go back to town. You can't fight that boss with a mushroom, or your guy will cast.
There's a lot of fucker stuff in Earthbound.
Oh yeah, I had to. That's what I ended up doing to get to the boss. But when I got to the boss, he uses diamond, and I'd never seen that before, and I didn't have the items. I hadn't stocked up on the diamond items at the shop because I'm an idiot. So then I was like, I just lost, and then I killed myself.
Well, here's the thing about that, though. It's never a total loss with Earthbound. You get back to your place, and then you have so much extra money, and then you're like, oh, all right, I'm going back in with...
You don't lose your XP.
I had to go through the mushroom gauntlet again, though. I was like,
Yeah, but come on, it's never that long.
Yeah,
Also, like, I feel like every single one of those JRPGs has a save point before a boss. That's just like it's just like a standard thing, but that's not an Earthbound. Earthbound, it's
the Dragon
fight
Quest
through the
series was
dungeon
pretty
and then
similar. It was in Dragon Quest. You had to go to the church to save, and that was it. That was your only option.
Yeah, wait, Earthbound does have pretty good saves.
Well, I'll say this. I know this happens to sound like I've been saying a lot of pirate-related things tonight, okay? But
you have been.
I will say that
This
when
why
I
I
was,
call you Lee Dog? The old Sea Dog?
I will say this. When I was playing Super Mario RPG, right? There's this one part where you have to go on a pirate ship. I'm pretty sure.
Yes. Yes, I remember that.
Now, here's the problem I had, right? I was apparently woefully unprepared to fight this pirate. Yet right before the pirate, there's like a save point.
Yep.
And you don't have like multiple saves in that game. You just have your only save.
You just have your one save.
And you're like on a pirate ship in the middle of nowhere or something. So from what I recall, I saved there, and since I couldn't beat the guy, I essentially lost the game completely.
No, you just go back and grind on the randomness.
I don't think I could go back. I don't think I could.
I'm gonna tell you.
I feel like that does happen in those
That sucks.
I'm gonna tell you the secret right now to that pirate guy. He's got 4 goons, and if you kill all 4 of his goons, he pulls Mario aside and he tries to duel him to the death. So what you do is you kill 3 of the goons and leave 1 of them alive, and then you just kill him.
Yeah, why didn't
I
you
remember
do
that.
that?
Yeah.
I don't know what I did. This was a while ago.
Come on.
I'm surprised that Sean knows how this guy works at all. But
I remember that from when I was like 12, because I had problems on that guy.
I don't even know if I got that far, to be honest. I might have died to the goons.
That's why you kill him.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look. I might boot it back up. I did just get my Wii back in working order recently, and I have it on there. So
go dust that game up. That game is a classic.
Yeah, Paper Mario is like the sequel to that.
Yeah, Paper Mario is basically the sequel, the spiritual successor.
Spiritual successor, yeah. It's not like actually related in any meaningful way.
So last night, I was fighting the final boss.
Yeah.
I fell asleep.
Yeah, Lee was just.
Was it that boring?
So I was fighting this guy, and like during the middle of before the fight starts, it does this big cutscene, and it goes like to every place that you visited during the whole game.
Okay.
And they're like, "Oh man, Mario, you can do it." And then it cuts to another place, and it really takes a long time, and slowly cut to the other place. Mario, you can beat the guy, and this is like 4 minutes long. It takes, and then the fight commences. All right, now you're fighting the big dude. He starts to beat the shit out of me, and I'm like using all these big moves on him because he turns impervious at some point, and then it cuts to another big cutscene where it goes back to every single part of the game that you
in the middle of the fight again.
Yeah, it's like a 5-minute thing at least. And then the rest of the fight can commence. Then I died, so I had to go back to the start of the fight and watch all of that over.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
Dang. This is why I fell asleep.
That's like.
Alright, well, I guess we better wrap this up. This first dunk tank.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Is there any final thoughts?
Fuck EA, I think, is the final thought.
Yeah, EA sucks.
Yep, EA sucks.
Alright.
Alright, that's it. Play us off, then.
Watch it. You are about to embark upon a new video game adventure.
Welcome back to Dunk Tank. Today, I'm joined by Sean, Wola, Leah. We're talking about the hot topics today. Will Smith is Genie. We're talking about uploading to different websites. Leah, please explain.
Yeah, so we noticed a lot of feedback that you guys would like the podcast available on the popular platforms, iTunes and Spotify, those type of things. So we're definitely gonna be getting that done ASAP, just to let everyone know off the bat. We don't know exactly when, but yeah, it will be done.
Yeah. Let's start talking about what really matters, though.
Alright.
Yeah.
Will Smith is Genie.
Of course.
With Oscars.
Yeah,
right.
Did you guys see the Oscars?
Of course.
No.
I did not see the Oscars, naturally.
I also did not see the Oscars.
I know you guys are big Oscar heads. You like to watch all of them.
Not at all. I saw one.
Never seen one.
I might have seen some of the Oscars, but I didn't see the Oscars, if you know what I'm saying.
No.
If you're picking up what I'm putting down here, you know what I'm
He's
saying?
talking about Oscar Mayer wieners.
Oh, I've seen those.
I've been in the Wienermobile once.
Yeah.
Like any good American.
You've been in the Wienermobile?
I've been in it.
You've been in it too?
Yeah,
Oh my
I got
God.
a wiener whistle.
Jason, how are we missing out on this? I don't have a wiener whistle.
Well, enlighten us on the real Oscars.
The winner of the 2018 Oscars was the hit film Green Book, which I'm sure you are all familiar with.
No,
Yeah, I didn't see that one. No.
Is that like a sports thing? Or?
That is about, well, I'm looking at the poster. It's Aragorn
You didn't even see it. All right.
in a car.
Aragorn in a car.
Aragorn is in a car.
You've sold me on the premise already.
Well, I think nobody has seen this movie.
Somebody must have seen it for it to get an award. Like the people like assigning the awards they had to legally have seen it to give the award, right?
I don't know. It makes me wonder about the voting process. I think it's a vote. If you look at like all the movies that have won since forever, it's just kind of like bland, crowd-pleasing movies.
Okay, I will say I did see Birdman, and I did like that.
That was pretty good. Well, this year you guys all saw Black Panther, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That's the first superhero movie to be nominated for Best Picture.
Wow.
Why not like Infinity War though, which also came out this same year and was like far and away probably almost one of the best movies of the year, literally, not just one of the best superheroes.
Whoa.
I probably like Black Panther more than Infinity War.
Did?
To be honest.
Oh, come on, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I can barely even remember Black Panther.
Well, I can't remember either of them, to be honest.
Really?
What? I just remember liking Black Panther.
You gotta start taking notes, man.
All the Marvel movies just kind of blurred together for me.
I don't know. Infinity War just felt more epic, so to speak.
I guess Birdman is kind of like a superhero movie.
A fake one.
Yeah, there's a guy that pretended to be a superhero in
He's
a
Batman.
movie.
He's the actor for Batman.
Yeah, I know. There's no superheroes in the movie.
I'm just saying, come on. Black Panther, Green Book, come on.
Well, I mean, what would you say the movie of the year is?
Paddington 2.
Well,
Oh my god,
that is a classic.
See?
We loved that movie.
I'm gonna not even agree or play along with Sean or anyone else in this.
Oh,
one.
I'm playing along.
Did you
I'm not
see
agreeing, but I am playing
Paddington?
along.
It's not a classic. I'm not even.
Did
I
you
didn't
see
even.
it?
No, I didn't see it. I'm not
See?
gonna.
That
Well,
should
you
have won.
cannot judge.
No,
Yeah.
I can judge. There are some
Paddington
things you're allowed to
2
judge
should've
on.
won.
Can't judge a book by its cover, you know. We got Aragorn in a car, so obviously that movie's terrible. But you can't judge Paddington 2 by its cover.
Last year, The Shape of Water won. Did you guys see that?
Nope.
I saw it
I
with
think-
you.
Yeah, we saw
I'm
that.
really thinking back, and I think the only movie I saw was actually Black Panther.
Of what? Of the year?
Oh no, I did see Infinity War too. Those are the
I was
only
gonna
two.
say you gotta see Infinity War. At least. I don't know if I've seen
I don't
that many
remember.
movies last year at all either. It's amazing. Like what happened last year? Oh, they had the Ant-Man movie too. I saw that.
You only just saw Marvel movies.
I know it's all
You
Marvel
just see
movies.
superhero movies. That's funny.
I feel like that's what everybody does.
Oh, holy crap! Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. You guys seen that one?
Oh, yeah, that was a good
Yeah.
one.
I heard that was good. I meant to see it. I never did.
Sean,
That was the best superhero movie of the year.
Sean
hands
has
down.
got to get out more.
Yeah.
Sean's
Oh.
only seen one movie.
Nope. Okay. First of all, it's two movies because I did see Infinity War as well. But you're gonna like this. I did see one other movie that I just remembered. Deadpool 2.
Deadpool. Yep, that was another one.
God damn.
Deadpool 2 is pretty good too, though.
How many superhero movies come out in 1 year?
A lot.
All of
them.
As many as possible.
I think it's the United States' main export at this point.
They need to start another Oscars, the superhero Oscars, and run that currently with the normal Oscars.
What if they just had a category, best superhero movie?
Yeah, they should just do that.
They will.
You can.
They probably will. That's good.
Speaking of the Oscars.
Speaking of Oscars.
Sonic.
Yeah.
You guys see this Sonic?
Yeah.
You liking that Sonic?
I've played myself some Sonic sometimes, and I'm looking at this design and I'm thinking, oh man, I can't wait to see this in action.
I don't get this poster. It looks like 2D. It doesn't look like 3D.
Well, okay, let's preface by saying I don't think any of us truly believe that that's the final thing. I think this is like a goofy mock-up from a weird pamphlet for some sort of like...
This is the poster.
Not meant to be viewed by the public. No.
No? I thought this was the official poster.
No.
Well, it was all leaked anyways
It
at this
was
point. So
leaked, yeah.
as far as we know, none of this
alright.
is real yet.
Yeah, alright. So it's gonna be way better than this.
But we can still judge this.
Oh, I'm judging.
Here's the thing, all right? Obviously, this Sonic is the worst thing that anyone has ever seen here in this environment. Obviously.
Well, I mean, have we talked about the genie yet?
We did talk about the genie, and I gotta admit, this is probably worse. By a lot. By a big margin.
This is what I was saying. This is the new trend. This is the new Pokemon Will Smith genie Sonic.
I mean, Pokemon's looking really good compared to all these others.
Compared to this, yeah. The Pokemon, they're all right. They're a little fuck in some circumstances. But here we are looking at Sonic now, all right?
But
And
Sonic, his
what the
arms are
fuck,
not
dude?
blue. They keep giving him
man.
blue arms.
I'm not
This
opening
is
that
like
can.
It's like a marketing thing, right? Like good graphics. Kids like good graphics, and kids think good graphics go with realism.
I don't know, because they're making all these cartoon shows that have no detail in them at all, so I don't get it.
All of these things should be 2D animated cartoons,
Right.
and not through CGI.
Well, what is the whole premise of the movie? Is he gonna be like interacting with humans or like?
You know,
What is he doing?
Leah, Jim Carrey is Dr. Robotnik, okay? That's the premise.
Really?
That is the premise.
Is that true? That's funny.
I believe that is true, yes.
What?
Oh, that's gonna be good. Oh, well, now I'm excited.
Heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys are gonna go see that opening day, right?
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm seeing it the day of, like the
I
day
have to
before,
see
like when they do the 8 o'clock day before showings. I'm doing that.
Oh yeah.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Okay, so
Did you guys play 8-Bit?
Oh, Ape Out.
I played the heck out of Ape Out, actually. That game is pretty excellent, actually. You turned me on to that, as a matter of fact. They had that at like a couple of PAXs, I think, right? How long was that at
Yeah.
PAX? Like years?
Not that long. Not that long, I don't think.
Felt like years.
Some of those games you see them at PAX for like 3-4 years straight, and they're still not out. Like what time?
Yeah, what
That
time?
game.
We're still waiting.
That's the one where you're like you're the doo-doo, you're a toilet, you're a tree.
Oh God. Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
I talked to the guy who he was like one of the main guys who worked on it, and he said they scrapped the entire game.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Yeah, that'll do it.
Built it from the
Forever?
ground up. No, it was missing one year, and then next year they were back, and I was like, yeah, what's going on with this? And he said, yeah, we scrapped the entire thing, and now we've like remade the game from the ground up.
That's crazy.
But there's still no release date for that.
It says 2019 on Wikipedia, and
Well,
I don't
they still
believe
have
it.
to scrap it again, and then they can get the final version.
You got to do it at least twice.
I have high hopes for that one. That one looks pretty amazing.
We were talking about Ape Out, right?
Yeah, so if nobody's played Ape Out or heard anything about this, it's basically if in Hotline Miami you were a gorilla,
Right.
and that's kind of the gameplay.
And speaking of Birdman, you got the Birdman soundtrack thing going on.
That's the coolest part about it.
That is definitely the coolest part
The
about
whole
it.
soundtrack is like just drums, and then when you hit a guy, it's like a snare.
Cymbals, like
yeah, cymbals and stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it definitely looks like Hotline Miami from just the look at it, where you just run into a room trying to murder as many people as efficiently as possible, and then
Yeah, well, it's a little bit more forgiving than Hotline Miami because you can get hit 3 times instead of 1. But they also kind of mess with you because the levels are like slightly randomly generated, so you can't just like Groundhog Day your way through it and know exactly what you're doing every time.
But this is way more realistic because it's a gorilla.
Yeah, that is true. That was one of the things that bothered me about Hotline Miami. Is it wasn't realistic enough. That's why I like Ape Out. He can grab people, and then when he grabs them, immediately they shoot their gun in front of themselves, no matter what, no matter who's in front of them.
Yep.
Whenever he grabs a guy, they just have to shoot their gun off.
Yep, that happens even if they're equipped with a rocket launcher, which is also realistic, I guess.
The monkey was in jail, and he's just trying to break out, but they won't let him.
Yeah, everybody takes like 13 years to line up their shots, and
I just feel like it's at some point you gotta let him go.
Well, apparently that point is after you bring in the guys with the flamethrowers.
I don't think I actually beat it yet, but I got pretty close to the end.
Well,
It's
if
pretty
you have,
intense.
it's very intense, but it is not a long game. It is very much sort of banking on its replay value, which it does have some of. It's got like hard modes and stuff and scoring and things. I mean, it doesn't have to be long for it to be like good though. I think it was a very good game. I think $20 is probably asking a bit much for it, but I thought it was excellent.
Yeah, I think a lot of people they value the length of a game too much.
Right.
Single player game, wow, 4 hours? I ain't buying that. It's gotta be 100 hours.
Oh yeah, you can definitely have short and sweet, and I completely agree that people overvalue the length of the game. But I mean, there's some value in it for sure. Like I beat this game, I beat the main campaign and almost the like bonus mode in 106 minutes according to this. I mean, I'm still eligible for a Steam refund technically, so.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I mean, there's definitely got to be some proper ratio, I think. You know what I mean? You can't charge $60 for a game that you can beat in 30 minutes. You know what I mean?
Why not?
Well, it kind of depends. I mean, you can beat like a shoot 'em up, you can beat that in probably 30 minutes, but it's not going to take you 30 minutes to learn how to beat that game in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
There's different ways.
Right. Well,
Different ways to justify the price for something. It's not just about time. It's about like how much there is to it,
Oh, wait, hold on. I have to issue a correction. It's not $19.99. It's $15. I think it's fine at that price.
Resident Evil 2 was $60. The new remake, I think I beat that in about 5 hours.
Aren't there there's like 4 paths or something, right?
Yeah, you can beat it as, I guess you can beat it as another character, so that'd probably bring it like to 10 hours. It was a really short game for $60, I felt like, but...
Did you feel like it was worth it, though?
I still feel like, that was a good game.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I think I beat Metal Gear Rising in like 4 hours, and I didn't pay $60 for that, but I probably would have. I really enjoyed every second of that game.
Yeah, a lot of those action games are really short.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, again, I'm not saying that 20 hours is the minimum threshold or whatever. Like, hours, it doesn't directly correlate to content, but it kind of does a little, It's a good indicator.
Yeah, there's like a, it's not a one-to-one correlation, but yeah, there's some kind of relationship there, I'm sure. Some people just, they'll beat a game that has, where a lot of its value is in replaying it, and then they'll just, stop, and it's like, oh yeah, I guess I'm done now. The game was, I beat Zero Ranger, by using 15 continues or whatever, and so now it's over, so, well, this game sucked. It was 15 minutes long.
What about Earthbound?
Yeah, speaking about lots of hours, huh?
Let's check back in on the Earthbound progress.
Status update: I beat the stupid boss that diamondized me before. By just stocking up on the dumb item that I was supposed to have stocked up on in the first place, like an idiot. So then I went to a desert and I gave some guy a lunch, and then I went to Foreside, and then I went back to the desert to try to get the gold, and I think I was killing some moles.
Oh, he's in the mole cave. Okay, all right. Sean's still
I remember when I
a
was
bit
in
of
the
a
mole
beginner.
30 years ago.
Now, last week I hadn't played Earthbound, but now this week I've beaten it already.
How did you
All
beat
right.
it so fast? That game is long.
It was kind of long. I don't know how many hours I have in it, actually.
How did you beat it before any of us?
He just went hard. He went for like 3 days straight and he beat
Yeah,
it.
3 days.
No kidding.
Yeah. Well, me and Jason we are nearing the end. We got to well, we don't want to do spoilers for Sean, but you know, we're probably a good like 15 hours into it more than Sean. So
How did you feel about it, Wall?
I thought it was pretty damn good, actually. It definitely was pretty funny. The combat wasn't that awful, I guess. You know, it was pretty good.
Serviceable.
Right, yeah.
The dialogue is so good.
The dialogue was really
the
good.
best thing by far is the dialogue and the music and the graphics.
Yeah.
You know what the coolest thing is, though? That,
What?
you know, if you've never played it, but you've played stuff like Smash or whatever, you just know, like, On It Town.
Mhm.
That's actually one town.
Yeah.
You got On It, then you've got Tucson, and then you've got Freed. It's like the
Yeah.
order of the towns.
And then
So-
Forza.
You've definitely just blown somebody's mind.
I get it.
It blew my mind.
1,
I
2,
never
3,
knew.
right? You know, in hindsight, does that count as a spoiler? Because if they've never played that game, they never got the joy of learning that secret on their own. And that's probably like 80% of the game.
That one reveal is 80% of the enjoyment of it.
Well, I haven't beat it yet, so maybe it's maybe some stuff.
There's a lot more than that. I just thought it was cool because you always hear like On It Town from other games.
I've never heard it. I didn't even know that was a thing in Smash, to be honest.
What?
What? Okay, well that's weird.
Well, you know the map, but you don't remember what it's called because you never look at the title.
Do I
It's just-
though?
This is that map with the cars where they run you over.
Oh, the car map. That's what that one is?
Yep. See?
Well,
What the heck? In Smash, I always thought he was saying Pika.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
Pika Thunder.
Pika Fire.
Yeah.
Pika Thunder.
Did you think he was like a Pokemon guy, or?
I don't know why he was saying that. That's
To be
what I
fair,
thought he
though,
was saying.
To be fair, Pikachu also says that.
Yeah, he has the same move.
Pikachu's doing it.
He goes Pikachu and all kinds of stuff. And you're like,
Yeah,
wow,
so that's why I
Pikachu,
thought
stop
Nash
it.
was doing that.
Yeah, but then why does he even say PK? Because it's PSI.
It's PSI in America. It's PK in Japan.
Yeah, because psychokinesis.
Okay, well, here's the real funny thing. Wawa played the entire game, and he thought there was an actual move in the game called PSI Pokemon.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, because that's true.
That was real.
If he
That
put
was
his favorite thing as Pokemon, then yes, that is true for him.
I didn't know
He
that.
was like telling people that it was in the game. He was like,
It
"Oh
was
yeah,
very
I
bizarre.
found there's a move called PSI Pokemon."
Did you put it overlap with those series?
Well, I put in, and here's the worst part. I didn't even realize any of that stuff was going on. I just thought I remembered putting in the people's names, but I didn't remember the favorite thing or what your favorite food was. I'm like, dang, dude, these Japanese people sure do like pizza. They're always talking about, like, come on, Ness, come on, or not Ness, whatever my guy's name was, Gooms. They're like, come on, Gooms, you can come home and get some pizza. I'm like, dang. Those guys sure love pizza over there, or either that or I don't know.
Game is set in America, Wawa.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah, the game, they are really
That's all they know about us.
digging in on the American culture or something with the pizza thing.
Sean, what did you call yours?
Oh, I have now forgotten what my favorite food was. But I think I
Wait,
left
your
the
move.
Murder.
Oh,
PSI Murder.
Yeah, so it's PSI Murder.
Oh, good.
yeah, I was so confused looking at PSI Pokemon. I'm like, what? Did this come out at the same time as Pokemon?
No, it came out like 7 years before. 8 years?
That's what I'm wondering here. I'm like, did Pokemon get its name from this?
I just can't believe you played the entire game without like checking on it.
Well, why would I check on
You
it?
just accepted it the whole time.
I mean, it was.
Looked it up. It was 3 years.
I spelled it right, like you know how they do in the original Pokemon game, like Pokemn, like when you're trying to enter your Pokemon box or something. So I'm like,
oh my god.
Because I didn't have enough room for everything, you know. So
spelled right, and I still accept.
well, that's what made me more suspicious that it might be literally Pokemon, because I'm like, all right, well, it's not exactly the word Pokemon, but maybe this means something else. I don't know what it could mean, but
We had a similar thing. Leah put in our favorite food is cookie,
right?
But then when you get the item cookie like all the time at the start of the
that's
game,
fucked
so
up.
she thought that it was cookie because she put it in. But I was
Yeah,
like,
I thought I created
that's
the
in the game.
cookies. I was like, oh look, I made cookie items. Alright, so we really gotta get Sean to finish that up so we can conclude our discussion on Earth now.
100% have that finished by the next podcast, unless I forget.
Okay, good. That's all we can expect. So, we've been playing a lot of Tabletop Simulator.
Right, playing some Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah, King of Tokyo.
King of
King of
Tokyo.
Tokyo.
It's a classic.
What's
And we
that other
keep
one?
going back to Codenames.
Codenames. That's a really good one.
Yeah.
I think board games are like blowing up in popularity recently.
They are. The guy at my local store always likes to say, you know, board games have really, they've really evolved their tech in the last few years. And I mean, they have. I mean, if you look at like an old board game, like Guess Who, for example, or fucking Risk.
We played
or
a good Guess
Strategico.
Who on Tabletop Simulator.
Like even like look at King of Tokyo. That game's amazing. You know, that was pretty fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it was made by Richard Garfield, creator of Magic. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That was made by Garfield?
It was made by Garfield himself.
Well, this is what I wanted to get at here, is that, so, we've been figuring out what actually works well on Tabletop Simulator. So far we have a few, but we've tried out a lot.
Some don't translate so well, like Monopoly. Just too many moving pieces, too much stuff that can go wrong.
Frankly, that to me, the fact that Monopoly doesn't work very well in the engine sounds like a feature.
No.
Right. I mean, like we were going back to how board games evolved. Monopoly being an old fogey in the board game department.
That's a classic.
Monopoly being
please
a
do not
literal.
insult Monopoly in front of Jason.
That's
Monopoly-
the greatest board game of all.
Monopoly is a classic in the way that the bubonic plague is a classic.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the entire premise of Monopoly, the real way to win Monopoly is to literally just buy
gotta
up
make
all
deals.
of the pieces. No, it's
You
not
gotta
making
make deals. Listen, Monopoly, it's all about real life business.
No,
tech.
it's the point. The point of it is. It's the point is to buy up all the little
You
houses,
gotta-
so no one else can buy a little house.
Yeah, that teaches. Listen, Monopoly.
fun.
It teaches you everything about real life. It's all
Well,
about
right.
capitalism and being a total asshole businessman with no morals. It's all about real life scenarios.
As an educational tool, it's very useful, but I mean,
Yeah.
school was very useful to me too, but I didn't have any fun in that. So,
There's not a school board game, so
what? Maybe there should be.
I'm curious about hearing if anyone has more suggestions for us, because we've been, really doing it a lot, but now we've gotten kind of stuck on just a couple games because they're the only ones that are actually working on there.
yeah. Well, I think we should play Monop.
Okay,
well,
not
let's not-
Monopoly.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Not Monopoly.
My biggest fear is that someone will hear this podcast, go and script a perfect working Monopoly for Tabletop Simulator, and then I will be sick.
Listen, we don't have to play Monopoly. We can play Star Wars Episode 1 Monopoly.
Oh yeah, that's probably worse.
Fortnite Monopoly.
Ooh,
We could
yep,
play
that's
Star Wars Catan though. Ooh, what about that one? That's a classic, right?
I really enjoyed Guess Who, Vin Diesel version of Guess Who.
Vin Diesel, Guess Who? That was.
I did
If
not see
anyone's
that.
looking for a fun tabletop simulator game,
It really breathes new life into Guess Who. You know? Classic
We
Guess
were
Who.
asking questions like,
Guys are like, I have some questions about the Vin Diesel game.
All right. You know, I'm an expert at this game. I've played it at least once.
Did it feature Vin Diesel from the pacifier anywhere on it?
Of course, yes.
Okay. What about Riddick?
Yeah, Riddick Vin Diesel, he's on there. They had Vin Diesel as a mailbox.
What is that from? I don't remember that one.
I don't remember that one either.
they had Vin Diesel as the Mona Lisa.
Vin Diesel as the Mona Lisa, yep.
Okay, yeah.
I do remember that one. Yeah.
The Da Vinci Code.
But yeah, all I gotta say about that is, when are we gonna get Vin Diesel Stratego? You know what I mean? Or Stratego.
We should do a Vin Diesel
Monopoly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Vin Diesel Monopoly.
What is wrong with you people?
You have lost your goddamn mind.
That's an incredible idea.
I could see Vin Diesel Stratego. I could even see something more abstract like Vin Diesel Clue. But Vin Diesel Monopoly? Come on. That's crossing a line, my dude.
One or both of you needs to be committed.
I gotta talk about the classic here while we're on board games.
All right, speak.
We got Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, what about that?
Tell me about it. I don't know anything about it.
I don't think any of us has played it except for you.
That's what I was gonna say, though. I mean, classic,
Jason, have you?
classic Dungeons and Dragons, no. But we have, in fact, played a Dungeons and Dragons-esque version, if you recall, Jamonk. It involved Bill Cosby.
The one I made?
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jason
yeah.
used to be our DM, so to speak.
Yeah.
He'd be giving us all the Bill Cosby related quests.
Yep. I had a whole quest line for WoW.
Yeah, me and Sage, we were doing Bill Cosby stuff.
Now there were no rules like
Yeah,
in
no.
advance.
We
I would
didn't
just
roll
make
any
stuff
dice or
up.
anything.
You just make it up on the fly, you know. And
Right.
I think you did roll dice, but the value of those dice, I just kind of determined it on the fly too.
Right, yeah. If you make it
was
up on
a
the
good
fly
roll,
and
I was
also
like,
roll
okay,
some dice.
something good happens. That's really all you need to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Basically, that's all that you do in real Dungeons and Dragons.
So
Also,
you guys were just kind of like LARPing or something.
well, no,
Yeah.
no.
No.
About
That'd be if
Bill
they were
Cosby.
dressing up
Yeah,
as Bill
if
Cosby.
we were dressing up and running around
We're
outside.
not,
Oh,
we're not dressed up like Bill Cosby. We're just pretending.
Well, how do you do? Give me an example of a Bill Cosby scenario. Like, what does that mean?
Like,
It means something very
Jason,
different
do
these
one.
days.
Let's hear
here,
Jason.
let me
do one.
establish the scene.
All right.
You guys wander into a.
Is that Zelda music?
You guys stumble into a dark forest. You encounter Bill Cosby. Free from
Run.
I
I
examined
run.
Bill
I
Cosby.
roll to run away.
You roll. Okay, what do you roll?
7,000.
Bill Cosby catches you.
No.
See, it's already getting.
Yeah. Sean has already
I have-
sabotaged himself.
So we don't have characters. We're just ourselves, and then Bill Cosby's just there too.
Well, over the course of the game, you'll see who your character is.
Okay, I was gonna assume based on the reaction of the Bill Cosby just now that I am some kind of woman.
I was gonna say, I think we should band together and bring him back to prison.
Oh, listen. Okay, Bill. This was a more innocent time for Bill Cosby. man.
Yeah, right. This
All
is
right.
well,
Bill Cosby.
actually,
It was
no.
not an innocent time for
It
Bill
was
Cosby.
before it was.
It was innocent time for everybody else.
It was a perceived more innocent time for Bill
Right.
Cosby.
Exactly. All right. So, but the point is yeah. So basically, it's the horrible principle. You got your Bill Cosby running around doing who knows what kind of evil acts. And you gotta basically bring him back to prison for unrelated reasons until hey, maybe you could make him related now.
I don't think that would play very well.
You were role playing about putting him in prison.
Well, not prison, but
I
probably
think he
murdering
was
him.
more of like, I think he had like, he could shoot a laser out of his mouth, so you had to fight him. You could tell that he was too powerful.
You guys were ahead of the curve.
Right. So yeah, we knew. is basically what happened. But yeah, so I've been playing actual real D&D for the last couple weeks though, and it's basically the same kind of thing. I feel like for some reason I've seen our map that we've done. My friend made a map and everything. Looks literally exactly like World of Warcraft map. We've got the
good
for some
one.
reason. He says it's not World of Warcraft, nor did he say it was inspired by World of Warcraft, but
Can I ask
what
a
are you
question?
gonna do? Yeah.
Did he cross out the names and write something else at least?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called the Borald of Warcraft.
No.
Okay.
We're in Bazaroth.
Yeah, this is Warcraft. So what is your character? Are you a dwarf or a...
I got myself. He's kind of like a human, but we're doing okay. Let me get into that in a second.
Come on. What the hell?
Right.
Should have been a night elf mohawk.
I should have been a night elf mohawk.
No.
But yeah, I got my guy. He's kind of a human, like I said, not entirely. He's a, what do you call it? I think he's a stormborn or something. So he's got like lightning eyes, maybe. I don't really know exactly what he does.
Does he shoot lightning? Does he just have a cloud over his head all the time?
Well, he walks faster than other people, and he's got some racial bonuses, like he can cast gust every so often, make like a little wind come at people.
Humans can do that.
So he's basically Janna. He's Janna.
Yeah, he's basically
from League of
Janna as a
Legends.
person, right? And then he's also a chronomancer. That's his class, so he gets to do some time-related stuff, like roll back if somebody gets a hit, if they get attacked, like my friend gets beat or something. I can be like, "Yo, rewind, buddy, undo some wounds."
I gotta say, for infinite possibilities, that's kind of a boring guy you got. It's not as crazy as I expected.
Well, I figured I'd come in there, this being my first time and all. I'd probably not go too crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, you could at least say he's got crazy hair, or like...
Boring.
Boring. I'm CGI Sonic.
Ooh, CGI Sonic.
I'm Will Smith Genie.
All right.
Could I be like a half giant that's actually secretly 3 halflings stacked on top of each other under a trench coat?
I mean, I'm gonna say that if you would ask a DM that, he'd probably okay it. I would imagine. Why not?
Could I be like, what if I was like a leprechaun, but with like the feet of a rhino?
The feet of a rhino? Oh, I don't know if science has gone that far.
He's a leprechaun with rhino feet.
You could have said the strength of a rhino, but you went for the feet.
Or the horn.
Yeah. The horn of a rhino, right?
You could have even said the horn, sure.
The rhino, the armor of a rhino.
I'm role playing. That's I'm trying to keep it feasible. You guys are just making it ridiculous.
Okay. Sorry, yeah.
I think with my guy, he would have laser breath.
Yeah. Well, I feel like laser breath is probably a thing you can get eventually, no doubt.
Thematically, that makes sense with the rhino feet.
What you have to remember is that the leopard, I call him Rhino Khan. He was born into nobility, but his father's keep was ransacked.
By rhinos?
Yeah, rhinos killed his father.
So was it like his father was a rhinoceros and his mother was a leprechaun, kind of a thing, or?
Yeah, they were trying to unite the two disparate kingdoms, and they their unity merged the kingdoms. But a rhino was angry and he killed his father.
Yeah, wow, that's tragic.
Just like the plot of Frozen.
No.
Is that right?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not. More like Marie Antoinette. Yeah, you're right.
Then they find a talking snowman.
But yeah, so all I was saying was, I guess my general overview is so far seems like it's a pretty fun thing. I feel like D&D, at least in my area, seems to be getting a lot more, growing in popularity lately.
Nice.
Yeah, I like to try it sometime.
I like the sound of Jason's version. Yeah,
Finally,
I feel like if Jason was the guy, that way
I'm working on an
described you were
expansion
playing
to
it.
my original.
We're gonna finally put Bill Cosby to rest.
Working on an expansion to the original campaign called Rise of Theo.
I like
Theo
it.
Huxtable, of course. Who knows what will happen? 3 new classes, 1 new spell.
Between them?
Fight over 1 new monster.
Dang.
It's a
Now-
goblin.
Now
Put a lot
with
of work into this.
now with added calendar. And
You have more classes than added monsters. The monster's just a regular goblin.
Listen, there was already a lot built into the previous version. There was like that, what was that thing? You know, from World of Warcraft. We'll just take them all from there.
Just take
Okay. That makes sense. They already did all the work. Why should you put more into it?
Yeah. So did you play this Devil May Cry 5 yet?
I did. I mean, I got it. I haven't had much time to play it because it came out literally today. So I only got about 9 hours in.
Oh my god.
It's like the whole game already.
You know, that's not as much as I would have liked personally. I think I'll have more. You know, I should be at least like 60 to 70 hours by the next podcast. I'll be ready to really talk about it then. But so far, I am loving it. Just absolutely loving it.
Yeah, I played the first mission and it seemed really cool so far.
But yeah.
Anything else you guys want to talk about?
Well, I might have one thing to say.
All right. Let's hear
Jason,
it.
should we tell these guys about our discovery we made today?
What?
That big mind-blowing discovery?
Oh, okay. You thought the Earthbound thing was good?
Oh no!
Right?
No, please.
Get this. Get this.
Uh-oh.
Now,
I
sit
didn't
back.
think the Earthbound thing was
All right,
good.
I'm bracing myself.
I don't want to hurt your guys' minds.
Oh no!
Okay.
Is this directed at us
Go
or
on,
other
babe.
people?
Yeah, go on,
You know that
Jason.
song? What was that song, babe? With the Bye Black Sheep.
Bye Bye Black Sheep.
Oh
You know
no!
that song
Come
Bye
on.
Bye Black Sheep,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Think about it. That's the same song as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star
Oh no!
and
No.
the Alphabet song.
Oh, and the alphabets. Oh god.
That's all the same song.
No.
Me and Jason were playing this game where you like tap each other and then you guess what song you tapped out. And it was impossible to distinguish. That's how we discovered
Yeah.
that those are all the same song. Yeah.
She didn't even
So-
believe me. She
That's-
went in.
that's messed
She
up.
went on Google and typed in, "Is this the same as?"
Google it?
You
can just hear the tunes when you say them out loud. Well, no, you know what?
Oh my god, that's
Alright.
the same song.
Oh my god! You guys crazy?
You gotta get
How are you
external
just
verification.
finding this now?
Okay, well, some people didn't pick up on that when they were like 3 years old singing the alphabet.
What?
Look, you got your Baba Black Sheep. You got the alphabet. You got the Twinkle
Twinkle,
Twinkle Little
Twinkle.
Star. What else is there? There's other ones. I'm sure.
But they're framing them all as their own songs. They're deceiving children.
Who's
okay?
from their
Someone's-
public domain songs?
Somebody's making a lot of money off this.
I'm not even gonna lie. I think they literally only do that because it's a kid's song, so the kids have something familiar to sing about.
Well, that's just undermining their intelligence.
Well, I think it's actually regular.
can't undermine
minded
their intelligence.
That's the regular, actual intelligence estimate there. What the fuck?
Now that I'm thinking about it, Smash Mouth, All Star.
You know, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play.
I'm not seeing
right.
that one.
You're an
I
all-star.
think I'll have to see the side by
Get your
side
game
on this.
Go play.
I do know another one. It's Led Zeppelin in Chicago. Band Chicago.
What did they do? I don't think so.
Can't say I do.
Oh, yeah, that's one too.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Your mind is blown.
No,
My mind was just blown. to
Dang it! I
pieces,
needed that for
man.
things.
Alright, well, I think we better wrap it up for this week.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Remember to try out Monopoly. Fun game.
No, don't do that.
Don't do Sonic, Aladdin coming in
Don't do that
theaters.
either. No.
Don't do any
Stop.
of these things.
And we'll see you guys next time on the
You won't if you
Monopoly
play Monopoly.
podcast.
You'll be dead. No.
Bye-bye.
Watch it. You are about to embark upon a new video game adventure.
Hey guys, welcome back to Dunk Tank. This week we're doing a special episode. We're bringing in some viewers and they're gonna ask some questions. All right, we're bringing in Al Cetus, a longtime fan. He's coming in. He's asking us a question, ladies and gentlemen. Al Cetus.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Al, baby.
What's up?
What are you saying today?
So today I just wanted to ask about music. Now I know you guys like rap and stuff. So I made a discovery. So I saw on Kendrick Lamar's live SNL performance of the song I, and I saw that in the comment section you hoped that the album would have a version like that, and then the album actually had one like that.
Yeah, I'm the producer for Kendrick.
So yeah, so like what kind of artists you like and stuff?
Well, you know, the realest guys, you gotta go with D'Angelo, of course. Come
Yes.
on, D'Angelo.
Red Dead too, baby.
Yeah, he's in that Red Dead. He never makes an album for like 100 years.
Is that a positive?
No. He's got like 3 albums out. Yeah. I guess Marvin Gaye, classic. Stevie Wonder, you know.
I love Stevie Wonder's rap album.
Yeah, I was still on rap.
Oh no, he went back now.
Oh, okay.
To metal.
Back to his
Death
roots.
metal. Yeah.
I've been hearing you play a lot of jazz
Yeah.
in the car.
Listen to any King Crimson, Jamok?
Oh shit. Court of the Crimson King.
Oh yeah, no, that's their regular shit.
That's the real one.
That's their good songs, of course. That's definitely hot shit. But Court of the Crimson King, that's hardly their fucking abstract, regular ass or crazy jazz rock that they've got going on there. That's normal.
I was listening to one where they're just making fucking like whale noises.
Oh yeah.
It's like
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember that one, thankfully.
Did you see the auto-tuned whale video?
I have not seen an auto-tuned
What
whale.
is
but
that?
I want
Is that
to.
what they sampled?
Yeah. That's what I listen to when I go to work.
Oh boy, wow. Drive to work. Auto-tuned whales.
Where do you work? Do you work at like an aquarium or something?
You are shoveling gravel 9 to 5.
I was 9 to 5 listening to auto-tuned whales for 8 hours.
I didn't realize there was enough of that to listen for that long.
You know, whales, they're talking all the time. You can always get a new whale track. It's gotta go out to
Get
your
a nice
local
long
aquarium.
recording.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I usually listen to this whale, auto-tune elephant.
Yeah, I hate when he puts on the elephant CD in the car.
Wait, that's real?
People always think that we're like honking our car horn at them or something.
We did find a bird sounds radio station.
Oh.
Like just actual radio?
We were just going to the radio station, it was just like just a bunch of bird noises, just ambient bird noises, and I was like, okay, let's turn it up. And Leah's like, no, I like this. Hey, it's just bird noises. And then
Have you guys ever been to Rainforest Cafe?
Yeah, that place is like a circus.
It's like that in your car.
Yeah, right. Maybe we tuned into their channel.
The
We hacked in.
Rainforest Cafe channel. And welcome to the Rainforest Cafe station. all Rainforest Cafe all the time. And now we're going over to a local dinner eater. You can hear the knife and fork
Just has a mic on the fucking table. They don't even know it's being recorded.
they don't even know.
That sounds like one of those weird, like, ASMR
I
role
literally I have to turn this off. I'm gonna laugh and die. I can't watch this. I'm literally gonna die. I don't know what to watch now. It's like the best thing I could have watched. Nothing else I was watching before made me laugh. So, but it was also boring. I mean, it wasn't that boring, but let's go back to this. These are all scary though. I don't want to watch scary videos. Three of those.
War is a horrible, brutal tragedy that most often points brother against brother in a horrific conflict that leaves families and lives broken, and most often ends with the victor standing atop the ashes they created, hoping that more men will not come along and do the same tragedies that they committed. So now that I said that, I can make fun of it. A lot of people underestimate how many wars there's actually been in human history, the longest war of which being over 700 years and several wars being over 100 years in themselves. However, even fewer people seem to know about the shortest official war that ever happened in human history, which was 38 minutes long. And since I'm doing this weird sort of history teacher stuff, I figured who better to tell you about a weird wacky thing that people certainly died in than me. Trust me, this is a real thing that happened, and it was hilarious. This war, known as the Anglo-Zanzibar War, is so wild because of how short it was, how stupid the fighting was to begin with, and how gentlemanly the British acted during the whole ordeal. And while we're on the topic of gentlemen, what's one thing that every gentleman has in common? That's right, being disgusting. That was until today's sponsor came along, Manscaped. And while sometimes it can be cool to be gross and a barbarian and all of that, sometimes you want to be a bit more hygienic. See, I was scared initially because it advertises it as a safe razor technology, so I tried it out to trim my neck first of all, which, as you can see, even after a day, is still pretty thin. I was so impressed with this that I pulled the razor up to look in the mirror and accidentally cut out a bald spot in the side of my beard, and I wish I was kidding. So the razor works really well, a little too well if you're an idiot like I am. To be honest, I don't know what kind of voodoo magic they put into it to make it work as well as it does. I just know that it works. Specifically, Manscaped sent me the Perfect Package 3.0, which included their lawnmower razor as well as some other goodies. As you can see, not only is the design sleek and cool, but it's also waterproof, has a handy light because, you know, that's necessary for some things. On top of that, the Perfect Package also includes toner and deodorant because, like, let's be honest, fellas, if you're going to put deodorant on your armpits, you want to put it other places. Not only that, but I'm able to hook you all up with a special deal. If you go to manscaped.com and use the promo code WINDAGOON, you will not only get this package as well as others for 20% off of your first order with free international shipping, but you will also be receiving 2 gifts, one of which being this handy little carry bag, which is great, I've been using it, as well as a pair of boxers that are so well made, it feels like someone actually cared for once. So once again, if you're interested, use the promo code WINDAGOON at the link in the description below to get access to 20% off your first order today and turn a very, very, very scary process into a hygiene standard that it should be. Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you so much to Manscaped for sponsoring this video. It means the most to me, and you all are the best, and we are back to the video. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into it and go through all the details of what happened that day. But as always, thank you for watching. The Anglo-Zanzibar War occurred on August 27th of 1896. However, there's some background you need to know before we get into the actual events that happened in that half hour. See, Zanzibar Island, where this took place, is a rather small island off the coast of East Africa, which is today part of Tanzania. See, in the 1800s, there was this thing Britain really liked to do with lesser developed countries, where they, you know, just kind of like took them, and Zanzibar was no exception. However, instead of being like an actual colony that they had to pay into, it was more so kind of like Britain was there and provided like security stuff and then took their resources but didn't really have to give them anything, and just kind of made sure they didn't get like too crazy. And without going into all the details, most of it just came down that Britain took resources from the people of Zanzibar and then told them some stuff that they could and couldn't do. Like in 1858, whenever Zanzibar declared its independence from the nation that previously controlled it, Britain was just kind of like, alright, that's cool, get back to work. However, there wasn't really anything too intrusive that Britain was doing until in 1873 when they told the at the time leader, Bargash bin Said, that they had to get rid of slavery within the country. See, around the late 1800s, slavery was kind of dying out everywhere, and most industrialized nations were making a big push to stop it, and pretty much all of them were able to abolish slavery rather peacefully, unless you're the United States and you have to have a war over it. And this is something that the people of Zanzibar had a problem with, as it was one of their primary exports. It was around this time that Zanzibar had built their capital, known as Zanzibar Town. There were more smaller structures around it, however the primary structure of Zanzibar Town consisted of the palace, the harem, and something known as the House of Wonders that were all wooden structures connected to each other through bridges. While a palace and harem were pretty standard for African kingdoms in the 1800s, the House of Wonders was interesting, as it was a place of worship that is supposedly the first building in East Africa to have electricity. And then in front of all that was a really big lighthouse. Much of the funding that Zanzibar received to do this type of stuff came from the British government. So whenever the British government said, hey, you got to get rid of slavery and we'll give you a ton of money, the government was fine with it. However, a lot of the people were not. It got even worse in the years following this, as a little country you may have heard of called Germany started to get into a trade fight with Britain, and Zanzibar was one of the primary locations of that. See, Britain owned land around the area, and Germany owned land around the area, and they all wanted a piece of the money that trade routes were bringing in, so Zanzibar was kind of a battleground before it became...
Even listen. Yeah, it's... good videos on YouTube. Coon ranking. Never mind, I found one.
Hello, hi.
I'm not. I gotta go to the...
Everybody, good morning, how's it going? So, I saw this video pop up in my recommended by a guy called Connor's Curiosities. Connor does great content, does great deep dives. If you're into the same kind of thing that I make videos about, unsolved mysteries, icebergs, police interrogations, whatever, very high production content. So I saw this. I ranked every Wendigoon video, and I'm like, okay, I have to check this out. And the guy does an hour, 48 minutes, full comprehensive breakdown of all my videos. Originally, the plan was to watch this and react to it on stream, but rather than just reacting to it, and you all don't go to his channel because I just do the full reaction and there's no reason to, we put a tier list together based on how I feel about them, which is very different than how this guy feels about them, and probably very different from how a lot of you feel about it. So go check out this guy's video. All I had to do was search Wendigoon tier list, and this popped up. So if any one of you all also want to make your own tier list, fill it out, and then tweet it at me or whatever, you can just search tier maker Wendigoon and it'll pop up. So everything we're doing today is thanks to Connor's Curiosities, both the idea for the video as well as the physical tier list we're using is his own invention. So go show him some support and some love. He greatly deserves it. So let's get started. This is in chronological order, starting at newest and going to latest. But I don't want to do it that way because I like to think at least, that my best work is current. right, is stuff that is still coming out with, and that I've gotten better over time. So I don't want it to be like the good videos first and the bad ones later on. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way. These 5 videos, well, okay, now I have to think. Okay, first of all, when I started YouTube, I had no idea what I wanted to do. I was like, I'm going to play video games and I'm going to talk about them. Or maybe I'll talk about gun tubers. Maybe I'll talk about the gun tuber space. Or maybe I'll talk about movies. Like, I was just guessing all over the place. And a lot of the stuff I did then, I really have no interest in it now. And also, like, you all think my editing and stuff is basic now. I had an iPhone camera up until here, I think. I know I did the entire Iceberg series with an iPhone. This was the first video I did with an actual camera. I didn't know how the camera worked, so the quality looked awful. But I actually recorded this with a Sony. So all of these, like all these back, I did with an iPhone camera. These were all done with the audio of an iPhone. I literally just held an iPhone up and started talking to it. No microphone, no cares to the world. So all these down here, immediate F tier. I was goofing around. I was just like, oh, do I want to make these kind of videos? I don't know, we'll see. So it's just me pointing an iPhone at myself, talking about gun tubers for a bit, or watching movies with friends. None of what my videos became, none of what I've set out to do, right? This one though, while very low quality, I still look back at that video with pride, because it was one of the first times that I was like, I'm really passionate about movies. I'm really passionate about storytelling. Maybe I could talk about one of those passions with a recent film that came out. Maybe that will garner some success. And while it's low production, low quality, and I don't like that aspect of it, I still look back on it like, yeah, I'm happy that I made that one how I did. So yeah, that one's going a bit higher at D tier. Also, my ranking for these isn't as much how good I think the video is. Obviously, that factors into it. But it's more so how important I think the video was to me where I'm going now. Because The God in the Details is the first video I made that kind of slid me towards where we're going now. So, all those down there. True Horror of Local 58 is the first ARG I ever made, right? It was still horrible production quality, horrible tone, but similar to God in the Details, it was a video that, like, you can look at that one and be like, yeah, I see how that led to where he is now, for sure. And then, I can't remember where I went with this video. I'm gonna leave it at D, same as the others. It was inspirational to what I'm doing now, but it's a bad video objectively, like looking back. This video right here, the most popular early channel video, and it is immediate F tier. For those who haven't seen this video, it is just me reading the Reddit post. Again, when I was making videos early on, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know like what my direction was or anything. That video is just me reading. It is just me reading a post for like 2 hours, not doing anything else. There's a point where I cough, like I stop to cough and I keep talking and I didn't edit it out. Like it's miserable. And I hate the idea of just me reading a post, because that's the kind of content I don't like now. But yeah, anyway, yeah, easy F tier. I hate that it got as popular as it did, because it's just me reading. It's just me reading someone else's work. Which is why for the first episode of Creepcast, we did our own thing with it. Okay, so Sunday studies. We're gonna go ahead. I'm not putting it in S tier. I'm just holding it here for now. We're gonna group all the Sunday studies as one. Okay, we're gonna do this whole thing at once. There's 4 of them, should be. So let me give you all some thoughts about Sunday studies. Okay, Samuel, Saul, David Sin, Death of David, Aaron, and Hur. Right? Okay. So as many of you know, I'm a Christian. Right? Very open about that. Always been very open about that. Because of that, the Bible is the most important thing in the world to me, right? Like more important than religion, you know, God, Jesus, whatnot, is more important than anything in the world to me. More important than my life, more important than my job, more important than anything else, right? Is the Bible. I would say more important than my wife and marriage, but they go so hand in hand, right? Like, you know, part of religion is being the husband to your wife, what have you. My code of living, everything that truly is me, is Christianity, right? So because of that, I want to make videos that talk about that kind of thing. Oh, Absalom's Folly. I forgot about Absalom's Folly. That's right. Hold on. Let me get that one up there. Because these stories are so important to me, I want to make videos about them. I want to talk about them. That being said, the reason that I quit doing the Sunday studies 2 years ago is because I got convicted about how I talk about them. So, for example, I'll get a little real with y'all here. The greatest thing, or the only thing that matters as far as eternity goes or whatnot, the only thing that matters as far as eternity goes is salvation, is the condition of one's soul, right? So, as a Christian, the ultimate goal I have above money, above finances, marriage, whatever, any desire, is the ultimate goal I have is to make sure others are in a position of salvation with their own soul, right? The Great Commission, right? What Jesus called us to do. So I wanted to make some videos that talk about biblical stories and stuff like that. And there were a ton of people who were encouraged by it. I hear people every day say, oh, I was encouraged by what you talked about in Absalom's Folly or one of the Sunday studies. And that's good. That's excellent. I love to hear that. But there's two things here. One, a video about a Sunday school story is not going to get the message across to people who don't care about Sunday school stories, right? Like, it's not putting the message out there to people who otherwise might come across it. And the thing that I've set myself up really very nicely for with this channel is that a lot of people come to the channel who are otherwise completely uninterested in Christianity, and they'll check out concepts that are tangential to Christianity just because I'm talking about it. So, for one, Absalom's Folly doesn't draw as many people to Christianity, basically, as much as Paradiso would, or Paradise Lost would, or something like that, right? So, for one, it's not really getting that goal across, and if it does, this is the big thing. This is the main reason that I quit doing Sunday studies. If it does, this is what they experience. They watch Wendigo, right? They go through my channel. They watch this video, which is now age restricted. Thank you, YouTube. They watch this video. Oh, and look at this. I've got clips. I've got diagrams on screen. I've got these long edited segments, background music, right? And then they go to the video right before that one about I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, and I'm using comic book illustrations. I'm talking about the history of the author. I'm making interjections at the end of it. And they expect that kind of thing, and it's like, okay, I'll hear this guy out about his whole religion, his God thing, and it's just me sitting down, speaking, like in front of a camera, right? I'm glad some of you all like that. It means the world. I greatly appreciate it. But that is not the level of effort that I want to put into something that means that much to me. So while a lot of you all appreciate that, appreciate the series, that means the world, but I transitioned from doing ones like this to instead doing ones like Paradise Lost, where I'm talking about a story, a great epic that involves stories of God and religion and whatnot. And then from there, at the end of the video, I come in and I give like basically the salvation message of all this led to Jesus Christ, it led to Christianity and whatnot. Because for then, it's a better made video. It gives people what they want. It gets the message across more adequately to those who otherwise wouldn't be interested with it. And overall, I'm more happy with the presentation I put together. So Sunday Studies was incredibly important to me because it was the first step of me stepping out, talking about that online. But at the same time, I look back on it as I should have done more. I could have done more. So that's the reason I don't currently do Sunday Studies, because I try to make it into better topics. I'm planning a series right now that will hopefully do the same thing that like Paradise Lost did and Dante's Inferno did regarding the Bible itself. So Sunday Studies, the reason it's not there isn't because I don't want to make stories about God. It's that I want to make better stories about God. So yeah, so because of that, same as the others, it's going in D tier. That's my long-winded reasoning for that. Anyway, Black Parade. Okay. I'm not putting an S tier, we're just holding it here. The Black Parade video is one that I'm so happy I told because it was me getting across a story in a way that I wanted to, and it meant a lot to me. But at the same time, I've thought about remaking this video so much because like the editing, the way I got across my story, stuff like that wasn't up to what my current standard is. So it's kind of a relic of the time. I don't think it's a good video now, but because it was me putting together my own story of something I hadn't heard a lot of people talk about, but at least not in the way that I wanted to talk about it, I'm super glad I made it. So that's a C tier. Same reason these are down here, but I'm putting it up a bit. This video was pretty lame. It's just me talking about the Call of Duty story. It was pretty rushed to make. I remember like when I was making these early channel videos, I turned them around quick. Like I would make a video and immediately be like, okay, I've got like, I could get this thing turned around in the next 12 hours. And I normally would. It was one of those early rush ones. But when you're starting out on YouTube, you gotta do what you gotta do. The Last of Us is telling the wrong story. I stand by the points I made in this video as far as The Last of Us 2 story. I think
Donkey, gonna make me laugh. I thought I froze Firefox. Scream. I don't know. Go Star. This is funny music for Lego Star Wars. Taking this game seriously is really silly. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with it. Let's take a Star Wars.
Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. It's a game that millions played upon original release, and 15 years later, nostalgia is driving another wave of popularity. As more people play Lego Star Wars, a question emerges. How quickly can the game be beaten? The LEGO Star Wars speedrun has the precision of a 3D platformer combined with the glitches and tricks of a broken NES game. And for the past few years, a dedicated community of runners have been battling each other to take the world record lower. This is the history of LEGO Star Wars World Records. And now, a word from this video's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
No.
For years, a player named CabbageShirt300 was in search of the world's best mobile game. But then, a familiar game called Raid Shadow Legends introduced something new. In December 2022, Raid added MMA fighter Ronda Rousey as a playable character. She comes equipped with some of the most powerful skills in the game, and is perfect for both PvP battles and taking on tough bosses. By logging in and playing Raid for 7 days before February 20th, you automatically unlock Ronda. It seemed like Cabbage Shirt had found his perfect game, but then something amazing happened. And in-game reward QR code valued at code next. Let's clear up any.
That's like really petty, but I don't know. It's very off-putting to hear Summoning Salt talk about Raid Shadow Legends.
Confusion with the timeline of the series. LEGO Star Wars: The Video Game was released in 2005, where you could play episodes 1 through 3. This was followed up by the original trilogy in 2006, with episodes 4 through 6 being playable. Finally, in 2007, these games were combined into LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga, allowing you to play through all 6 episodes. While the 3 versions are all speedran today, the most popular one by far is The Complete Saga, the topic of this video. Now, the earliest full game speedruns of The Complete Saga date back to 2013, but it's a bit of a hazy timeline. See, back then there was no concrete rule set. The initial method was to play through episodes 1 through 6 in order on the game's Super Story mode, which adds a timer to the bottom of the screen and doesn't have status screens between levels. Later, runners switched to playing the episodes on Replay Story, meaning you can use any red brick upgrade on any level. Since these records didn't have a standard rule set, and also some were filmed with a potato, we'll skip going over them in detail. However, serious props should be given to the record holders, Poshakt and Lexos, the champions of the Complete Saga's early era. For the next 2 years, no records would be set. But in 2015, the community began to form once again, and for the first time, standardized rules were created. All runs would be played on New Game instead of Replay Story. All red bricks, which are unlockables that give you a special ability, were banned, and you could only play with one player. Calling in player 2 at any point was disallowed. These rules formed the backbone of runs starting in 2015, and the first record to abide by them was played by SM Kirky, clocking in at 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 46 seconds. Now, this might seem long for a speedrun, but LEGO Star Wars is a long game. It has 36 levels, most of which take several minutes to get through. On top of that, there are also nearly an hour of unskippable cutscenes between the levels. So, how did SM Kirky speed the game up? Well, his general strategy can be seen in Negotiations, the first level in Episode 1. He killed enemies and built objects needed to progress, but beyond that, he was running through everything as fast as he could. Oftentimes, there was no need to actually kill enemies. You could just perform tasks and ignore them, and if you die, you quickly respawn and can keep going. In Level 2 of Episode 1, SM Kirky showed off quick platforming, jumping through the stage while avoiding slowdowns. Another simple strategy used was on bosses. On fights like Darth Maul and Jango Fett, SM Kirky used the Jedi Slash over and over, the most effective way to drain the health of bosses. So thus far, it seems that SM Kirky was still following all the rules of the game. He was just doing the minimum possible and optimizing everything for speed. But no, there's more SM Kirky did we've yet to discuss. Because like I said earlier, LEGO Star Wars is a broken video game. In Level 5 of Episode 2, you normally have to use one bomb to take out one side of the barrier, then go back and get a second bomb to take out the other side. However, the collision of the barrier stops extending out to the right once the right side is destroyed. So, by doing a precise spin move, you can make it around the barrier without having to backtrack for the second bomb. It's known as the 2-5 first barrier skip, and saves roughly 14 seconds. In Level 2 of Episode 4, you normally have to build and push a block to progress through the stage. But if you instead veer off to the left and double jump off of a slope in the wall, you can make it to a platform and skip right through it. Once again, this saves roughly 14 seconds. And in Episode 5, one of the biggest skips in SM Kirky's run takes place. To end Level 2, you have to get on top of the Millennium Falcon, and the intended method to do this involves unlocking a door to release animals and jumping off of their backs. Instead, SM Kirky precisely spaced a double jump to barely reach the top early, saving 40 seconds. In all, there were more than a dozen tricks like this across the run, adding up to minutes of time save. There's honestly too many of them to go over in depth here, but many of them followed the same pattern, doing a precise jump somewhere you're not supposed to in order to skip doing something else that would take longer. We'll see more of these tricks later. But as a whole, SM Kirky's run was on another level compared to the runs from 2013. Fewer mistakes, more tricks, and a cleaner speedrun overall. It was a great starting point, and it stood as the record for almost a year. But in mid-2016, along came a player known as TSG. And what TSG did to the world record was this. In 2016, a runner named TSG came onto the scene. By June, he'd have the world record, and over the next year, he'd do that 9 more times. His dominance can be attributed to a few things. First, his skill level was well beyond that of any other runner. The only one who was close was SM Kirky, but he couldn't catch up. Second, this was an incredibly active period of discovery for the game. You'll see soon how many new tricks TSG was able to use. And third, TSG played the game on PC. This wasn't fully known at the time, but running the game on PC is much faster than any other version, mainly from having faster load times. TSG's first record was a 341.17, and after the first level, he was presented with the option to save or not. After you save for the first time, you lose a couple seconds from auto-saving after every level. However, it does allow you to reset the game before a cutscene plays at the end of each episode, since your progress is saved before then. This allows you to more quickly start the next episode instead of watching a long cutscene, especially after episodes 3 and 5, and the time save is further compounded from the fast resetting that you can do on PC. And of course, he had a plethora of new strategies to use, particularly in episode 5. One was in stage 5-2. C-3PO can't jump, so you normally have to build a cart to take him up this ledge. But instead, TSG just punched him and pushed him up, saving roughly 22 seconds from not having to use the cart. And in 5-4, you normally have to have Yoda teach Luke the Force and build bridges for R2 to use. But why do that when you can just use bad collision detection in the wall and get up anyway? This was discovered by Grubo, and saves a solid 30 seconds. But the most notable trick in the run was one known as DV3, short for Darth Vader 3. In this form of the fight, you're supposed to deflect objects into Darth Vader, then eventually glass comes down and you can jump across. However, it's just barely possible to jump across without the glass, meaning you can skip the entire fight. You have 3 frames of leeway between the 2 jumps and the double jump, and it was easily the most difficult trick in the run. But if done properly, you would save over 70 seconds from not having to fight Darth Vader. And thanks to these 3 tricks and more, despite having some big slowdowns, TSG had his first world record. His record streak would continue over the following weeks, and the run had a couple major changes. First, he changed the episode order, playing episode 5 last. Players were allowed to play them in any order they wanted, but putting episode 5 at the end was beneficial since its ending cutscene was the longest, and timing stops before the cutscene plays. This way, it's not included anywhere in the final time. And the second change was the removal of a leaderboard rule. Red bricks were no longer banned. That meant he could use certain unlockables as he found them throughout the game. The 2 big ones he used were exploding blaster bolts, which lets you kill some enemies quicker and blow up certain barriers, and infinite torpedoes, which means you always have them behind you in the flying levels and don't have to go pick them up. Having these 2 upgrades across much of the run saved several minutes, and when combined with better execution of other tricks, allowed TSG to take the record under 3 hours and 30 minutes. New strategies were also getting discovered left and right, and in late 2016, one of the most obvious oversights from the developers was found by a player named Osamnol. On the last level of episode 1, you're supposed to fight Darth Maul by forcing objects into him. But over on the right, there's a lamp, and for some reason, everything below the lamp is considered by the game to be out of bounds. You can stand and jump in any out of bounds area, so it's possible to just jump off the wall to the top of the lamp and across to the other side. As simple as that, you could save 30 seconds. By April 2017, TSG had taken the record to 3 hours and 24 minutes, and with second place more than 7 minutes behind, he was in full control of the world record. However, in May, a key rule was lifted. Back in August 2016, the ban on red bricks was lifted, and now, players were allowed to call in the second player. Welcome to the world of one player, two controller strats. So what's the benefit of using a second player? Well, LEGO Star Wars was designed to be a two-player game, and some sections can be completed much faster with a second player. In 4-5, for instance, if you have one player, you're supposed to build a cart to go over buttons fast enough before they turn red. But if you're using two players, no need for the cart. There's a couple sets of these buttons in 4-5, and if you skip using the cart for both, you save a full minute. However, you're not allowed to have a physical second player to help you out. You have to do everything alone. So, whenever you want to call in player 2, you have to control them both at the same time. It's known as one player, two controllers, or 1P2C, and on PC, there's 3 options for this. You can use 2 controllers, you can use 2 parts of the keyboard, or you can use a keyboard and a controller. Most runners nowadays go with the keyboard controller method, but in June 2017, TSG set a record with the controller method. The only point TSG used 1P2C in the run was in 4-5, but the community knew there could be applications elsewhere. Less than a month after TSG's run, it would be beaten by a new player, Rauschmore. He had been a contender for a while, but rapidly improved his personal best in mid-2017 to take the top spot. He too used 1P2C in stage 4-5, and thanks to a couple new strategies in episode 6, pulled ahead for a new world record by 90 seconds. However, TSG was up to the task, and just a week later he took the record back. By the end of the year, TSG's time was down to 3 hours, 19 minutes, and 30 seconds. The 3:19 run had a notable new trick in the first phase of the Darth Vader fight. After dealing 2 hearts of damage, Darth Vader jumps around and won't knock Luke's Stormtrooper helmet off. You can then use R2 to precisely land on the white part of the panel, then fly and avoid a death plane to barely make it to the other side. Once there, you activate a platform for Luke, and open the door with the Stormtrooper helmet to skip nearly the entire fight. The trick, nicknamed DV1, saves 45 seconds and was discovered by a runner named Zolis. When combined with DV3, it was quite evident that stage 5-5 was becoming the most critical point of the run. Speaking of Zolis, he would set the game's next record, a 3:16.12. He implemented 1P2C across the run more. Some were small time saves, like deflecting shots so that R4 could safely activate the panel in 2-2, and others were more substantial. In 4-5, you could now use Chewbacca to activate the elevator and ride it immediately, instead of having to use Han Solo and wait for its second cycle. A time save of about 12 seconds. But interestingly, Zolis played the game on Wii. We know from before that this is slower than the PC version, but there's another consideration to be made. The Wii version requires using both the Wii Remote and the nunchuck. So to do 1P2C, you need to juggle 4 controllers at once. Still, Zolas was able to pull it off, with a world record by over 3 minutes. TSG followed this up a few months later with a 3:14.28. It was notable for implementing yet another trick into level 5-5. DV1 and DV3 already had skips, and now, Darth Vader's 4th form did as well. It was possible to do a couple of precise double jumps, and skip having to use the Force and having to use R2. They have the potential to save about 7 seconds, and just added to the skill needed in 5-5. Episode 5 as a whole was becoming really brutal, and since it has the longest end cutscene, it had to be at the very end of the run. So let's take a look at our timeline so far. TSG started dominating in mid-2016, and although he twice lost the record to Rauschmore and Zolas, he'd always been able to fight back. 2 years later, his name was still on top of the leaderboard. But TSG's 3:14 from June 2018 would be the last record he would ever set. The game was about to enter a new era, because in October 2018, Rauschmore did this. Over the span of just 3 weeks, Rauschmore took the record from a 3:14 down to a 3:09. The key was the rapid discovery of new tricks by a runner named L-Tree. Tricks that would save up to 8 minutes. And the first one is really stupid. In 6-5, killing the Emperor normally takes a substantial amount of time. However, if you lure him over to the corner and die intentionally, upon respawning, you can just push him off the edge. It skips the remainder of the fight and saves 45 seconds. Later, it was discovered you could push him off at the start of the fight by calling in player 2. It saves an additional minute and is known as the Ultra Kill. Another simple boss skip was found in 4-3. You can skip the spy fight by using the Force on R2. This pushes him past the trigger to start the fight, and if you call him in after, you can just go in the open door and save about 50 seconds. But the real big time save was in 6-3. In this level, you're supposed to hop in your speeder and drive through the roughly 5-minute course. Instead, if you go into the corner of the end barrier with both players, player 1 gets placed above player 2, and you can do a 360 to make it over the barrier. This activates the end of the course, and you can skip the entire thing to save several minutes. These discoveries helped lead to 4 consecutive records from Rauschmore. His 4th and final time, a 3:09 from October 2018, would be the final record set in the year. But interestingly, as the record stayed put at 3:09, the run started to get massive views on YouTube. It went semi-viral, and many people who saw the video thought it could be fun to try running it themselves. And largely thanks to Rauschmore's video, by early 2019, there was a new crop of runners ready to gun for the world record. In 5th place, there was Senor with a 3:11.37. In 4th place, there was Wii Super with a 3:10.45. In 3rd place, there was Osamnol with a 3:10.06. And in 2nd place, there was Shred with a 3:09.54. All 4 runners were closing in on Rauschmore's record, and it was obvious that one of them would beat it soon. The general consensus for the favorite to do so was Osamnol, but all 4 of them had a shot at it. And then, one of them broke through. On February 11th, 2019, Senor jumped straight from 5th to 1st place to capture his first world record. He lowered his personal best by nearly 2.5 minutes in the process. Senor had gotten into the game after seeing Rauschmore's video, and although he lowered his time quickly, he was comfortably behind the other record contenders. But the key to Senor getting this record was 1P2C. He used it all over the run. He used it for multitasking, he used it to get one player in position while the other player built, he used it to push characters further ahead. These were small time saves on their own, but they added up when used across a 3-hour run. This was also the first run to use the incredibly difficult disco skip in 6-2. After building the speaker, you then try and position Luke so he's exactly 50% inside of the speaker once it's finished being built. The game doesn't know what to do when you're inside a built object, so if you're next to a wall, it will sometimes push you through it, meaning you can go out of bounds and skip building the disco party to save 40 seconds. This is a really precise trick, since you have to be positioned just right to clip out of bounds, but if you miss it, you can just break the speaker and build it to try again. With all the competition from top runners, people didn't expect Senor's record to last long. But it would only last for 3 days. On Valentine's Day 2019, Shred took the record with a 3:06:27. Shred had been running the game for over a year, but only became a serious record contender early in 2019. And his record was an improvement by nearly 3 minutes, which was especially impressive given that it was played on a Wii. It didn't do much new over Senor's record, but was better executed. It had a first try ultra kill and a cleaner episode 6 overall. Senor fired back just 3 days later with another 2-minute record improvement. The world record was now down to a 3:04, but it still had some significant slowdowns. Senor lost nearly a minute on disco skip, and over 30 seconds in 5-5 from missing the DV skips. So clean up those tricks, save a bit elsewhere, and add in a couple new strategies. And suddenly, sub 3 didn't seem out of the question. In March 2019, 2 runners started to pull ahead from the rest of the pack, Senor and Wii Super. Both of these guys had only gotten into the game in the last few months, but they lowered their times side by side and got good quickly. They raced each other frequently, and although Senor was slightly ahead on the leaderboard, Wii Super was never far behind. As March progressed, these two made it clear. They both wanted to make a push for the world's first sub 3. It was barely in the realm of possibility. But with the two of them pushing each other, a sub 3-hour run started to feel more real than ever. the world's first sub-3. Xenor had skipped straight over 259 to a 258.50. His run was roughly even through episode 6, but he saved some time later over mistakes and slowdowns in his last PB. And at the end of the run, he still had to execute tricks like hut skip and DV3. It was an intense situation, but he was able to clutch them out and get the first sub-3. Interestingly, about half an hour before the end of Xenor's run, Wii Super started a run of his own. And this run would finish as a 259.04, the world's second sub-3. Had Wii Super started his run just a few hours earlier, he would have won the race to sub-3. But instead, he had to settle for second place, while Xenor got the glory. But Xenor's record wouldn't last long. He beat his own run by 43 seconds just a day later. This run was notable for introducing a piece of RNG. In 4-4, there's a section where Obi-Wan is supposed to appear across the room on a bridge after you arrive. The way the game tries to get him there is by running through a room with barrels. If he gets stuck behind a barrel, the game turns him to try and get around them, which slows him down, but he still eventually arrives on the bridge. Usually. Sometimes he gets stuck. And if that happens, he never shows up, and you can't progress through the level. LEGO Star Wars is a broken game. Now, runners used to have a way around this. You reload the bridge room by entering and exiting the previous room, which guarantees Obi-Wan will show up for a 2-second time loss. But players then found 4-4 cutscene skip. By jumping off of this ledge, you can hook back and enter an out-of-bounds area to skip to the next room. This means a cutscene doesn't play and you save 18 seconds. However, as a consequence of the cutscene not playing, you can no longer reload the bridge room, since you wouldn't be able to leave the previous room if you enter it. So, Obi-Wan RNG was back into play. If he didn't want to show up, you were in big trouble. A couple weeks later, a fairly substantial change was made. The community decided to alter the way runs were timed. Instead of starting when the players gained control in 1-1, it would now begin when selecting New Game on the main menu. This was mostly done so that movement in the cantina would be considered in the final time. It added roughly 58 seconds to all runs. So, when Xenor set a record that would have been 257.36 under the old timing, it was retimed to 258.34. And that made it 4 consecutive records for Xenor. He was the first to sub-3, and now he was taking control of the leaderboard. And for Wii Super, he just couldn't catch up. He perpetually remained slightly behind Xenor, easily in second place, but ever since he missed his chance at the first sub-3, the world record eluded him. But after the 258.34, Xenor announced that he would be taking a break from the category to focus his efforts elsewhere. Maybe this was the chance Wii Super needed. With Xenor at least temporarily out of the picture, he could hone in on improving his time without needing to compete with anyone. And as it turns out, just 2 days later, it was only record by a second, but Wii Super had finally overtaken Xenor. It was a run with a great early game, but he lost some time on speeder skip and had a weak episode 4. Still, Wii Super had broken through. Was this a one-time deal, or was he about to make something more out of it? 6 days later, a 60-second record improvement by Wii Super, largely due to saving time in episode 4. The very next day, another 1.5-minute world record. 3 weeks later, 2 record improvements on the same day. 3 days later, a record cut by nearly 2 full minutes. Then Wii Super took a break, and when he came back, another world record. 7 records over the course of 3 months for Wii Super. The The final one was a time of 2:53:04. After a while, Senor had come back to attempts, but this time the tables were turned. He was the one who couldn't catch up to Wii Super. The way he went on this run was through both improving his own skills and utilizing new strategies. In 2-6, Wii Super began using Dooku Skip. By standing on a barrel, you can force it with player 2 and clip under the floor. By then dropping out with the inbounds player, you can lead them forward past the trigger for the Dooku fight and enter the next room. The trick was found by Senor and saves up to 30 seconds. Wii Super also began using the Vehicle Smart Bomb Red Brick. It allows you to hold the special button in ship levels and make everything on screen explode, which can save you about 20 seconds in 5-1. And interestingly, with these new tricks being incorporated and runners' skill levels improving, someone new moved into second place, Chimkin. He had been in third place for months, even being a part of the initial sub-3 grind, but he always remained behind Wii Super and Senor. But he was improving, and by May, he was ahead of Senor. And sure enough, when Wii Super woke up on the morning of July 6th, his record was gone. Chimkin had beaten it by over a minute, getting a 2:52 flat. It was a run with a slow early game, but after a gold split in 3-2, he was off to the races. He pulled ahead of the record and crushed it. So, Wii Super had to get back to work. And it took him 13 hours to get the record back. Over the coming weeks and months, Wii Super and Chimkin would trade the record back and forth. Wii Super was the first to take it under 250, with a 2:49.55 on July 17th. Chimkin would get the next record, and by the end of the year, it was down to 2:45.39. How did these two take the record down by 7 minutes? Well, there was a new red brick, Fast Force, which does what it sounds like. It lets you force objects faster. To obtain it quicker, Chimkin found a method of going out of bounds, then doing a death warp to get back on track. It's unlocked in 4-2, so players started playing episode 4 earlier in the run so they could use Fast Force in episodes 6, 3, and 5. And of course, there were a plethora of new strategies discovered in the second half of 2019. Some were small and saved a few seconds, while others saved closer to half a minute. But the big one was in 5-6. It's the last stage in the game, and it had an evolution of skips over the years. Way back during TSG's record reign, runners started doing a trick called Bespin Out of Bounds. You'd jump roll off a ledge to land out of bounds, and progress forward in the stage to skip having to build C-3PO and open a door. It saved 45 seconds, but was immensely difficult. Players used this trick for years, but in December 2019, Senor found something better. You join with player 2 and put Lando in a doorway. If player 1 stands far enough away and Lando jumps, the door will close. If it closes while you're at the top of your jump, you'll get pushed through the door frame and out of bounds. Ultimately, you can get to the same room as you did from Bespin Out of Bounds, but it allows you to do so nearly a full minute faster, and is much easier. The only problem is that if you miss the door clip initially, AI characters can randomly run near the door and prevent it from closing, so you really want to get the trick first try. With all these time saves combined, and runners still improving their skills on top of that, the world record was down to a really solid 2:45. It was enough for Wii Super to take a break from grinding the category, and Chimkin had stopped playing it as well. Other than those two, nobody had a PB under 2 hours and 50 minutes. But over the coming weeks in late 2019 and early 2020, the game would get a huge boost in popularity, thanks to an unlikely source: TikTok. There was a big wave of nostalgia for LEGO Star Wars. Millions played it while growing up, and after years had passed, they looked back on the game fondly. A trend began on TikTok where people changed their profile pics to mimic how they look in LEGO Star Wars, with a green or blue circle around them. This increased the game's popularity on the internet as a whole, as people remembered LEGO Star Wars and wanted to experience it again. As such, speedrun streams and videos exploded in popularity, and starting in early 2020, there was a new wave of speedrun activity. And suddenly, by February, Wii Super had new competitors on his doorstep. In second place was T-Fresh, and in third place was Led Astray. Both had a time of 2:47, and both had aspirations for the world record. Wii Super had no choice but to do more runs if he wanted to defend his title. So he did. And in the span of just 1 week, he lowered the record twice, taking it down to 2:44.30. But this wasn't the complete domination that he'd had earlier.
What?
His competition continued to close in.
What the heck?
Led Astray got a 2:46, and a familiar face had actually jumped into second place. Senor. The pressure was on for Wii Super.
Oh my god.
These guys were both capable of getting the record.
I didn't expect
could really
that.
obtain it any day now. Wii Super continued to do runs.
Wait, the percent's going up so
And
fast.
a couple weeks later,
Oh my god.
he achieved a run that put away any competition.
Why is it
for the
going so
record.
fast?
Months of attempts had all led up to this moment. It was his ultimate run. Throughout the first 4 episodes, there were no significant mistakes. He gained a bit of time on nearly every level, and leaving episode 6, he was nearly 2 minutes ahead. The final 2 episodes are 3 and 5, and although they weren't perfect, they were good enough. And when combined with the incredible start he'd had, the end result was a monster world record. Wii Super wasn't at much risk of losing his title anymore. Or was he? Senor wasn't deterred from the task at hand. Wii Super was now 3 minutes ahead, but Senor knew he could close the gap. On March 27th, he took his PB down to 2:44, and on the 31st, he shaved another half minute off. Despite the optimization of Wii Super's record, Senor was actually able to close in. These two guys were ahead of the pack. Just like the initial sub 3 grind, Wii Super and Senor were locked in a battle. Thanks to the game's boost in popularity around this time, the community decided to have a LEGO Star Wars speedrun tournament. Wii Super, Senor, and most of the game's other top runners all participated. It was a double elimination tournament, and there were some great times put up by several different runners. But when all was said and done, after the brackets were completed, who else would meet in the finals but Wii Super and Senor? These two would get the benefit of a big new strategy discovered a few weeks ago in 6-1, Spiderless. By using a forcible object, you could clip into the wall, which was faster than the old method of using the spider. You can then come back in bounds to touch a grate, which acts as a trigger for the game to send you straight to the boss fight and skip the cutscene. This trick saved a full 60 seconds, a huge advantage for any runner who could pull it off. Up to this point, Senor had lost 1 match while Wii Super was undefeated. So to win the whole thing, Senor needed to win twice, while Wii Super needed just 1 win. And Senor handily won the first game. Wii Super accidentally soft-locked in 5-1, losing several minutes and allowing Senor to cruise to an easy victory. That meant there would be a winner-take-all match the next day to determine the tournament champion. This was going to...
This is bizarre. This is actually... Okay, so I remember Ziegenheini telling me something happened at the end. But this is that was so sudden. The percent is moving up a lot faster, which is good because it is 3 a.m. and in a couple hours I have to go back to college. But this is weird. Okay, so the Y position shouldn't be, or the Y position shouldn't be moving any differently than normal. So it shouldn't be any harder. It's just stressful that it's going so fast, which is what I'm worried about. But I just gotta keep going. But that's good. That's really good because that means I can beat this shortly. Maybe within like this half hour. This level is bizarre. I've been playing this for the past 10.5 hours. Almost 11 hours. I've been playing this for the past 4 days. I've just been sleeping and eating. Doing other stuff. 4 days? I don't even remember if it's 4 days. On Steam. I'll kill it. 5, 4, 4. The past 3.5 days, yeah, I've been playing this. 80 hours or so. That way, I'll do it again. The past 85 hours, I've had the game open, so I haven't actively been playing because obviously I've been sleeping a lot and everything else I had to take care of. But I've had the game open for the past 3.5 days, so this level is just nuts. Here we go. My arm a little bit of a break. I don't know exactly how much faster it's going either. Look at that angle of that wave. That's crazy. That's a mini wave. It's going at the same y coordinate speed as a mini wave. Because it is a mini wave. But it's like basically a big wave going at 2 times speed on the x coordinate. It's so weird because it's going like, I don't even know how to explain that. I remember Ziegenheini mentioned, but it's I'm scared. This is scary. I could like die now. Which is, oh, that's scary. Feels like it's going even faster. Oh, this is stressful. It's going even faster, I think. I'm terrified I'm gonna die. But, I mean, it should be the exact same difficulty. So, it's just extremely weird looking at the wave like this. If you think about it, this is kind of like a get out of jail free card because, like, the level is shorter now. The percent's moving up faster. I was worried I'd not have time to finish this. $95. It doesn't feel like a lot now that it's going faster, but it is a lot. It's still kind of a long time. It's still kind of a long. Actually, that was like 2 minutes for 1%. So realistically, I only have 10 minutes left, but that's just so crazy. Get over that. This is such a crazy way to end this off. It's actually insane. When people see this bug, they're going to be, they're not even gonna know what to think. This is something, this is something crazy. It's longer than 10 minutes. It's like half an hour, I think. Actually, maybe not. 15 minutes, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not keeping really good track. By the way, again, there are no speed portals in this level, and this was made in 2.1. This is something no other player has probably ever witnessed before. It's obviously as a result of float and precision, but in an actual level, no other player has ever seen this, I would bet. Also, by the way, since I know a lot of my recording cut out and stuff, or not getting cut out, I recorded everything, it's just some of it, my mic was muted because I forgot to unmute it. This is proof that I couldn't have like start paused this or done anything, because this wouldn't be happening if not for the float and precision. Actually, I don't actually know that to be true. Because I guess it still would start from the same exit. Actually, you know what, to be fair, I guess that proves nothing. But whatever. If you don't believe it, then that's fine, I don't really care. 96. God. Okay, so that was like what, 8 minutes for 1%. It's 4, so another half hour maybe. It's fine. Carpet is very sweaty. I've been standing almost. There we go. Bit better. Let's get 97. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The percents aren't 8 minutes. That was closer to what it was originally. It's like 5. Not even sure. I'm not keeping track. I don't even care. 96. very scared. 3 more percent. It's 3:17 a.m. But I've cruised through the past 3% really fast. Bizarre. I'm gonna ask Ziegenheini what's at the end. No, I can't spoil it, but I don't want to die either. I'm not asking him. The only reason I say that is because in Desert Bus, like, you know, there's like the auto part at the end. I don't know. I don't remember what he said is at the very end, if there's an auto part or what I have to do, or if I just hit that wall. Find out. Let's see. 220,000 clicks. 61,000. What the in is 61 743. Oh yeah, it's over 17 hours in game time. Yeah. It won't display 17 hours on that one geode extension that like displays the time for levels, I think, and I'm pretty sure it won't display it in the editor either. I'm pretty sure it'll just display as 15 hours, which is just wrong. But yeah, 61,000 seconds should be 17.1 hours, so yeah, it's quite a bit, not quite a bit, a bit over. Oh my god. This turns Oh my god. Almost died. This is not an ideal place to die, is it? Just a few more minutes. Wash my hands. Let my fingers slip. The final percent. Okay. 99. It's 3:40 a.m. Alright. It's time. Here we go. Final percent. I don't want to mess up, so I might go wash my hands. Honestly. I'm gonna do that. I'll be forgot to turn. This speed stresses me out. .2%. You did it. Was it worth it? Are you happy? You shouldn't be. I am. This level broke me. I've never... No firework session has ever... at no point during firework have I felt like this. At no point during Desert Bus did I feel like this. Maze of Justice, anything. This level broke me, but I did it. Purgatory verified. Thank you for watching.